Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
Would you believe that the music stopping still catches me off guard? So good day to you. Good to have you here and good to be in your company. So exciting times. We've got one of the most exciting contemporaneous politicians, one of the exciting emerging young politicians within the Nigerian space joining us. The gentleman that is about to join us in a moment is without doubt going to have a big influence over the future trajectory of the Nigerian state. So these are one of the main actors that are going to shape the future of that country. So Segun Showunmi, of course, needs no introduction to anybody that calls himself a Nigerian. So he has now taken time off his busy schedule to come and spend time with us. So with delight, I'm going to bring on our guest, and then the conversation kicks on. So let me just bring him on, so you meet him. So here he is. Good to have you here. Good to see you. And thank you for doing this as well. I know you're extremely busy, of course, and I know it's late in the night wherever you are. So it's a real effort for you to join us. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, good evening. How are you? It's nice to be here. Thank you for having me.
It's great. So yes, I asked Otumba Showunmi, and he obliged to come on. So he is on now. So for the benefit of people who may not know the backdrop of your history, you studied political science at Unilag, I believe, and then you...
Actual science, actually.
Is it actual science? You are listed as political science all over social media.
Don't mind them. It's actual science.
All right. But you contended for the Ogun State governorship this last cycle of election, and by my reckoning, you were cheated. I did. By my reckoning, you were cheated.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Yes,
I did.
So that's brilliant. And of course, as I've been telling people listening over the course of however long I've been telling them you're coming on, you are the bookmaker's favorite to emerge as the next chairman of the PDP.
Yeah, I believe so. I truly believe so. It'll be difficult for someone else to beat me now.
All right, we're going to get into that in more details, but there is something going on in Nigeria at the moment. So I'm going to play you a clip, and then I'll invite your response to it. So this person here on this clip is the everyday Nigerian. If you ever want to know who a Nigerian is, it is this lady. And this is what she has to say to the system. Watch this.
Excellency, ibi ni bàbá ìjókòó sí tó sọ pé ẹ máa tẹ APC, ẹ máa tẹ APC, ẹ máa tẹ APC. It's one in the town. Excellency, ó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ báyìí. Tá mọ̀ pé Ọlọ́run tún ṣírí wọn. Ṣé mọ̀ pé àwọn tó ti kú, wọ́n ti tún kú báyìí. Ẹ wo gbogbo àwọn ọba Ìkọ̀lé local government tó jókòó. Ìgbà tó bá ti pa àwọn ọba, kí ni tí àwa ìbá ẹ̀? Excellency, àwọn bòróró wọn ò tiẹ̀ já gbádùn bí. Ìpakúpa náà pa àwọn èèyàn wa. Bọ́dẹ̀ mọ́ ká ṣe é ṣe fún yín lórúkọ Jésù o. Ẹ wá báyìí a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. Ẹ má fi wá lẹ̀. Ọlọ́run ò ní fi yín lẹ̀. Ibi tí bàbá ìbá ṣẹ́dé.
So, of course, the incident at Ekiti State, but tragic as it is, it's not unique or peculiar. It's a daily occurrence. It's only really because our two monarchs were killed in this instance that it was spiked up. So what's your take first on what is going on in Ekiti State and the seeming escalating security situation in the country and the alarm from the populace that the governance does not seem to have any grip of this?
Well, thank you very much. I put a comment out there on this matter, and I have been speaking to some of the issues that are tangentially related to it for some time. And what I was saying today was that, one, any group of people that deviantly kidnap and assassinate Yoruba Obas must be doing so somewhat out of spite, because the paraphernalia of dressing of a king will have indicated that this is not, that he's a king. And yes, I understand the challenges of the country with insecurity, but for you to be happy to kill two Yoruba kings, then it must be considered that they are premeditated, they are deliberate, and they are done to provoke the type of reaction that is dangerous for the country. For a very, very long time, I've always insisted that stop calling it by tribal names. Yes, there may be suspicion as to the preponderance of the tribe, of the people, but that for the benefit of the country and to safeguard our country from crisis, it's best to call it Marudas as against calling it the name of a tribe. And I've also insisted that a crime is a crime. If they commit a crime of murder, just mention their name or say some Marudas have committed a crime of murder. I feel very strongly that the ethnic coloration and ethnic identification of crime can lead to a situation in the country where you will deliver a fait accompli, in the sense that people will now start to see members of a particular tribe as a fait, as they will stereotype them, they can gaslight them, and they can leave them open to violence. And when people start to attack a tribe, after some time, members of those tribes too may feel that they are under obligation either to protect themselves or what have you. And so I try to say, let's just save ourselves the need to begin to deal with tribal conflict. Rather, we should just call it criminality. Because I'm not sure there's anywhere members of any tribe, be they Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Fulani, whatever, come together to sit down and say the objective of our involvement or our relationship going forward is to be killing people. So I feel when people kill or do all of this criminality, they are doing it in their personal name, and that it is not good for us to call it by the name of tribe. That is the first one. The second one is that I've also been saying for some time that policing is at the height of solving, in criminalities and all these kinds of issues. And I've said that other countries in the world like Europe, America, Asia, and all that, when there is a crisis in the society, the first responders that get to the location are mostly the police or law enforcement agency. Why is it that in the case of Nigeria, it appears as if law enforcement agency have even lost all their goodwill, respect that people have for them, and as such, it is beginning to look like we are in serious trouble. The Northeast is not safe because of Boko Haram and what have you. The Northwest is not so safe because of related issues. The North Central is not safe because of farmer header crisis. And the Southwest, which was relatively safe before, is now the zone that people are now kidnapping children and killing kings. And I said in the write-up that, look, Mr. President, your primary responsibilities is securing the lives and properties of Nigerians. You can't continue this way. And I try to generally, without being too political, to set an agenda in such a way that what needs to be said will be said. But even at that, is tomorrow. That's my view on that very first one that you asked.
All right. If I can hold you to that space for a moment, you said that it struck you as deliberate and orchestrated, and a lot of people, they chime with that sort of narrative. Some people actually are of the view that this is somewhat it has the echoes of how insurgency was used to frustrate the Goodluck Jonathan administration. So do you buy into that narrative? Do you think this is a politically motivated rinse and repeat of the template used under the Goodluck Jonathan to use insurgency
in the absence of concrete evidence, we just must say that they are all conjectures and assumptions. And then we must also add that a situation has lasted for a long time, like insurgency and what have you, does not necessarily indict either the ruling party or the successor party of Bola Tinubu. Reason being that experience all over the world is that insurgencies are very difficult to quell. And in our environment where people like money so much and will be willing to sell their father and mother even for a page of porridge, you can then understand why I am struggling to say, let us not call it a tribal name. Let us keep it as a situation that all of us have to come together to deal with. And don't forget that our brothers in the northern part of the country too, they have had their fair shares of this insecurity. That's why I kept saying, let's be calling it insecurity marauders. Well, I didn't want a situation where we'll be calling it Fulani, Hausa, whatever, and then we'll then make the people fed up to such a point that they will now start looking at the people of the ethnic group with funny gestures and funny gazes. So I feel that, yes, I'm not naive not to see that the names they are calling them needs us to discuss and figure out what's going on here. But I think that it is in the best interest of the country for us not to allow ourselves to get into a tribal conflict or tribal reprisal attack. So I feel that by the grace of God, if we are able to recognize that we need better policing, a policing infrastructure that is filled of purpose, that does the work it needs to do, and is able to make everybody safe is what we all need. But to begin to cast aspersion to them now, given all what we know about policing the country, is, in my opinion, very premature, and it doesn't help the nation.
All right. Let's take it then to your personal political journey. So in the opening phase, of course, I hinted that you are the front runner for the PDP chairmanship. And by the way, there's a thing. When are you even going to have your neck, which you should have had at least 3 or 4? I think the last one was in 2019 or thereabout. But you are the front runner for the PDP chairmanship. And the only obstacle a lot of people feel you have to surmount is Bukola Saraki. But they say the only obstacle, Bukola Saraki, of course, a juggernaut within the Nigerian political space. So how are you going to navigate your opponent to sit on that seat?
Well, I think that the issue of who can be chairman is a function of who has the best idea of what we need to do to prepare this party for the immediate future and even for the long term. And I think I'll be willing to debate Bukola Saraki on that. In any case, there are people who, when the cookie does not favor them, they are quick to jump ship and go to another party, which would then mean that we are trying to send another to check and see and make sure that the country and the party is given a reformed organization so that better quality people can have faith to come and contest and use the party platform. And we can have a movement of Nigerians to fall behind the party to try to charge. But with everything politics in Africa, especially Nigeria, if we do not work very hard and scream very hard and talk very hard, they are quick to always make it seem as if democracy is government of the rich and corrupt, for the rich and corrupt, by the rich and corrupt. And I feel that cannot be the way going forward. Also, I know him, and I know that he's a serious contestant of a presidential election. I don't expect that anybody will now say Bukola Saraki should manage the party so that we will now run the risk that in a few months' time, he will now come and say he wants to run president. That will mean that all the work of the people who are also saying, let us have a great country, let the conversation be good, let opposition be vibrant, let us would have been failed. Because, like I say often, almost like a broken record, the suffrage of democracy is that the political parties are the first safeguards. Because whatever the political party throw up by way of candidate, then the citizens are fait accompli, they are stuck with it because of this delicate nature of government and stabilization of nations. So I feel that I should be able to show the PDP that having lost 3 elections back to back, it is best for us now to let somebody who has the interest, the capacity, the grit, and the knowledge to step forward. And since I come from the Southwest, a zone that has never produced it before, I do not know what then Bukola Saraki will come and tell us, since we know that the North Central, where he comes from, has produced chairmanship so many times. Also, I also believe that at the end of the day, we as the citizens of the country, we must stand firm and never give up on democracy. Because if you look around, the inability of the ruling party or the power elite to solve the problem that the people of the North then will be able to say, we have created a cleaner party, we have created a reform party, we have created a party that is at peace with itself, and hopefully Nigerians will be able to see us, trust us, and give us the opportunity to rescue them from the malady that is going on presently in the country.
All right. A lot of people will suggest that your candidature is an Atiku Abubakar strategy. That's what people think. Because, of course, if you emerge as chairman of the PDP, then that categorically zones the presidential ticket to the north, which, of course, Atiku Abubakar, he's not shown any indication of retiring from politics. So the smart thinking out there feels that your chairmanship push is an Atiku Abubakar strategy.
No, that's not true. The only zone that I know cannot challenge the president successfully is the Southwest. because the president, is a Southwest man. If we find good material in the Northeast, why not? If we find good material in the South side, why not come? Anyway, long story short, I believe that if they allow us to engage the polity, we'll be able to determine for ourselves who is best to do it. And if you look at the energy I've been putting into this whole business, you will notice that I've been very vocal. I've been taking the fire to the opposition. I've been consulting. I've been going around. And a great number of our citizens want me. I've also even been doing things that are, human-like on behalf of the party. For instance, the party has not called its neck forever. Every effort to get them to call the neck has not yielded result. I've taken them to court at my cost and at my own energy to compel the court to say they must call the neck. That is not something that it should ordinarily be my duty or my responsibility, but rather than watch the party become a shadow of itself and even run the risk of it not being able to give a good account of itself by the next circle, I am saying let us reform it. And I am saying if the people of the PDP want me to be their national channel, then here I am, send me. I've not seen anything that Bukola Saraki has done or said to indicate that he is even interested in the affairs of the party, how much more wanting to lead it. We have done it their way. It's now time for them to let us do it our own way. Thank you very much.
Right. You recently met with the just immediate past president, Muhammadu Buhari, recently, and you told us then that you asked him 4 questions. You've been teasing us about those questions. So do you want to drop one of the questions that you did ask the president and the response that he gave you?
No, the first question that I was asking him was that, sir, don't you think that we can't run a country where a section of our people, especially the Southeast, the Igbos, will be feeling so shortchanged without us coming together to find a solution to the problem? And I reminded him that when the June 12 happened and the Yorubas were also feeling shortchanged, everybody came together to help make that happen by getting Obasanjo. And that since the Igbos cannot win it on their own, maybe we might need to consider that and expand the space to make it happen. That's one. I also asked him a question around the fact that the North is splitting up too fast and drifting apart. I tried to tell him that when the Northwest, that's his own people, stand up that they want to contest, the people of the Northeast, which is the people of Borno, Adamawa, and Kwanko, always support them, but that they have not reciprocated the goodwill. And I was trying to tell him that, do you think you want to wait until these people too now begin to say they are democratically opposed first to the North and then to the other country? The other question that I asked him, which was very germane in my opinion, was that I asked him that, look, sir, you have come in, you have gone out. Why is it that we are not able to solve the insurgency matter? Is there any reason why that has gone on and abated? These are the kinds of conversation and comment and questions I had for the former president. And luckily, I met him in good cheer. I met him at peace with himself, and I met a sage who is willing to carry the right path. So that's what I think.
All right, brilliant. I'm going to bring on the panelists just so that they can put questions to you. I know you've had a long day, so we'll try not
very long day.
Yes, I can tell that you've had a very long day. So so we'll try not to hold you in situation for too long. But people have been looking for so long. They will shoot me if they don't get to speak with you. Let me bring them on. So condense your questions. Put it to Otumba Showunmi. And then let's just get as much as we can off before we let him go. So King Emeka joins us. Good to see you, Emeka. Bishop is here. Good to have you here, Bishop. Obina is here. Good to have you, Obina. Man of Prestige is here. Good to have you, Man of Prestige. World Peace is here. Good to have you, World Peace. Ekene joins us. Good to have you, Ekene. And Akin joins us. Kinzo, good to see you, Kinzo. and the star joins us. Good to see you, the star. So be concise. Put the questions directly to Otumba Showunmi. Don't labor it too much, just so we can get as many questions across to him. So unmute, introduce yourself, put your question to Otumba. Emekus, you're up first. Emeka.
Yeah, good evening, Otumba. I greet you, sir. It's a pleasure to
Good
have
evening.
you on the show. My name is Emeka Umunakwe. I stay in Canada, Ontario province, specifically. I do have a few questions, but first and foremost, right, I watched your recent interview with
cannot
your
hear
mission.
Emeka, you are breaking up.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so I said I watched your show. Sorry, I'm trying to escape my
All
little
right.
baby.
Let me give you a moment and come back to you. So I'll mute you for a microsecond, Emeka. We go
No
with
worries.
we'll go with let's go with Man of Prestige, because he's made the efforts to have his camera on. Man of Prestige, introduce yourself to Otumba, put a question to him, and then we'll take it from there. Prestige.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Segun. Nice to see you on this platform. I'm based in Nigeria. I'm based in USA, California. It's an honor to have you. We are very grateful for you to appear on this great platform. With pleasure, we should speak to you in order to understand what's going on in Nigeria. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Do you have a question for him, Prestige?
So how many questions can we? How many questions can we submit?
We'll do one question each first, and then we'll ask Otumba Showunmi how energized he still feels. Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Shegu. My first question is about what just the breaking news in Nigeria. I don't know if that emancipated yesterday or today. The news is that the EFCC is investigating some religious organization in Nigeria. They say they are the one behind the terrorists and the money laundering. But my question is that why is the court? I don't know what kind of court, whether it's the Supreme Court or the Appellate Court, that is subjugating them. They don't want them to continue the investigation. Why are they doing that? And in reference to this, the question is too, why can't they wait until they conclude the investigation before they come out and tell us, so they can name names to accomplish what they are doing? Thank you very much.
Well, the first thing I would say is that there's no reason why the law cannot take its course, and there's no reason why any judge will come and say people are putting him under pressure. Nigerian citizens are even under bigger pressure than any of the privileged ones. And therefore, on behalf of all of us, it is our prayer and desire that justice must be done, but also must be seen to be done. I think that once we're able to do that, we'll be good to go. It is not very easy to police a nation as large as Nigeria with a kind of population that is like ours, and also the type of border lines that we have. We have a lot of borders with some of these other West African countries, and some of them are not so easy to maintain. But long and short is that we are happy to offer opinion, but the fact remains that the courts has no excuse not to be able to do justice. If it is, there's no excuse. And I believe that it is, I hope it is not the corruption that is endemic in our country that has also slipped to those areas where we are now beginning to see that no arm of government, no personality in government is considered fair enough, worth enough, and more enough to have. That's what I think on that.
All right, Emeka, you're ready for us now, Emeka.
I'm ready. My apologies, Otumba. for that slight or short interruption. Okay, I have two questions, but I'll collapse them into one. Currently, we've seen, or there have been two factions of the PDP, a faction that is loyal to Wike and another faction that is loyal to Atiku. At this moment, we do not understand that the political structure of the PDP, and so my question is, who is the current leader? I'm not talking about the chairman, but who is the current leader of the PDP, and why has the PDP not fulfilling its opposition role? Because we've seen PDP governors rushing to salute and show camaraderie with the president, and expressing their pleasure, as well as their affinity to the current president of the country. Then my second question, sorry about that. What advice would you give to young politicians who are trying to enter into the political environment of Nigeria, and how can they accelerate their career to the very top, just like what you are doing, sir?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start with the second one first. For you to belong to a political party, you need to join. Once you join, you need to reach out to people and play active role where you have joined. For people that have even been exposed, like your good self, you'll be astonished that once you go and join a political party, the PDP, for example, you'll be astonished on how quickly the people at the lower rung of the ladder will rely on you to solve a lot of their problem. So there's no quick fix to it. It's just go back and join. Join to such a point that the people are saying, okay, come and sit down. That's that. In terms of the governors that are not providing opposition duty, I've complained about it a lot on the inside. But, we have to know that purity is not the same thing as pragmatism. If you are doing purity, you may have yourself to blame. But I think for some reason or the other, they all convince themselves that the president will interfere in the Supreme Court case or cases. And because they didn't want that, they felt that the best thing they could do is this. So I think that's that on that. I think the adults that are governors are not naive. I think they know what is at stake. I think maybe to be fair to them, they were only trying to manage the complex situation around their tribunals up to the Supreme Court. I believe that now that the Supreme Court is over, or more or less over, I believe that they are going to call themselves together and begin to provide better leadership, because it does not matter what you say. If nobody is challenging you in election, then you cannot call that which you are doing democracy. I believe that the PDP will maybe hopefully come together and be able to solve the problems that appear on some mountain today. One thing I know is that a human being cannot belong to the political party at the same time. And may God and common sense inspire them. All will be well. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Obina, you're up next. And Otumba, I sent you a message if you can check your phone. Obina, you're up next.
Can you hear me good day?
Yeah, yes, we can.
Let me.
Yeah, we can hear you, Obina.
All right, thank you so much. And Otumba, good evening. Thank you, thank you for all the awesome job you've been doing. This is Obina.
We don't have him for a moment. I think he's actually using his phone to connect with us.
Okay.
So I sent him a message. I think it's just checking it.
Okay.
But yeah. So what's been your understanding of Otumba Showunmi's politics? I think you've been watching his career.
Oh yes, Otumba is somebody that I respect. So anytime I see and get a notification that shows he, maybe he's talking about a subject, I'm quick to sign up to see. Normally I queue up on my YouTube. I normally queue up stuff that later on, but for him I put it in a different list. So he's So I feel his politics is genuine to me. He cares about the country, and to him, it's not a personality issue. What I've noticed about him is,
Sorry,
as much as he,
Otumba didn't answer the other question of who is the current leader of the PDP now, so that we can be clear.
Okay, well, on the leadership of the PDP, can you hear me though?
Yes, we can.
On the leadership of the PDP, I think can you hear me?
Yes, we can perfectly. Carry on.
Okay, yeah. Okay, on the leadership of the PDP, I think what we will say is that by our tradition, Atiku Abubakar being the last candidate of the party is still the one that we all consider to be the leader of the party. But, because it's a political party that has a lot of entrenched interest and everybody feels that, they are so big that no one can, tell them this is the way or that is the way. We have the NWC as a strategic organ that has the work of being also in charge. All of that makes it easy for us to say, yes, led by the Governors Forum, which is led by Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State, who is the chairman of the PDP Governors Forum, deputized by the governor of Rivers State, similarly. It has the BOT, which is led by former Senate President. His name skips my mind now in this minute. And then it's led by the NWC, which has an acting chairman in Damagun, and is led by the governor, the presidential candidate, the last candidate. Once we do another election and another candidate comes on board, then that person now becomes sort of the leader of the party. But that authority is not so firmly activated. The one that is firmly activated is the leadership of the Governors Forum, Bala Mohammed, the leadership of the BOT, the former Senate President, the leadership of the party, which is in the acting capacity, Ilyas Damagun. Those are the organs that we have. Do you understand? That's how the party is designed. But really, the alter ego and the topmost leader of the party is Atiku Abubakar.
Thank you, Otumba. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, Obina, you're up next. Introduce yourself. Yes. Tell Otumba where you are and put a question. And you can push him hard, by the way. I feel that your questions are a bit soft.
No. For Otumba,
hard. Yeah.
No, I don't know what hard I'm going to push him. He's somebody I respect. Like I said, his opinion on issues, the way he talks about issues, to me, shows love at the foreground. Because I'm Obina Pokwasili, I'm from, speaking from Dallas. So why I say that is that, that there are times where myself, I've had issues, let's say maybe in church activities, for instance, and then I complain, to the pastor and something like that. So when you complain about something, it shows that to me, it shows that you have love. Because if you don't, the moment you stop complaining and you keep quiet, it means you're no longer interested in that organization or whatever you're involved in. So for someone to complain or to talk about something and talk about it, the way that Segun Showunmi does, to me, I feel like he has, he wants the society to be better. So, my question would be, I don't know if it's still available. Are you here? I'm not hearing you.
No, I think it dropped. Let me. Yes. Hold on. Yes. I think he will rejoin us momentarily. Try to put your question to him. It's proving to be a choice, isn't it? I'm sure he will join us momentarily.
Okay.
Yes. So there it is. There are questions actually coming in via Super Chat. which we're going to put to him in the course of hold on, let me just contact him. Carry on, Obina. Let me just contact him. Oh, yes, it's back with us. Yes, sorry. Obina,
Forgive the fact that, you guys have to understand that I'm in Nigeria. And signals can be somehow, right?
Yes. That's
Forgive
fine.
me, but please do not hesitate. I've taken time to answer these questions. I've been waiting to do this interview for days. Any question, nothing is off the cuff, nothing is over. No holds bad. The hotter, the better.
Okay. Thank you very much, my Oga at the top. So my question, I like I said, I admire your take on issues and the fact that you want the society to be better. So, but my question, because I really feel, I don't know what I would say. Like I was looking forward to the 2023 elections because the reason was it's different from every other election that I've held, and maybe people were marrying it with what happened during the Shagari time, first coming. And I wasn't there then, and this is one time I wanted to experience it, but it turned out the way it turned out, and to me, I don't feel like it was the right results that came out.
No, let me be honest with you, my brother.
Yeah.
The hero of the 2023 election is Peter Obi, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Because he was able to move the Nigerian people who ordinarily would not have been interested in the election processes to be interested. And we knew that he was running against the
all right.
Give a good account of him.
I think it's bad.
I'm here. He gave a very, very good account of himself. He was able to get now 6.2 million votes and all that. What marred the 2023 election is just that INEC had given all of us the impression that we're going to have a magical experience, beg your pardon, where we would have been seeing the result from the polling unit straight to the server, and that everybody would have been able to observe it from the comfort of their homes. And for some reason or the other, everybody was looking forward to that particular event. And because it did not happen, it brought a lot of issues to the integrity of the process. Also, the fact that the people that seem to be supporters of Peter Obi were mostly gaslighted and attacked and all that. So the shenanigans there, occasioned by human error and politics, was there. And on the part of the PDP, we were bogged down by internal acrimonies and fighting the Wiki and the G5 versus the establishment. That was the challenge we had to deal with. But, politics is not a pretty conversation. It's quite noisy and it's quite problematic. But the only way going forward we can ensure that the wishes of the Nigerian people are really respected is via turnout. The turnout was too low. Once the people don't turn out the way they're supposed to turn out, then the room for manipulation and shenanigans is always very high. But if we
are we blaming the turnout? Are we blaming the turnout on the government?
No, it's not. So I wanted to. Yeah, there are a lot of things he mentioned from there. I know. Yes, the way the election went. But my issue is, no matter how much we amend, how do we make sure that INEC does the right thing? Because I remember I saw Dino Malaya complain a bit about this. This man kept on promising that he will review it, but he never did. Now, we go out of the election. I remember governors like Oshomole, what's his name from Ekiti, and most of the governors under APC came in through the courts. So what's going on with our court system now that, okay, if the election is wrong, we go to another place that is also wrong? Like, it looks like everything is breaking down.
With due respect.
Yeah.
See, let us be careful that we do not carry our expectation to be the whole truth and the gospel truth. election petitions are very difficult to prove. One, the time allocated for you to call witnesses is so small. And two, the umpire, which is INEC, usually comes to court supporting whom they have declared. Do you understand?
I understand, yes,
they
because
will tell us that they'll tell us they'll be neutral before we go to election. But once we do an election and they support, and when they declare a result, instead of them to come to the court as neutral parties, they come to court as though they have to defend what they've done. That affects it. Then, if you look at the way the 2022 Electoral Act as amended is written, it was a brand new act. Some of the things that would have given us judgments in the former time via technicalities and all that, you know what I mean? Those things were no longer there. For instance, what constitutes a pre-election issue before now no longer constitutes a pre-election issue. Do you understand? Because of the doctrine of medusum interloper. Do you understand? And so it means that even if you know that in another party they didn't do primaries, formally that kind of thing can be the basis for that conversation. But by the new Electoral Act, they have said you cannot come out of your party and be prognosing into the affairs of another party. That's that. The other issue that could have been very strong is the issue of maybe they didn't comply with the guideline.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Otoba Showunmi, we can't hear you. Hello, we can't hear you. Can anyone hear him? I can't hear him.
No, it looks like he's on mute.
You've muted yourself. Hello, Otoba. You've muted yourself.
Yeah.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Yeah, we're not hearing.
No. We can't hear you. Did you mute yourself? No, we can't hear you. Go out and come back in. Go out and come back in. All right. Check your phone. Okay, there it is. It's going very well, isn't it? All right. So there it is. Technical problems, really, for reasons that is joining from somewhere in Nigeria. So I'm going to just so he's able to come back in. I'm going to whoever I'm removing from the studio. Apologies, it's nothing to do with you. I need to free up that space for him to be able to come back. So we are waiting our guests to reconnect. Yes. I almost certainly I'll have to get him to commit to coming back again.
One man, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, you have to kick the people in the background to out. He can't come in.
No, it's out. Is it now? I had to.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. You were probably giving us your best speech so far, but yeah.
No, forgive me. It's signal now. You know how Nigeria be now. Now, so like I was saying, the law says that INEC has discretionary powers when it comes to how it's going to transmit results. And since that was expressly written in the Electoral Act, there was no way we could now compel them to do something that they were not compelled to do. Then in the issue of the case we took to America, the challenge with that is that we were a little bit late in bringing it up. The case had already been done at the tribunal level, and we were taking it to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court is not a court that can, in the strictest of sense, take in new evidence. Because if they were to take in new evidence, are they going to start the trial all over again? So there was a little bit of complication. What made it so difficult for people to accept is that for the first time, Peter Obi's effort made young people and people who hitherto will not take too much interest in the election to become interested. And because they were young, they were energetic, sometimes a bit naive, they put a lot of energy behind it. But you know, when you go to court, you must have to know that the case must be proven beyond reasonable doubt. And unfortunately, on this particular occasion, they claim we could not, all of us, both Obi and PDP, could not prove it. Now, when I reviewed everything comprehensively, I came to the conclusion that the only way to beat them, whether INEC is serious or not, whether the judiciary is serious or not, is to make sure that the voter turnout is so overwhelming, just the same way they were able to beat us in 2015 with Jonathan. There is a way voter turnout will be so compelling, overbearing, that you won't even be able to rig. You can only rig where you are popular. Then also, there is a way you would also turn up that, in fact, it will be like a tsunami. You cannot beat an incumbent party marginally. For you to be able to beat and defeat an incumbent party, you must beat them with minimum at least 3 million votes surpassed. But if you look at the number, Peter did very well in the Southeast. He got a lot of numbers. He did very well in the South-South. He got good numbers. And he also did well in Abuja. And I believe he did well in the North Central. And he did very well in Lagos. You know what? Even winning Lagos. So I feel that if we stick to it, and we review that election is not just, you can't win election from one zone. You have to collaborate and figure out the best pathway to victory, then we may win. But the Electoral Act, we have become used to it now. Nobody is going to be going to court with things that are pre-election issues anymore, because we already know that the position of the law is that you will be considered as meddlesome interlopers. You know what I'm saying? Long and short, accreditation worked. All of those falsified numbers they usually come up with in the northern part of the country, nobody could do that because beavers worked. And then we think that once we can remove human elements as much as possible from the electoral process, we will be fine. But I want to beg you, because you guys are the real opinion molders, because you are in the diaspora. Most of you are funding people at home. You can see what has happened to the economy in terms of the exchange rate. Your influences in your family and around your community is very big. Please continue to encourage people not to give up on democracy, because the alternative is not going to be palatable. It doesn't matter the problem that they are dealing with now, that we're solving now. You have to know that even in those locations where you are, it's clear that the standard of living has become a bit expensive. Things are generally high. I don't know how we came out of COVID and the world economic system has normalized making life difficult for people. I think that at the highest level in the world, they will need to ask themselves, maybe it's best to just, do some financial arrangement to forgive the inconvenience of the COVID spending, so that we can you can just move it away from balance sheets and give the world a better opportunity to be able to do well. We can't run the world on an assumption that only the very rich will be well, and that the people that are struggling will struggle and struggle and struggle forever. So, but if you ask me, this is the longest period Nigeria has been in a democracy, and I feel that it will only get better. And if you look at what has happened post-election, I keep telling people, after all, I was PDP, but that the hero of that last election is Peter. He has really tried very well and he deserves some commendation. But we need to now figure out how to make the obedient who are supporting him not to be so combative. Because by being too combative, they kind of like make every other section of the country get more tribal. And you cannot win an election by playing the tribal card. Power must be negotiated. When the Yorubas were very angry with June 12, a negotiation made it possible that will produce Obasanjo. And I feel that we're closer to getting a negotiation that will produce a president of Southeastern origin. But we need the help of everybody. And those of you that have big voices, you can have what you call dissent, which means you can disagree without necessarily being too toxic. Because when you are toxic and you abuse stakeholders in other people's places, you never know how it affects or how it offends their own citizen. people from other locations too should not do the same to you. We generally need to lower the temperature so that we can give our country its best chance. And the only way we can do that is democracy. In a democracy, at least we know when we are going to be called upon to come and vote out the person or do a referendum on him. But if we don't manage ourselves well and we don't manage the generality of the citizens and our diversity very well, what are we going to do with our country? The world is a big place, but I don't think there's any country in the world that can accommodate 220 million Nigerians if we destabilize our country.
All right. I thought I spotted somewhat of a Freudian slip there when you were speaking just then. You said I was a PDP rather than
No, what I
am.
meant was that, what I meant in that, don't get me wrong, because I was speaking about Peter very much. I wanted to make it clear that I'm PDP. I'm not Labour, but I'm doing a clinical analysis of the election, and I didn't want my PDP shape to prevent me from us having a conversation on how things really played out. I am PDP, I remain PDP, and I am running to be chairman of the PDP. But I wanted to really make emphasis on the fact that that last election, if it had not been the obedience of Peter Obi, maybe it would have just gone business as usual. Those who won may not even have had such a big challenge. The conversation on the internet space and X and all of that may not have been that big. Young people may not have been that interested. They may have treated it as monkey kill baboon. What does it matter? But what we saw there that is making all of us say, okay, we need to pay attention now, is because younger elements, far more intelligent younger elements, not the rabble-rousers or the area boys, were participating and they were supporting Peter.
Because there's been speculations that you've been romanticizing with the APC a bit too much, and people speculating that you and your good friend Daniel Bwala, you are about to make the leap to the ruling party. So
no,
is there any...
There's no look. You see, let's look. These are the things that can, kind of like get under somebody's skin. That's what they are saying is wrong. I told you why I went to the former president, which if I have another opportunity, I'll still go and ask him more questions. You cannot see that a problem is not going away and then be assuming that that problem is easy to solve. And you cannot discountenance the person who sat on that chair and couldn't solve it when you could have asked him questions as to what happened. Remember that hindsight is always, is it 50-50 or 40-40? The vision of hindsight is always much clearer. And then remember that I also said that it was also to ask him that how long can we continue with this when the people of Southeastern extraction are really naturally demanding and also entitled. 3 brothers collected the Article of Independence, a Yoruba man, a Hausa man, and an Igbo man, and we cannot be passing the baton. Those are the kinds of questions I needed to ask him. And even more importantly, remember that this was a man that used to carry with him about 12 million votes, and he has finished his statutory terms. He can't come and be president again. Don't you even think that we need to engage him so that a little bit of those numbers can also, in an introspection, support other people? And when I was having that space, I had said so much about the need for PDP to reform, and I still mean so. It was in that instance that I was being sarcastic, that if they refuse to let us reform and they don't let us move the party forward, I've answered it. I've answered it so many times. I don't need to be, rehashing it. Daniel has always been an APC man. Let's be fair. He only came to PDP for maybe a sabbatical of 1 year or just a little over. And he was also, even in the APC, was a Bola Tinubu man. So if he sees a need to go back to where he used to be, albeit we may not like it, but he's back. And I also want to put it very firmly that you were a spokesperson to a candidate does not mean that you have also lost the right to take decisions that you think is best for you in politics. As for me, as of today, and I think in the foreseeable future, I am here. I won't be taking the party to court. I won't be doing all of that if I really didn't believe that we can reform the party. But you must accept that if we do not reform it, if we continue business as usual, then it may not be a political party that can in the immediate win an election. Then why do I want to I've been here for 25 years. I've never left. Obasanjo left, I'm here. Daniel left, I'm here. A lot of people have been leaving. Even Atiku has come and gone, I'm here. I've never left this party. I've never dropped the ball. I've never dropped their garment. I've always stayed and stayed permanently with them. But you have to know that when a populous nation like Nigeria is struggling with almost everything, we're struggling with inflation, we're struggling with the economy, we're struggling with the value of the naira, we're struggling with security, we're struggling with national harmony and peace, we're struggling with even power sharing. Don't you think that we may have to start looking for a way to collaborate with everybody and then hope that we can persuade ourselves that we should give the most populous black nation in the world a chance to be its best, at least to put his best foot forward. Ordinarily, I could have been speaking only about PDP, without respect to what the Obedience and Peter have done. But that would not be consistent with my own character. I am the kind of person that has beautiful eyes. I can see the good in other people, and I can be fair to others, and I can even be fair, truthful, and just to myself. So please do not, I beg you, do not misinterpret it. I am not the kind of person who needs to leave that cannot leave. That's not the issue I'm saying. But I'm saying that you think it's very easy to leave a 25-year-old party you have been speaking for all of these years. Even when every time we lose an election, most people go to sleep. You will still see me pushing, fighting, running, pushing. The people that were running around in 2023, when was the last time you heard the voices of any one of them? You see, but you are still hearing my voice. Anybody calls me and says they want a meeting on behalf of the party, on behalf of the country, on behalf of all of us, I will oblige. It is because I know that we don't have any other country to call our own but this, and that the future of this country is great, and that we must have the conversation, and we must answer the query. But please note, I am here and I am a PDP man.
All right, brilliant. Obina, did you want to round off your question? I think I got you off halfway. Round it off, and then we go on to Bishop.
Yeah, let me round it off. So I know you mentioned something. How did you put it? Can everybody come to the table, and then maybe somebody leaves with nothing, right? So
exactly.
Exactly. So
I was saying that in regards to
Wiki and
I was saying that in regards to how the pre-election was mismanaged, in my opinion. I felt that come on, it is extremely crazy to imagine that we were able to look at 5 governors and so many other supporters of theirs in the eyes and not yield anything. We couldn't even yield the vice president. Okay, granted, that was gone. We could not even yield dropping the chairman, and we could not yield anything. So were we expecting able-bodied, very, capable and financially stable men in their own right to come to an election conversation, and then they will leave the table with nothing? And then are we surprised that they then went out of their way to do us dirty? Politics and political party is a platform to accommodate all shades of opinion, all views, all character traits, all publics must be accommodated. Anybody who feels or acts as though they don't need a certain set of people, then they must count those votes against themselves. Because politicians, by their nature, if they are not for you, they are going to be for your opponents. It doesn't make sense for people to be coming into a political conversation and be expecting that people will leave the table empty-handed. But it was after the act. Even when the act was going on, I shouted, I screamed, I talked on the inside, I did everything. In fact, at the point, it was so laughable. They kept saying maybe Wiki was whatever the hell they mean by sponsoring me, but it wasn't so. It's just that I just wanted us to win so badly, and I was willing for us to beg anybody to get us to cross the line. But eventually, those who had the responsibility of being responsible acted the best way they knew how to act. And obviously, somebody else is the one sitting in the villa today. They'll count the losses in the future. And when they
but I still feel even those that worked against the party, those should still have some kind of punishment. I don't think it's still right, even in the midst of everything that has happened. I don't think it was right to still go against your party and still want to benefit from your party.
No. I think that the inability of the party, well done. Thank you very much for that. I think that the inability of the party to instill discipline and to say a line will not be crossed by the party is part of the reason why I'm taking the NWC and the party to court, because I feel that we must ensure that for the stability of a political party must run according to its own laws that it has self, given itself, the Electoral Act and the Constitution, and that they must, of a necessity, understand that politics is now too serious to be left only in the hands of politicians. You can't be allowing people to walk all over the place on a political party. No consequence, no reprimand, no discipline, no suspension, no expulsion, not even a letter of admonition. I don't believe that that's how to run a political party. Nobody can be in two continents at the same time. You can't be in London and be in Nigeria, one leg in. How are you going to do it? You can't even be in Nigeria and Benin Republic at the same time. You will have to choose. You can't serve two masters at the same time. You will have to choose. But for you to be able to do that, the instrument to do it is not with me. It's with the people that have the elected and authority to manage the party. And once you see that they are not doing that, you should know that that means that some people are compromised on the inside through the back. It's almost the case of the voice of Jacob and the hands of Esau, the voice of Esau and the hands of Jacob, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to take much time so that you can proceed. The only other last thing I wanted to say was, will Peter Obi and Atiku, will Peter Obi and Atiku collaborate?
Obina has had more time than anybody.
Don't worry, I'm done. I just wanted to ask this last question. Sorry.
Well, I don't understand all this kind of sick praises.
No. Can we not get rowdy? Let Obina land.
I already said I'm done. It's okay. We don't need to quarrel about it. We are all one team. That's fine. Yeah.
Obina, people are pushing back, so let me push you.
That's fine.
Let me say this. We go on to Bishop, but can as many people as can have their cameras on have it on? It'll be nice for Otumba to be able to actually see who is speaking with. I'm not going to compel it, but if you can have your camera, please have it on. Bishop,
my own camera is on, and
yes, you can see Otumba now, so he wants to see you. So Bishop, you're up next.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can. Carry on. Yeah.
Where is Bishop?
Say that again.
I'm trying to look for your face now.
Yes, it wants you to have your camera on.
Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot. I'm at work.
All right, Bishop, just ask the question, though.
Okay,
yes, I will. Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. Good evening. They say I'm Bishop. Somewhere in the diaspora. Always.
I cannot hear you.
Okay. They say I'm Bishop. Somewhere in the diaspora, always on the move. But I'm an man.
Oh, very good, Bishop. Very good.
Thank you so very much. So I was going to ask your assessment. Thank you very much for coming up, Segun Showunmi. We're very glad to have you. I was going to ask earlier on what's your objective assessment of the election, but basically you've dealt with that extensively, except that you were just short of saying that the exit of Peter Obi majorly gave the victory to APC. And if they have been able to manage that front, both with Peter Obi and the Wike group, probably we'll be talking a different way now. So basically, the election was clear enough, except that the internal ranking was not well managed in the PDP, and that gave victory away. But you just that day, you just keep the ball. But the next question I was going to put to you today, leaving politics and election after the general elections and coming around, rallying around to see how we can build a nation that we all be proud of. What would you say are the quick fixes, the low-hanging fruits that maybe probably this present administration that just to make things slightly better? I appreciate the fact.
Bishop,
yes.
hold on. The guest has dropped. That's one. But then
okay.
condense the yeah. So we wait for him to come back, but condense it so that
I'm condensing
because
it.
your connection is a bit quaky. So he's back now.
Okay. I'm hearing you very clearly.
You said I stopped short of doing what?
I thought you just fell short of just saying outrightly that the inability of the PDP to manage the crisis, by carelessly letting Peter Obi go and not being able to rein in Wike and his group gave the victory to the to the APC. But like I said, you've spoken extensively
Well,
on that.
you have to look at it this way. I understand that I concede, and I'm the one who said Peter got good numbers. But one thing you have to understand is that Peter did not wait to participate in the primaries. You have to remember that Peter left even before the primaries. Now, the question is, will Peter have won the primaries? We will never know. Will Peter have been the vice presidential candidate, assuming he didn't leave? We will never know. Could we have kept Peter in the country, in the party, when he really wanted to go for the presidency, especially given the history of the country? Obviously, it's going to be a difficult one. So let us just say that everybody learns from the outcome, or everybody ought to learn from the outcome of the last election. There is no law that says the man who won does not deserve to win. No. The only thing we can say is that had we collaborated more, maybe we may have won. But also remember that in 2019 election, Peter was on the ballot with Atiku. Kwankwaso was in the party with Atiku. Wike was still in the party with Atiku. And yet, the outcome was that Buhari was the one that completed his second term. I am saying this to you in the honesty of, a truthful person, that the dynamics of every election is different. The dynamics of the last election was such that people were just, and I told the PDP, they just didn't listen. I kept warning PDP immediately after the 2019 election that the Southeasterners, Indigbos, are the ones carrying us, and that we were going to have a problem if we did not figure out what to do with that desire of the Igbos. And because they were deceived, let me put myself among them, we were deceiving ourselves that it was not so. We have seen it clearly. We didn't win in the South-South, which was our strong zone, and we did not win in our Southeast, which is a zone we have been winning since 1999. So it was, Peter, Peter is very, Peter moves about almost alone. So it's very difficult for most people to see the type of impact Peter had with young people. But I saw it. I saw it because after every election, as a habit, I go back and look at the back end. I will filter what happened on the internet, filter what happened in the newspaper. I will do the back. It's a very difficult, thorough, and boring work, very boring. But I will comb it to see what exactly was the things that influenced outcome. And I saw that in 2019, the Southeasterners are carrying PDP. And I screamed it, but they didn't listen. And when they said they wanted to go south in Nigeria, I knew that we cannot say the Southwest is the one that is crying. Didn't we give Obasanjo? We could not say the South-South is crying. Didn't we give Jonathan? And I was on television. I was on Arise after they did the Asaba Accord. And I was very clear. I said, gentlemen, the only burden PDP has in the South is Southeast. And I still maintain it. The only burden the PDP has in the South is Southeast. In the northern area, we have a burden of the North Central now. We have given Northwest tickets, Yaradua. We have given Northeast tickets, Atiku, but we have never given North Central. So if we are talking about just strictly looking at where haven't we placed the ticket, the PDP will say it has never given ticket to the Southeast, who has been giving them numbers, and the North Central does not have that power because they have always been a swing state. Do you understand? But there are many things that determine how election goes. So I would just say that we tried the 2019 election with everybody on board and we did not win. 2023 has gone the way it has gone. We have seen all the marginal numbers we got. You'll be shocked. Some of the people that voted for Peter Obi may not have voted for PDP, even if Peter did not leave. Some of the people that voted, you know what I'm saying? The circles may not exactly be perfectly consumed by each other. There may be some intersection, I'm not arguing, but there may also be some diametrically opposed people. Elections are not 1+1 like that. We can plan for the future now that we can no longer ignore Peter Obi's strength. But Peter too must understand you cannot win an election if you do not have the platform that can make sure that you have agents in all the 186,000 polling units in the country. And that the PDP will always be a party. I mean, they have more governors than you. They have more senators than you. They have more reps than you. The people that are in obedience, don't make it hard for Peter to take a pragmatic decision. A pragmatic decision for Peter must also include, but not necessarily be limited to, the idea that he may come to PDP. Remember how I said it? It must include, but not be limited to. But most importantly, if it is the desire to make Peter president and get the president of Southeastern extraction, then collaboration must happen. We must have to beg the supporters of Peter on the internet, be less angry, have dissent, put positions on the table without this, we no go agree, and it doesn't help, because tribalism, religious sentiments are some of the things that influences how people behave on election day. And there's also the temporary loyalty purchase, which is the money that the electorate are selling their votes for. Do you understand? So that's that. And Atiku can win for us too, because there's always large numbers in the north anyway. But the question is, can we go back in 2027 with the team we went back in 2019 with, which is now going to be far bigger, far better, and far more determined, which is that, can we combine Atiku and Peter Obi? Or are we combining Atiku with somebody else? Or are we combining Peter Obi with somebody else? But above all, I think what we should be looking for, even before we look for the candidates, is that we should first of all build the vehicle that will carry us. When we have built the vehicle, the person that can naturally own that vehicle will emerge. But if we start this 2027 effort from looking for the candidate, we may fail, because we are dealing with people who are not by any means small level politicians. They have enough assets of their own. The media infrastructure they have is quite humongous. The number of governors they have is respectable. The number of senators and reps they have is quite also respectable. We may think that their numbers are going to dip so much, but sometimes you will just see that people will just say, let him go and finish his tenure and let us go and move the power to the north. So we must be very careful, we must be very moderate, and we must be willing to accommodate ourselves. That's what I will say on that.
All right, Joel of Nashville, you're up next. But before we come to you, Joel, let me ask you a snapshot question.
One man, what do you mean? One man, I've not asked my question.
I thought you
what
had.
No, I have not.
Carry on.
So I said, unfortunately, you did not hear that, but that was when your line dropped off. So my question is this: away from politics and election or electioneering, now to governance, what do you think, or what would you see are the low-hanging fruit? And I like two statements you made earlier on about how the world is in kind of a throes now, kind of a fix economically, and cost of living, which is a global thing. And that's a fact. That's a very strong fact. And I also commend your first statement when you came in the address of the killing of the mother. So what are the low-hanging fruits that can move us away from election and politics into governance, when all hands will come on deck to do the needful, because the level, the toxicity,
yes, I think
that exists.
Bishop, I think is ready to take on the question.
I'll land the question. I'll land it in a second. Yes. Yes.
Let me start by saying that one of the greatest mistake of the man that is in charge, which is Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was that he started formulating his cabinet in a skewed manner. You see, this country that we call Nigeria has about 256 languages. That means that there are the number of ethnic groups we have here. When you are forming government, when the world is the way the world is, you need to form that government in a manner that is balanced. It is done by happenstance. We created the federal character. The whole essence of federal character is that at every point in time, the directive principle of politics and governance in our country must include everybody. So what would have been a low-hanging fruit for him was to have gone out of his way to make sure that he balanced the cabinet. But if you look at it and you are fair, the cabinet is quite skewed in the direction of his own tribe. And that then meant that other people started feeling everything he does now, instead of them to give it a chance that maybe they are reformative effort, they are looking at it from the angle of some kind of urbanization or whatever you call it. That's that. Now, where we are now, what I think he needs to do is that he needs to truly go out of his way to get other people, like a cross-party people to come and support and bring their own ideas. And more importantly, he needs to invest very heavily in a reimaging and a reorientation of the country. A nation is as good or as successful or as productive as the citizens are willing to give their country a chance. The number of times you just go all over the news media, internet, whatever, and you see the way Nigerians are just the ones that are lashing out at their country, wishing their country bad, so angry with the system, does not engender anything great. People who are supposed to visit our country and participate in our country, they cannot be hearing from our own mouth that our country is useless, our country is this, our country is that. For us to be able to do that, you need a comprehensive reimaging. That means remarketing of the country to the citizens and to the world, and a reorientation. That means you are going to come up with the process of trying to make sure there are serious attitudinal change, and you have to be a country of consequence. People cannot be waking up every day, be hearing that this one stole billion, that one stole trillion, that one stole brilliant, and nothing is happening. People must know that when you are not doing well for the country has the character, the ability, and the resolve to be able to punish you according to the laws of the land. We need to fix this criminality that is now being called insurgency. I cannot imagine that in this our own short lifetime, we are witnessing in Nigeria where fellow Nigerians are now the one who are now beginning to, kill themselves, kidnap themselves, and even convert kidnapping into a business. That's not the country that we know, and that's not the country we love, and that's not the country we can bestow to our children. So I believe that all of these things are the things we must call our low-hanging fruit. But in terms of the economic management, let me say this and say it frontally. We cannot be running Nigeria on an assumption of PPP alone, giving the impression that all these neoliberal policies that is looking to give us GDP numbers and tell us that somebody at Aliko Dangote has made X amount billion and all that, when the mass of our people are not able to participate in the economic process. We must know that government has a duty to make sure that other citizens in the country are also able to live a decent life. And to do that, government must normalize budgeting for the poor. We must budget by asking ourselves, what would the poor eat? Where would the poor live? What would the poor work? Where would the poor use for his health? When we begin to think in that direction, you will see that our investment will be going to sustainable development goals. And when we start to budget for the sustainable development goal, you will find out that we'll be able to cover more people. And we cannot run a nation of 220 million people on handout or palliative. I have said it and I'm repeating it, especially when the palliative is even being given to people that we already know are corrupt and they are using the opportunity of the palliative only to steal more money, and the objective of giving it to the people is not even happening there. So we must move away from that. We must reflect our economy by making sure that people can have a living wage. If the civil servant or the people that are in public service have a living wage, the private sector will have no choice but to put a living wage, and the other people will follow through. And once we are able to participate in buying and selling, eating, buying of food and all of the things we produce here, which basically is what we even spend our money on, you will find out that our country economy will have what you call robust resilience. But as things stands now, we're giving our money to those who are taking it to chase the dollar so that they can hold the money in foreign currency. We will need a comprehensive review of our laws. It was a very big mistake for us not to have seen through the question of making sure that when they did that currency change, we could have stuck through with it. Because by that currency change, all of our monies that are in private hands, not operating within the banking sector, monies that you know who have hoarded, would have been lost. And by the loss of that money, the money that would have been chasing forex in the black market would have been reduced. But you see, you left the currency that was considered too much in circulation, you printed new one and left them in circulation, and then you allowed the both monies to be flowing at the same time, and then you removed subsidy, which meant that you were getting in more money, and you were giving more money to governors at the subnational level and local government via our arrangement of federal allocation. And those ones did not have better salaries to pay for their workers. So most of the money, without you asking me to produce magic or evidence, they were just taking it and chasing dollar in the black market. And that then meant that the dollar was going up and the naira was falling down. So these are some of the issues. But, you know, every government has the immediate start as the opportunity to define how its government will go. Unfortunately, once you lose the opportunity of that early start, you know, the low-hanging fruit, to use your adjective, you are going to keep struggling. But obviously, we cannot be a nation of politicking all the time. We cannot be a nation that will be wishing ourselves bad. So sometimes we will have to be helping them with some ideas, and let us hope they will be open to take it. The human resource of Nigeria, both at home and in diaspora, is more than enough to solve any problem that exists in this world, at least for the Nigerian. That's my take on that.
All right, brilliant. So let me ask you that thank you, Bishop, by the way. Let me ask you that snapshot question, and then follow them by a Joel of Nashville. The voting patterns, the politics patterns of the Nigerian space tells us that no Southerner, nobody from the South, can replace Tinubu in 2027. So are we then are we to conclude then that if power is ever going to be wrestled from Tinubu in 2027, then it has to be a Northerner, and by extension, are we also concluding then that the Obi phenomenon was a one-shot deal?
If you say that, I tell you with every sense of responsibility, you are only deluding yourself. Post-election, Peter has been putting his leg where he needs to put his leg. He has been moving around as he should. In fact, I dare say Peter has been moving around more than any other political candidate, more than any other presidential candidate. And you will be shocked that more and more of Peter's message is percolating and seeping to the people. You know, when the system, when Buhari did not do as well as people expected, and Bola Tinubu is not doing as well as people expect, you may be astonished as to the number of people who are just looking for a new order. What needs to happen with Peter, we know, but he will have to bring himself to the table for us to, you know, collaborate with him. And that cannot be easy if his people are just going to be abusing everybody. Peter won 3 zones, in my opinion. I believe that Peter won the South-South. I believe that Peter won the Southeast. And I even believe in my heart of heart that Peter won the North-Central. Now, if people turn out more, for instance, and Peter still holds his Southeast numbers, and I don't see any reason why Peter will not even hold his South-South numbers, because come off it, it's a question of 6.5 a dozen. And we are able to work a little bit more, for instance, on the North-Central. That's a, bulgy Christian vote. You are killing people in Benue. What do you expect? You think they're going to be happy with that party? And then Peter is able to trim some numbers in some other locations in the north. And he has a bit of time to be able to make sure that the governorship candidates that are going to fly underneath his ticket are more committed. You'll be shocked that Peter will beat them. Even for them to prevent Peter at this time, so they took them a lot of energy. Yes, I know that we can say an easier route is to go to the north, but let me explain it clearly. You cannot just make an assumption that because you are a northerner, the northern numbers will follow you. After all, in the 2023 election, the northern numbers did not follow you remarkably like that. So why do you think that by doing nothing, you will get the northern numbers? What makes you think that the northerners that are in APC are not going to say, look, let Bola Tinubu just finish his own so that power can come to the north? Do you understand? This is what we call scenario planning. Nothing is cast in iron. But if you rule Peter out, then I beg to say that you are very naive about the political play in Nigeria. I'm on ground. I've been here forever. And I play the politics very well. Now you can see me. I go to Buhari, I go to that. You don't just get access to those people by being flippant and stupid. You must have some content that will make them open the door and have meetings with you. And I can tell you there for free. What Peter must be really respected now. People may be assuming that, okay, he won't get the Southwest. Wait until that election comes. When the poverty gets to the level that people are seeing, insecurity gets to this level, people will just say, they may just say, let us even try this one that is even going everywhere. And nobody can accuse Peter of corruption like that now. So what are you going to say, Peter? What would you say Peter has done? Is it because he's saying that let us not waste money? You'll be astonished. So don't rule out Peter. I'm not saying he's going to win. Before people say Segun says Peter is going to win, that's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that you can never rule him out. Never ever. Don't you dare. You'll be shocked that you can't rule him out. You can't. Peter is doing everything he needs to do. Where are the others?
But the cold reality of politics may rule him out. If in 2027, there's two choices to be made. Either you let the South complete their second term and power transit back to the North, or you find a strong Northerner to wrestle that power from the South. But if they vote for another Southerner in 2027, then that opens up an 8-year complement again for that Southerner. So that's really better. Let me go on to Joel.
Everybody, listen now. In the country today, PDP was winning the election, and Atiku and Buhari was losing. And even as at the time we're going to do the 2015 election, it even seemed to PDP that it's not that Buhari, we know how to beat him. All that happened was that he collaborated with Bola Tinubu, and the result is the result. You are looking at Peter only from the prism of 2023 election. I am telling you that of all the presidential candidates that contested that election, Peter is the only one that is going all over the place, reaching out to people, touching base with the people. Do not assume that his message is not percolating. I'm not saying I'm casting it in iron. What makes you think that the people of the North Central, Benue Plateau people, what makes you think that they are happy to keep dying? What makes you think that the people that are there, who are the Christians, did you see Peter's number even in Adamawa with the Christians? What makes you think that the people in the Southwest, who are also thinking that nothing is even happening, they are killing them? What makes you think they are happy with that? And what makes you think that the people that are in the North are happy with an absentee landlord who they don't see every time? Look, you are asking me questions. I'm answering you because I feel we are all equal. All of you are very distinguished men, and you are taking time out of your schedule. And I'm not playing to the gallery. I know what to do when the time of politics starts. We're doing analysis now, and I'm giving you honest answers as I see it. I'm not trying to spoon feed you. I'm not trying to blindside you. I'm not trying to tell you what I don't even believe. I'm telling you those things that how can you ignore Peter? Do you know how many visitation Peter has done between that last time and now? Do you know how many nurses Peter has given money to between that last time and now? Do you know how many condolences he has done between that last time and now? Why do you think that these things don't matter? Well, anyway, I'm a practical politician. I'm on the field. So I can tell you that I will not ignore him. and I will not underrate him. But if you think that
All right.
it's so easy like that, I wish all of us luck.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. John of Nashville, you're up next.
Thank you, Baba Shegu. I rather call you Odogu Shegu. You've spoken so well. Thank you for coming to the show and educating many of us. Most of the things you said is well noted. We've been saying some of these things on this show. And just an FYI, and those of us who have our faces open, most of us, about 90% of us are obedient, and the rest are Abadorians. I always tell them that if you are proud of what you've done for this country, you shouldn't be afraid to show your face. But what we normally have here is people who come and they hide their face, except for, of course, the presenter. But welcome and thank you for coming to the show. I wanted to actually thank you also for taking PDP to court, because I believe there's no how, even prior to the election, I saw no reason why the 5 guys, I'm talking about Ibazo, Wike, and the Enugu State Governor, and Sheyi, why they still remain in PDP. You see, you do not dialogue with the beast. Immediately you find out that you have a hydra-headed beast in the house, you do not pet it. You cut the head off. And when I mean cut off, you severe everything. Then you concentrate on what you have. The PDP were so slow. It was so disappointing. And Wike was running around. I mean, at the time, it became so disgusting. And at the end of the day, what happened was that PDP lost. And the way PDP lost was because of the people that led PDP. Look at the Kwankwaso, look at Obi, and look at what PDP had. In fact, when you combine the votes, I mean, I'm not saying they're going to get that, but if you combine, at least you should have been able to beat APC with about 3 to 4 million votes in the last election. But anyways, that is by the way. I am more interested in the merger. The merger. I am asking for a merger. Do you think? I do not think. I know Peter B is doing what he ought to do. But, that is, I'm talking about the politics of it right now. The emotions of it we deal with, on the street, on the social media, but the politics of it. The merger. I think that there should be a merger. But how that merger is going to come through, I don't know. Now, if Peter Obi is not going to be at the head of that ticket, I do not know how he's going to convince his followers, to be or to join such merger. But I think that if Peter Obi comes out and with another promising PDP governor from the north, I believe that they can pull this through. What do you think about that, sir? Thank you.
Well, I say this I've been saying it to the PDP for a very long time, that look, in 1999, it was Alex Ekweme that challenged Obasanjo for the presidential ticket of PDP. And Alex did not make it. Obasanjo made it. And these Southeasterners, my people, they have been so loyal, so total about their support to the PDP up until 2023. And it is not really Peter per se. What changed was that, how then did the PDP now hear that people are saying they want to go south, haven't given it to a Yoruba man, haven't given it to a South man? It became a little bit offensive to the Igbos that, okay, you guys, are you saying that now that it's even so obvious that it is now the time for you to give us, you couldn't give us, then let us go and bear our own cross. Yeah. And Peter shocked everybody, even by the Igbo vote in Lagos. Do you think Bola Tinubu is the kind of man that will be planning an election with the intention of losing his own base? It was just a tsunami. And you are right for Peter to win, assuming that's the conversation, we can give Peter the PDP ticket and back Peter with a far more politically savvy northerner, and do the narrative early enough, and do the serious narrative early enough until Peter will be untouchable.
Yeah.
But to do that, the obedient cannot be fighting the Southwest, fighting the Yorubas at the same time. You can fight one. If you want to fight Yorubas, fight them. But don't fight the North. But you can't be fighting the Yorubas. Guy, he said it's not correct. Segun Showunmi, he said it's not correct. This one, he said it's not correct. At the same time, you turn to Buhari, he said it's not correct. After Erufai, he said it's not correct. What you are going to do is that you are going to make the conspiracy of the big tribe frustrate this effort. So I have been saying it, and I'm saying it again now. I will be the happiest human being if we get a president of Igbo extraction. Why? Because for me, it will be equitable, it will be just, it will be fair. And the entire energy that God has put in that side will work for the whole of Nigeria. But you need to make other Nigerians not to be afraid. You can't be doing too much of Zobu, stay in your corner and just be getting mad about people. They will be scared. Nobody is going to give their power to a section of the country that seems to be at loggerhead with everybody. They will do the conspiracy of the big tribe. That is that. Another way we can go, I think the obedience will allow us to be more pragmatic than pure. You know, there's a way you can be very pure and very holier than thou, and you will get nothing. And there's
so your voice is dipping down. Your voice is
Can you hear
down.
me now? Can you hear me? And
Yes.
there's a way you can be pragmatic and you will get what you want. The easiest way to be pragmatic is that we are going to subject it to continuous polling. And based on continuous polling and doing deep dive polling, we'll be able to see which of the candidates or which of the personalities that are interested in election is most popular across the 6 geopolitical zone. And I say again, always have at the back of your mind that Peter won 2 zones the last time, including FCT. And if we have a clean election, there's no reason why we cannot even if it is just to say, PDP, we have solved the burden of debt. Oh yeah, take. Let us all go and work. We'll see how it goes. If we want again, we can say, okay, Atiku, you have been contesting every time. Oh yeah, come and lead. Peter, this is your senior brother. Be vice. He will do 1 term and you will win. That's another angle. But if you want to do a merger, listen very well. A merger that will resemble the merger of APC, which is that you people will go and create another party and be fooling yourself that you want to merge inside that other party. You are just deceiving yourself, because you cannot beat the APC with a playbook that APC invented and has used 3 times. That was the playbook they used to win in 2015. Is the playbook they used to win in 2019. Is the playbook they used to win in 2023. What are you bringing to the table that is so special about the new party? And don't forget that in their own case, they returned the certificate of incorporation of their parties. So there's no thing called CPC again. There's nothing called ECA again. Do you think the PDP that has about 13 to 14 governors and so many senators and reps will ever agree to deregister the PDP? So you will end up having your merger, whatever you like to call it. You will have PDP, you will have APC, you will still have ABGA, you will still have Labour. Now, Kwakwaso will still say he wants to have his own NMPP. That's just a mess. It is for those reasons that I decided that it's best to force the PDP to reform. And the way to force the PDP to reform is that since they don't want to call their neck, let me take them to court. Maybe if it is the will of God and I'm successful, compel them to have that neck. It is because of that I was even insisting that when young people say, come and be chairman, I say, okay, let's see whether people will support me. Let me go and be chairman. Because when you want to reform a party, the person that is coming to lead that reformation must truly believe in the reformation. And I don't believe that a Southwest man, a Yoruba man, can be crazy enough to think that he will beat Bola Tinubu. So the Yorubas are already eliminated from presidential tickets. If it becomes a game of numbers, then we can let all the others go and struggle. But I think that if we want to win, we must understand that you cannot have the children of Nnamdi Azikiwe participating in the Nigerian political space and be accepting the idea that Yoruba can win, Hausa can win, but Igbo cannot win. I don't agree. I don't believe that. And Obasanjo could not have won that election by himself. It was this dialogue process and collaboration that got that numbers for him. So you people help me beg your brothers and sisters that they should at least encourage me for going up and down the world looking for how we can get that collaboration. That was the first thing on my timetable, even when I went to visit Buhari. I asked him, I said, Your Excellency, sir, are we going to be watching the Indigbos, the people of Southeast, and be seeing that everybody, we are frustrating them? Nobody can win by himself. Is it not time for you people to let us conspire with ourselves and let them win too? After all, when people were angry because of June 12th, we conspired with ourselves and we let a Yoruba man win. I'm not sure Peter can pay me for that. I'm not sure. Even I used to tell the Igbos that I think I even deserve a title now. The wahala I used to do just so that we can have equity is much. And I'm a Yoruba man. I don't have a problem with Bola Tinubu being president. If he wants to win the next one, it's not my problem. But at least let it be seen that I tried everything humanly possible to say, let us be fair to everybody. Because we should not leave bad grapes for our children. We cannot carry it. We cannot do civil war, finish civil war. That one is done, and we'll still be living the story like that. When the South people were so angry in this country, bombing today, bombing tomorrow because of oil resources, immediately we made Jonathan presidential candidate. That nonsense abated. We can solve the problem of, the unity of Nigeria by doing the same. And at least let it be on record that Segun Showunmi was an apostle of what is fair is fair. Let us be fair to ourselves and our brothers and the Igbos too, or Southeasterners. Please help us to build confidence among ourselves. You have to get out of that, that zone and be more friendly with people, to understand people. It's politics. You cannot do Donald Trump in Nigeria. It will not work because you will end up abusing the people that they will not even agree. Everybody will just go and say, okay, to your turn to rule Israel. And you are going to be dealing with the ruling party. But Tinubu too, he worked very hard to be president too. Remember that he was having a lot of problem, a lot of frustration, even with his own party. And at the end of the day, he was able to work very hard until he got there. So is this somebody that was fighting, everybody was fighting him in his party, that you are going to be taken for granted now that he's sitting in the villa? Okay, yes, you will say, how is he doing the economy? With due respect, is Bola Tinubu the one that destroyed the economy? If the economy had become comatose, if they have already pledged all the sales of crude oil before he came, if they had already spent everything and over-borrowed, what do you expect him to do other than to try to figure out the best way to get the country moving? He could not have come back and start telling us, people, I'm president, to everything I made there is jaga jaga. He will have to be battling it. There's room for improvement, no doubt, but don't underrate Bola Tinubu at all. He's not that kind of politician that you can underrate. And sometimes you are the only ones who are saying they rigged you. Sometimes they only outmaneuvered you. So it's all in our hands. We are all the Nigerians together. Those of you in the diaspora are very respected stakeholders because you are living in an environment where you are seeing how working systems be. And you have to desire that the way Europe, America, London, all the places where you are is working. You have to desire that our own country too can work like that. And whatever we need to do to make it work, let all of us be an apostle of it can work. Thank you.
And thank you. And thank you, Mr. Shegun. Just this last request, please. Can we, from the Southeast, exchange you with Hope Uzodinma and Soludo? You can, so we can have you belong to us, and we can give Soludo and Hope Uzodinma to the Yorubas. just on a lighter note. Thank you very much.
Yes, of course. I always tell people, in fact, when people call me and say, Segun, why do you like the Igbo, the Southeast so much? I say, in fact, my name, I gave myself a name. Me, myself, gave myself an Igbo name. My name in Igbo land is Okudili.
What does that mean?
I think they said it means God can do it or something like that.
God have the talk. God have the talk.
So I used to call myself, I used to give myself name Okudili.
All right. So so thank you, Joel of Nashville. So Ekene, you are up next. Introduce yourself and put a position to Otumba Okudili.
Yes,
Otumba
sir.
Okudili.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, my brother.
Yeah, I'm Ekene from. I'm speaking from Nigeria, Lagos State.
It's nice to hear your voice.
Yeah. I respect you so much. I always follow your interview. In fact, whenever I on my television and I see you and Showunmi Baloye, it interests me so much. So
thank you, sir.
I would just rush to hear some inspiration from you. So, but despite that, I'm a very big, I'm an ardent, obedient Labour Party member, a card carry member of Labour Party. So Georgia. So, but a lot of things made us join the obedient. And I'm sorry the way you spoke about the obedient in your last intercession with Showunmi Baloye, the way they attacked you when you visited Obi and all that. I saw your aggression when you are responding to that. So I'm sorry about that on behalf of the obedient.
That's okay, my brother. They are my people. That's done. It's gone.
I'm very happy that you even made that move, but it's not everybody that will understand it. When I saw that picture on the internet, I was happy to see that picture. So you shouldn't take because of some people that didn't understand it. You should take at least people like us that understand that move. Just use our whole body, and just understand that some people are even happy about the move. And particularly me, I'm happy about that move. So my many things made us join the obedient. Just you have mentioned one of them. Especially we from the Southeasterners, it's quite very true that a lot of us want a Southeastern president, but not just Southeastern president.
I know.
You are not looking
for Obus or Dimman now.
Yeah, we just understand it like that. We don't need it. Even if PDP should know that when they want to give ticket and they want to play politics to give somebody like a Obus or Dimman or Soludo or anybody, just know that you lose the election. You will still lose that election in the Southeast, and that is the situation on the ground. Nobody needs to tell PDP that. So we are not just looking for. We are not looking for just Southeastern president. We know who will represent us well as an Igbo people when he goes there in the federal. And that is why we choose Obi. So
very good.
Having said that, don't you think that the presence or the continuous contesting of Atiku in every election cycle is a problem to the PDP? Because
Atiku can be beaten. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria already guarantees people the right to contest. Do you understand? Even this one that we're shouting Obi now, you'll be shocked that if Peter Obi goes to another party or maybe he use Labour tomorrow, you'll be shocked how many Igbo people will even go and buy the form. They are not going to leave the ticket for him like that. Peter has emboldened a lot of people. A lot of people now feel that they can run president because of Peter. And you know that nobody should say the Igbos can't come up with the money. They can. I know that for myself. So it is like that. If Atiku says he's not doing again, he's the only one that can take that decision. But if he says he's doing, he can also be beaten in a primary. After all, they used to beat him they beaten him a few times in general election. And they beat him in the primary of APC in 2015, 2014. So we don't need to make it seem as if we have to go and force him or say he shouldn't or step on his right. It is his right. He has not said to me that he's running because I've asked him, are you done? Hey. And I said, I don't want the answer now. Take your time and come and let us talk about it. Whatever I say, I mean it. So I know that it's not, even Atiku himself knows that the ticket is not as easy as that anymore. It's not. It's not. People, you know, the society, people are getting older every day. People are getting wiser. People are getting more determined. The generation of people that have been in charge of the country since 1960, they are beginning to piss people off. They are beginning to piss people off. And Peter, you know, I'm talking Peter all the time. It's not like I'm blindsided about Peter's weakness. I know his weakness, but I also know that a lot of Nigerians, they are just so desperate for something better, and they think he can be better. And since he's lost that election, instead of going to sit down in Malaysia or Indonesia, he's still going all over the place. I cannot tell you, if Peter has not funded a nursing school since that election, he would have, at least to the best of my knowledge, he would have funded about 5 or 6. And his thinking is that he was saying that the world is going to be in need of nurses, the way things are going. So let Nigeria be the headquarters that will produce certified nurses. You know, that's a systemic way of thinking. And Peter will be going about it quietly without much stress. He has gone to Ibadan to greet them for the crater. He has gone to Abuja to greet the people that they killed their sister. He has gone to just. Do you think human beings are stupid? All these things it will not count for nothing now. God is not a human being who will let the weak be sitting down there in a lazy way, and then he will be frustrating the strong. You may be surprised that the people that will even be following Peter now, it's just that let them just do a clean election. Let us even see. And let us even see the outcome. So let's not worry too much about that. Atiku is a good material. He's also able to put some numbers, but there's time and opportunity for everything. If it is the will of God that in a primary, Peter is going to win, Peter will win. No? I mean, can you imagine that PDP did not even get 25% in Abuja? Can you imagine that? And that is Peter that you're underrating. We did not get 25% in Abuja. While Peter was getting 500 and something in Lagos, how many did we get? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I think that an agenda whose time has come, its time has come. The people that can challenge Peter are people like us. But we will not challenge him now, because we also believe that equity, fairness, and justice demand that if the Southeast can be president, it should be president. But I don't think those old men can beat Peter. I don't think so. I may be wrong, but I don't think so.
Well, people like you, people like you are well respected in PDP, honestly speaking, not just to praise you, because you are one of the few that you don't just miss your word. So that ticket you are looking for in PDP, that a position you are looking for, that chairmanship ticket position, I wish you get it, but I don't know. You know, if you get it, I don't mind. I can support Obi anywhere he is.
Maybe it's me and Peter that is going to tie a Oronko cord on their neck now. Do you know?
Maybe you should work. Maybe you guys should work hard and do that. If you can work hard and do that, because I wouldn't want. I like that. I know the people I want Peter to associate with. People like you. I don't have any problem with that. But a lot of people I see in PDP, I don't like their character. Honestly speaking. So, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ekene. Thank you. So thank you, Ekene. So we go on from Ekene to Baba. But
this man, you have taken me for 2 hours in the night. Am I not going to sleep?
So who's that? Let's take one more question then, and then let's take Baba. Or how many more can you take? Do you think?
Oh yeah, go on. Let's go.
Oh, okay. Let's clear the screen and then we'll let you go. But you can see, Otuba has had a very long day. I was actually asking him off the screen if he wanted to reschedule it, but he wants to go through. So bear that in mind. So don't go long-ended. Just ask him, condense the questions, put it to him, and then we move on. Baba, then Larry. Baba.
Yes, thank you, woman. A very good evening to you, Chief Showunmi. My friends call me Baba, and I'm joining from USA.
Thank you, sir.
I've been following your trajectory, your political progress, and I think one thing that makes you attractive as a politician is being in one political party since the dispensation of this Fourth Republic. That is an ID. Very rarely you can find a politician in Nigeria holding at the moment. So I always consider you as the last man standing for PDP.
Thank you, sir.
I will make a comment before I ask my questions. Actually,
Baba, let me push you a little bit to go to the question, just so that we can get more people in before we let
fair enough. Since I have 3-pronged questions, but the most important one you've addressed, or people have asked some poignant questions, which I think I'm okay. It's time will tell, actually, about how you feel or the responses you gave here this evening. It's about financing of political parties. That is the most important thing we are not addressing. We've been eaten up by political rhetorics, violence, and all the likes. I remember when we go back to the Third Republic, IBB created 2 political parties, NRC and SDP, just to forestall the corruption endemic in our political body. He built offices. Almost all the local government had 2 offices, which people have converted now to either police station or for one thing or the other. And I think that served the purpose, though it did not effectively curb corruption, because I know even in the presidential primaries of that era, there were plain loads of money being carted here and there within the country.
Sorry, Baba, if I can push you a little bit.
Yeah.
What was the question?
Yeah, the question is, is it not high time we did have a formula of how the people have to fund political parties to kind of push back the deep pockets?
Okay.
In controlling
Thank you very
parties.
much, Baba.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have said to the PDP in very clear language that there are 3 major things that are primus inter pares on my mind. The first is that a political party must have a membership register that has integrity. People that are members of a club, a social club, they know they are members. How can you be a political party quarreling about INEC, but you cannot even have a political register that has integrity to such a point that you can go into your database and see your members immediately, where they are, who they are, and how they are. Now, the second thing I have said to them is that a political party must have an ideological differentiating point that allow the society to even know what is the difference between PDP and other parties. What do your party stand for? What makes you different from APC? I said we must rewrite it and we must remarket it to the people so that when people want to take it, I mean, if you are a Roman Catholic and you are an Anglican, there are 2 different things, even though they are both Christians. There must be something that differentiates you. Then the third one I said is that you cannot run a political party on an assumption that people will not pay membership fees. If they don't pay membership, if they don't pay, membership fees, maybe yearly, monthly, whatever we agree, you don't even have money except you are waiting for handout and donation. You cannot, if a football club can be making money from his stadium takings, his merchandising, his members, his tickets, a political party can also be designed in such a way that it can generate some money from his merchandising and so many other things. And that is not a big deal. But even more importantly, these people are just wasting resources underneath the guise of running political parties. I do not believe that a political party. I do not believe that a political party should be flying about in private jets when they are not even able to raise money for training and so many other great things. There are also donor agencies that can support political parties if they are planned and prepared very well. So I think that there is no big deal to a political party raising money. I think the big deal is that they have found cheap ways of getting money through very expensive tickets and through looking for their members that are governors and this to come and start donating money and invariably hijacking the party. If it is the will of Almighty God and I become their chairman, you can be sure that that kind of nonsense has to stop. I do not believe that the governor is superior to the people in the party. That's that. And then the final one I will add is this. You see, we have to do a lot more work in educating our people. The cost of one election on the day of election is too precious to be quantified in money. Imagine that you are called upon only one day in 4 years, to come and vote for who will be president. And once you make that vote and they tally it, that man is going to be in charge of all our lives for 4 years. How much do you want to pay for that? But until we're able to educate our people that it makes no sense. The monies that is spent on election in other countries, small logistics, a lot of media works, creative, and all of that. What are we spending our own money on? The greatest amount of money that the politics of Nigeria consumes is the money we are using to bribe party officials, the money we are using to do primaries to bribe members and colleagues, the money we are taking to the society to bribe police, bribe buying.
And buy forms too.
Now, I've already said the form. Buy this, buy that. In fact, the form is even sometimes the cheapest among our expenses. You can't run like that. And it is because of our peculiar, criminally corrupt nature. And we have never created a country of consequence. If we had created a country of consequence, this thing would have started abating. I mean, imagine that since all these days I've been doing politics in this republic, 24 going 25, 25 going 26 years. And we have never seen anybody that was sent to jail because of buying of votes or things like that. It doesn't show us as decent people. We sweep everything under the carpet and we expect that it will go away. So that's what I would say. But I think that our best work, our best effort is to continue to sensitize the society, our friends, our relatives, our brothers, our village members, so that when we are able to build a large army of people who get it, then we'll be solving the problem. But in the meantime, I think we're stuck with what we're stuck with.
All right, brilliant. We'll give the last question to Larry, and then after Larry, we'll invite Otumba to give us his parting words. Last question to you, Larry, and then parting words from Otumba after that.
Yeah, thank you, Oman. Thank you, Chief Showunmi. I'll be taking you back to, my name is Larry. I'm actually calling in from somewhere in the US. So I'll be taking you back to Ogun State. And
Okay.
this happened to be more related to the polarization of PDP in Ogun State.
Okay.
In 2019, PDP was basically polarized, and which actually led to several court cases. In 2023, the same thing happened, and kind of like you yourself and
Ladi
Adebutu, and which has actually, taken people from Ogun State the opportunity to have a viable opposition that can wrestle power from.
Oh yeah, make the questions. Come on with the questions.
How do you think in the next election that we can actually have that opportunity of having that opposition from PDP that is not polarized?
Okay, God bless you. Over the years, since we have been in PDP, I've always been the one that is going around to beg people not to fight. When they wanted to split the party during the days of Daniel, if they were going to PPN and all that, I was the one that was going around begging, until God helped us to unify them. What happened in 2023 was that we had planned that we should have a free, a fair, and a credible Congress. Unfortunately, those of them at the national, in connivance with the humongous resources available there, they ended up doctoring the delegate list. So when they doctored the delegate list, Honorable Jimmy Lawal, Chief Jimmy Lawal Olutu now, got angry and took them to court. I've been a little bit more aware of how party politics and its management are done. I ran a parallel. So we now began to drag it among ourselves. We were going to court. I took him to court. He was saying whatever. I was saying what I could. Eventually, I won him at the Court of Appeal, then went to the Supreme Court for a declarative order. The Supreme Court was so busy, they did not institute or list that case until it was late. And when they did not institute that case, I was on air talking about election-related issues. and Honorable Adebutu phoned in. I guess somebody must have told him. And he said, my brother, okay, please, I'm sorry, let us come together. I make bold to say that I demonstrated the best quality of a politician by agreeing. If it was, what did they do to the others that they are doing anti-party? I still did not do anti-party. I made sure that I brought us together and we went into that election. We worked very hard. It was in my federal constituency that we got the largest margin of lead against the opposition. Even in the zone area, they were only winning with small numbers. I won in my area with more than 5,000 votes. At the end of the day, the election, I feel we won the election, but we were rigged. And even if we had not fought, we could still have had ourselves in that situation. And a lot of people who decamped and started doing anti-party, I never joined them. Up to today, I'm still supporting them. You know what I mean? The only way we can avoid this nonsense is for us to make sure that we play by the rules. Anybody who goes to a football match knows that there's a referee who will blow the whistle. If they finish playing the match, no matter how you support your team, if your team does not win, your team does not win. But if you are going to be cheating people, you are going to be over, interfering. You are going to be playing to the gallery of somebody's father is rich, somebody's mother is rich. You will run the risk that those who can not take it will fight. And if they cannot fight, they will do anti-party. So to cure any political party from that, either PDP, APC, or any other party in the world, the best thing is to make sure that you live according to the rules. Political party is a creation of the law to accommodate everybody that is interested and willing to be members, so that they can participate either as voters, supporters, or as candidates. No political party has the right to cheat its members of their right to contest. If you contest and you don't win, and it is free and it is fair and it is credible, if you are a honorable man, you will know that you were fairly beaten, or at least the people did not give you now. The world is not going to come to an end there. But don't ever expect people to accept cheating. Even in the United States, where you are, a man who was even beaten in an election, which is Trump, almost brought down the ceiling because he felt something did not add up. So that is the nature of election. We'll continue to beg and we'll continue to improve. So far, so good. There's no problem in Ogun PDP now. I hope the problem will not start when it is time for us to do Congress, and then they will take everything and give it to one person and be expecting people to come and be collecting ticket from the same person that wants to contest the election. So I cannot say more than that. I've reviewed it, I've checked. I've not seen anywhere where I could have told myself, why did you do it like this? Why didn't you do it like this? It is only somebody that does not. I mean, I've been in that party longer than all of them. They go and come, I stay. Why should I be contesting an election and it should not even be fair? If you want to beat us, beat us. If you want to bribe them, bribe them. But don't doctor the list to such a point that it will annoy us. That's what happened there. And I pray it doesn't happen again. PDP was particularly guilty this last time because the crisis was everywhere. It was in Kano, it was everywhere. Because those who were, those who wanted to win in 2023 over-assumed that the northern numbers would just follow them because Buhari was not on the ballot. And yet, the numbers did not follow them in any particular remarkable way. Bola Tinubu, who is a Yoruba man, on paper should not be able to win an Atiku, who is a Fulani man, because of the way their population based on marriage, children, and all of that is. And yet, he won. Peter Obi, who was coming out for the first time, on paper, should not be able to do so well to the extent that he gave everybody a bloody nose in Abuja and even gave Bola Tinubu a bloody nose in Lagos and get 6.2 million votes on the first outing. So politics is politics. We'll continue to work. We'll continue to pray. We'll continue to do our best. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Otumba Showunmi. We would have kept you for a couple more hours, but I think that would be pushing it too hard. We're going to let you go, but we're letting you go only on the condition that you promise to come and join us again. A real delightful conversation with you.
Thank you very much, my friends, our members. The politics of Nigeria now, because of where we are, cannot afford that those of you that are sensible, those of you that are educated, those of you that are exposed, those of you that have seen life, those of you that have seen working system, those of you that are lovers of this country, those of you whose ancestors were born here, cannot be bystanders. You must have to find a way to help, to participate, to contribute in your little way, so that we can together create the most beautiful nation that God is about to unveil. And when we come, one of the reasons why I answer questions is that I want the people to know me, so that they are not going to be saying, oh, they are just bringing that man, we don't even know him. I've answered a lot of questions and I will always answer. Anytime you call me, I will answer. If it's only one person on the Zoom, I will say answer. It is because I believe that if we don't have this dialogue, we will not even be able to come together to build a beautiful future. Thank you very much. I'm most grateful for your time. I thank you for having the opportunity. I thank you for your beautiful question. I thank you for also taking time out of your extremely busy schedule to be part of this space. And I thank the moderator. God bless you all. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. May peace profound be in our country. May all the challenges of insecurity, violence, and the bad economy, may it get a turnaround. We can pray, but we must also work. Thank you very much.
Correct. All right, brilliant. Excellent. Thank you for joining us. So that's the excellent Segun Showunmi, who we could have spent a whole day with, of course, but we cannot hold him to hostage. It's had a very busy day. But he will join us again. I will do all if I have to double it, I will double it to make him come back, but he will be back. So thank you for your time and have a good rest of the day. So excellent. So that was our excellent guest, Segun Showunmi. So we're going to have a micro musical intermission, and then we'll gather together to see just exactly what we made of that interaction with the incoming chairman of the PDP. Does he get your vote just from that engagement we've had with him? So we have a 3-minute musical interlude to recalibrate, and then we'll dissect what just happened. So let's do that. I'm just rabbiting on because I'm looking for my musical. Let me play you a little bit of that pretty girl.
Obono gini kama chozunu imana chukwa kosi womo onyele miu nyelu yumi. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obono kife la chasha so, obono kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah,
So that's the excellent Eileen. She's an upcoming artist that the platform is putting. We are putting whatever weight we have behind her. Eileen, her name is the alphabet E and then a dash and then L-E-E-N, Eileen. So look her up. She a real delight. Voice of an angel. So look at Ogbeni turning up now. We wanted you to come and put a PhD question to Segun Showunmi. Now you've come. Ogbeni, what happened? What took you so long? I did tell you it was coming, Ogbeni.
No, I didn't join on time, and by the time I got here, the whole platform was filled up.
All right. What did you make of his performance? It was quite tired, but I thought he took the session on quite well.
Mr. Segun is an orator.
Is an orator, eh?
He's an orator.
Is it a classic political performance, or was there sincerity behind it?
You know, but one of the things I cherish in him, which Baba also identified, is his consistency. The guy has been consistent, particularly about this Southeast candidacy for the presidency. If you do just a quick check, you realize he has been talking about this thing for some years now. I saw his this thing about 6 or 7 years ago. He was talking about Igbo presidency 4 years ago, 3 years ago, even to the last election. He was talking about Southeast thing. So he has been very consistent. Then he remained very consistent with PDP. Over time, he has never changed the political party, even when other candidates everywhere keep changing, their party here and there. So he's a very consistent man, but I wonder how he's going to get it up to the zenith, the top of PDP. PDP is a very complex political party.
Who is to stop him? He only has to surmount Saraki now. Saraki's ambition is the presidency, not the chairmanship of the party.
They still have a lot of people in PDP.
People that don't like things done the right way will not work. Yeah. Yes, that's the thing. People that like
but does he also have the financial muscle as well? Is a wealthy man, but the level of wealth required for that sort of push.
He needs more wealth. He needs politics. It's not just wealth.
It's not that straightforward for that man. You are talking about PDP.
Exactly, PDP, the People's Democratic Party. Like Benny said, it's a complex party.
It is.
Yeah, they don't, I mean, look at election that they could have easily won. Look at what they did. Look at how they bungled it because of politics.
Sorry, was he not supporting Atiku in the last election?
He was Atiku's spokesman, yes.
Yes, he was Atiku's spokesman.
So how is he consistent when it comes to supporting the Southeastern president?
No. So
that's pragmatism now. That's pragmatism.
Even Atiku is a supporter of Southeast too. That you support a candidate doesn't mean you don't support. Remember, Obi and Atiku are cool until tomorrow.
Of course, tomorrow. You will always tell us that Atiku is his boss. So what happened was, and this is the consistency I'm talking about. Even to the last day Atiku contested that election, you see Showunmi kept talking about, if you have to zone this thing to South, it must be Southeast. And yes, they went for election. You remember everything that played out, and Bode George and all those guys were also kept talking about this Southeast thing. And even Fayoshe and others, they never wanted the northern candidacy. But what played out, and immediately they had a candidate.
Yeah, Fayoshe they already had a predetermined candidate. They were just using that as an excuse.
No, I don't think so. Fayoshe also
Fayoshe and Wike, I think they were irreconcilable. There's nothing they would have done.
No, I believe Wike was one of those who even pushed Obi out from PDP.
Yes, he was.
But was his push for a Southeastern president, was it just cosmetic? You say something for the optics, but then you add something else for the pragmatism. Was that really playing?
That's what I was saying just now.
Was that playing both sides?
You mean Showunmi?
Yes, Showunmi. Yes.
No, I don't think so. And that's why I said, if you want to know a man,
did he actively pursue it? Did he actively pursue?
Yes,
or
he did.
Or did he just say for the optics that he preferred?
You know, first and foremost, I don't really follow PDP like that. But in the little of their programs I watch the meeting they had in was it either Jos? There was a place they had their last meeting where they made that final verdict that everybody should go and contest instead of zoning it to a particular place. And for the judge and others, they will work out. If you watch in that meeting as a chieftain of PDP, I think they allowed him to speak, and he spoke in favor of Southeast. And one of the things you see, and that's why I said, if you go back way back, you see this guy, he is consistent about this Southeastern thing, candidacy. And that's why I give that to him anyway. How many politicians outside Southeast space do you see supporting Southeast candidacy? You see all of them keeping criminal quiet when it comes to
I think the other person that I respect too is I wish you can get him here too, is this Ovation man as well.
Oh yes, those are my next two targets. My next two targets are Reno Omokuri and Dele Momodu.
Dele Momodu, yes. Dele Momodu.
So I'm going to be working on those to see.
And one man, really, I commend you for bringing these people here. You're really doing it.
Yes, and the other thing I'm going to have to work on, I think it's the timing, because I bring them on round about this time of the day. Somebody of the importance of Segun Showunmi, you'd expect that he would have already had a full day. So is it I get them to commit to a 4-hour stretch, or I find a way to lower the time? So we have to do that. But let me bring him for.
The question I would have asked him, which I typed, but I realized you didn't flag it because I didn't probably drop something to push it.
Well, there it is. You have to super chat to get your. Okay, carry on.
I knew that. The question I wanted to ask Mr. Shedwa, I hope he will return here sometime.
People, man.
I hope he will return here sometime soon. I pray God spare his life and he will live long, and then see the better Nigeria that he craved. He told us he craved for.
All right, ask that question, and then everybody else that didn't get the chance to ask him a question, ask your questions, and I will document those questions and I'll pass them on to him and see if he's either able to come on to respond to them or give a written response. So what would we have asked him?
Yeah, so two things I would have, one comment and then one question. So the comments I would have made was that his description of North Central, he has to have a rethink about it. When he kept talking about North Central. His description of North Central, I'm not too sure it includes, he should understand that North Central is just not about Nasarawa and Plateau. North Central includes places like Niger, Kwara, Kogi, Benin, and others. And I'm not sure he can boldly say that will be one in those spaces, particularly Kwara, particularly Niger, particularly Kogi, and Benue. I don't think he can really boldly say that. That's my comment. My question I would have asked him was that what is his take on the demolition thing in Lagos? Does he really think it carries any tribal coloration at all?
All right, brilliant. Aki, I know you're going to tell me off because you said I should have come to you before I went to Larry. So, Aki, what question would you have asked Otumba Showunmi? Kinzo, Mabinu. Kinzo.
Hey, one man.
Yeah.
Yeah, good evening. Well, good morning, everybody, wherever you're at. Yeah, I wanted to ask Otumba Showunmi, right? Sorry about that. Yeah, I wanted to ask Otumba Showunmi a couple of questions, but most importantly, I wanted to ask. He is running for the position of the chairman, right, of PDP, and I wanted to ask him what would he be doing differently if given that, or if he gets that position, what will he be doing differently from what the current PDP leadership has done or is doing currently to make PDP prosperous moving forward, and of course maybe giving them the presidency come 2027, right? And secondly, I wanted to ask him, why is it taking PDP this long to expel the current minister of...
Oh, yes, we didn't get to the Wike question. That was one of the ones I had written down, but I could see how tired he was, so I just wanted to get to the panel quickly. Yes, why have they not expelled Wike? That's the thing. And they are afraid of Wike even in that party is the wider question. I came, said, yes, you came in especially, but I didn't get to you. What question would they
I don't think PDP is ready for drama.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, one man. To start with, first of all, there's no way they're going to expel Wike. Wike at the moment, his structure is currently in control of that party as we speak. So put that aside, one man. I was going to ask him specific question about the unity of the country. So did Otuba Showunmi think it was right that after 8 years of Fulani Northerner in power, did he think it was right for him to support another Northerner to become the president of Nigeria? And if he thinks it's right, then what does he think that would have done for the unity of the country, based on the way the country is geopolitically kind of geographically set up? So, and on the other hand, when you talked about it's been consistent when it comes to supporting an southeastern presidency. Yeah, you might see it must have said it for the optics, just like you said, one man. But when it came to the actions, there was an opportunity for him to support a southeasterner, like some other PDP still did, but he still chose.
But the pragmatism did not. The pragmatic, because he doesn't want to waste his influence now. The pragmatism did not facilitate. There was no realist. As soon as Obi left that party, that was the end of the Southeast in PDP in terms of the ticket. So he had to go with what was pragmatic.
Yeah, but this is my question. That would have been my question to him. Was it?
But progressive? I think you have been unfair to the man, because what one man just said, the pragmatic wasn't there for him to do that. So that's my opinion on that.
Yeah, but it's still a personal choice. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think he's still on. No, one man, he's on. He just responded to a chat that he wants to answer the question. I think this wicked question. Yes.
All right. If you close the camera, Otumba, and I'll bring you on. If you blank the camera, then I'll bring you on.
You want me to excuse?
No, don't worry. I can just shuffle. Unless you want to come on like that. If you cut the camera.
So yeah, what happened with?
Hold on. Otumba is there. Otumba, if you click on, there should be something showing camera. If you click on it, and then it will remove you showing, and then just so you can have a more relaxed conversation with us, because sometimes when the camera is on, there's a bit of pressure on the conversation. All right. Otumba is figuring that out. So as soon as he so there's a camera. Yes, there it is. So I'm going to let me shuffle somebody for Otumba, and then we can just carry on now that he's in a more relaxed.
Yeah, and one man, you can put me at the backstage when you leave. Then you bring me back.
God bless you for that. Well done. You did save me making a difficult decision. Yes, good to have you back, Otumba. So you wanted to take on that wicked question. A lot of people say it's a bit like that thing in Sound of Music. What do you do with a question like wicked? So what do you do with a question like wicked, Otumba? We can't hear you.
I think he needs to unmute his mic.
Yes, mute and unmute on mic. We can't hear you. And I say something now. Oh, okay, go out and come back in. That worked the last time. So go out and then come back in.
So one man, do we carry on while he's trying to get back?
Yes, carry on. But nobody come on just so that the window is open for him to the studio space. Yeah, carry on.
One man, since he's coming back, sorry to cut you short, my brother. Since he's coming back, then I think the question will be if he doesn't win the championship, what next for him?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you very much, guys. You see, you guys, I don't mind us doing this till morning. Let me start with your big question before I get to the wicked.
Great.
Let me start with your big question before I get to the wicked question.
All right, who had your big question? Do you want to rephrase it and then let Otuba take it on?
I think it's the question I ask on is on
yes, Ogbeni, yes. Represents the question and then let
okay, so my question is simple. My question is, he kept talking about North Central. But I think he's narrowing North Central on Nasarawa and Plateau, because examples he gave us were more of Nasarawa and Plateau. The experience in Niger, Kogi, Kwara, Benue are different from what he's talking about. So my question is, did he think when he said Obi 1-3 zones or region, did he think Obi?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I said in 2019, he came out and wanted to be vice president. Daniel wanted to be vice president. I worked very hard with others, and a few others to make sure that Peter got it. It was part of trying to make it the Southeastern ticket. And the arrangement was that if Peter was vice president, he would become president immediately. His speaking skills for the debate that I had with Toshiba that made him even such a super. I was the one that was his prop. All in a bid to get him, because Peter normally when he's doing the debate, he pisses about too much. Anyway, cut that. After the election was done, I went to Anambra to go and see the king, Uizu, to tell him that let us try looking for an Igbo president. You know what he said? He said Igbos don't want president. I said, you guys will not see this by the end of the year. I went to Meka Chikobi, who was in charge of Fidelity Bank chairman, because he had been in AFCON to coordinate Igbo bankers so that they can find an Igbo president. They said Igbos are not interested. I went around the whole of the Southeast State on my own by my cost. Do you know how many times I went to Peter Obi before I even agreed to run president? When Atiku was still in Dubai, I went to Peter Obi to his house in Lagos around the Koi. He said, he cannot do this. I said, look, my friend, we are going to have a problem in this country if we don't start doing this thing now. How long are we going to be telling the Igbos that nobody is good enough for president? Do you realize that Peter Atiku says that Peter did not tell him that he was going to run president? When it was time to buy the form, I know the amount of pressure I put on him to just go and buy the form. At that time, he had lost the election of Valentine Ozugbo in Anambra and was feeling very bad. They had burnt next. I begged and gave him. I said, Peter, I know the numbers that you have. You can't see it yet. Eventually, he said, who will tell Atiku? I said, I'm going to tell him today. I was one way to tell Atiku that Peter is buying form tomorrow. The arrangement was that Peter, buy this one, let's go to the primary. If you don't win primary, everybody will see how popular you are. They'll be begging you vice president. Hello? When Peter was going to go to Labour Party, he didn't even have the decency to tell me that I'm going to go to Labour Party. I phoned him saying, I can't check him. I left him. Am I supposed to get up and start following him to a party that I know that cannot even win anything? Anyway, that's that. Since Peter has lost the election, I'm one of the first big person in PDP, with due respect, that has even sat down with him. Peter has done ABGA. Peter has done PDP. Peter has done Labour. Peter was in the coordinating ministry of Jonathan when they were running Nigeria, running all the challenges of making the country so ugly and so unliked. I did not look at that with him. I still supported him and I'm still supporting him. Now he has done his best and he has done well. I've told him, you've done very well. Now let us be strategic about the next play. For his sake, I've gone to Buhari. For his sake, I've been run up and down. I don't need to be more Igbo than the Igbos, so please. But if anybody says maybe I'm playing to the gallery, what gallery am I playing to? It's Bola Tinubu, my brother, not the president now. So I tell you with every sense of responsibility, I'm not playing to no gallery. The only thing I don't do is that I don't allow people to jump ship and be carrying me along with them without discussing. I could never have done that obedient movement to them. I know where I come from. I come from the southwestern state of Ogun. It's a very tall order. How did they do in that state? They didn't do well now. They couldn't have done well because it was not well planned. It was not well seen. You can't run an election without having agents in every polling unit. What time do you have to even do that? Can one individual fund an election with all of the behemoth of the money? That's the pragmatism that you were talking about, moderator, and I thank you for putting in a word for me when I was not there. So I'm committed to a Nigeria that works for all of us, because I know that if we can allow an Igbo man to be president, we'll get out of this conversation of the president must come from here or come from there or come from here. And I believe so because I believe that 3 brothers got the article of independence, Obafemi, Awolowo, Nnamdi Azikiwe, and Azikiwe. And I feel that it's not really equitable for us to be saying that we cannot find a reason or a way. Can anybody even win an election by themselves? It's not collaboration. So that's that. And even now that Peter has finished, me and him have had some very far-reaching conversation on what I think should be the future. And I know what he told me and I know what I heard. So I've attended your Zoom to talk to you. I'm not pleading with obedience to do the right thing. If they don't do the right thing, we'll get the result again. You come back for a shot, and then at the end of the day, you start to get angry and be abusing people. What would that do to anybody? So please, let it be on record. I have been supporting. Look, that conversation, that man that said, I got up in the place and I gave a very, very powerful speech telling them that this thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to regret it. The only thing I don't do is that.
It's true.
Very, very powerful speech. I listed it out for them. I gave it out very well. When they did the Asaba Accord, even before when Okonwa, they were still governor, they went there to go and do Asaba Accord to say they are doing on Southern Nigeria. I flew to television the next day on Arise to go and tell them the only Southern debt that PDP has is Igbo. Let nobody come and start deceiving us that they want to do Southern agenda and they are thinking of South. We have given Jonathan. We have given Obasanjo. If I'm going to give anybody, it's Igbo. How else can I do it? Am I the one that is going to give it to him all by myself? Anyway, that's that. If you don't tell me thank you, I will tell myself thank you. If you people want to be tribal, me too, I will carry my bag and start being tribal now.
We tell you thank you. Thank you.
That's that.
Do you think Tinubu won that election?
Nah, let me first of all answer the P2B question before I tell you about why Tinubu won that election. Now, on the wiki one, you see, it's very painful when you are the one that is bobbing the hair of a king. You know, most people will see the king with the crown, so they won't know that the king has a horn in the middle of his head. But you, as the barber, it's not your duty to be coming outside to be shouting, the king has a horn, the king has a horn. That's not how it's done. I asked them when this challenge was starting, Wike wanted to be presidential candidate, Atiku was running. The anger, the abuses was too much. I told Atiku, I said, let me go and beg this man. I went to meet Bello Aduke, former Attorney General. I begged him. He said, no, this thing you are saying, you can only go and say it to him. I said, oh, yeah, let's go. One day he carried me there. I begged Wike. I said, listen, my brother, you see, you can campaign to be president. Don't be too angry and be abusing yourself. You people will destroy this party this way. You are an article. You are controlling governors. You are not using magic. So I concede to you that you're a brilliant man. But if you continue that, you will destroy the party. You want to take VAT. You want to remove the money of police. You want them to do revenue allocation that you guys will have all the money. Do you think the Asafran people will vote, not to vote for you like this? Why don't you be vice president so that after vice president, if that is the worst we can do, guess what? Yendeba. When they finished, I then started begging them, look, gentlemen, concede something to these people. It's not possible for people to come to a negotiation table and live with nothing. Because I know that this kind of day will come. I had an interview with Yori Folari on TVC. That interview was explosive, where I was scolding my own people just because I wanted them to win. When they didn't do, have they not collected the result now? Okay, when others are sleeping, I'm always working very hard. We finished the election in February. Do you know how many states I visited? Thanking people for the last time, going to leaders, begging leaders, bringing the argument on the table. The Igbos cannot be getting angry and be pretending as if it's not an important issue. These guys have demonstrated enough capacity. But Tinubu did the appointment of his cabinet. I ran on television. I scolded him as if he's my child, shouting on him. How can you give the Yorubas 10 and give the Igbos 5? What are you trying to do? Am I Igbo? Okay, fine. I give myself Oku delete only to identify with you people and to identify with a cause I believe in. I cannot do more than that too. Yeah, you know, nobody in Igbo land has ever told me, Segun, send me account, let me even bless you. Nobody in Igbo land ever said, Segun, come, let me even support your agenda. Nobody in Igbo land ever said, our son from another mother, come and take chieftaincy title. What I will do pass on what they do on that. So I think the problem with the wicked thing is that those who are in charge of the party don't understand what it means to run a party. Any organization that believes that there are some people that are untouchable is going to crumble. And you can see them crumbling small. I still had the meeting today where I said the obedient are the opposition now, and Peter is the leader of the opposition. PDP should stop deceiving itself, even in this inside of the PDP. I said, if we don't watch it very well, PDP, listen to me and listen to me good. Peter does not need you. You people are the one that need Peter. Where were you when I was doing all that? So as per UK, you cannot... okay, for instance, even as we speak now, there is a court order that says you cannot even punish Wiki. What are you going to do about that? He was clever enough to quickly run to court and get an injunction that you can't touch him. Wiki was clever enough to write a letter to the PDP telling them that they have invited him to come and join government of national unity. Some criminal element in the PDP did not tell us about the letter. They must have given approval tactically at the back, and Wiki is now there. How do you now come and punish a man that took permission from you to go and serve the country, and you accepted and you didn't even say anything? You are not able to say this is the terms of the service. You are not able to say be on sabbatical for the meantime. You are not able to say let us discuss the anti-party activities. You are not able to review the platform of your party since you lost the election. You have lost the election since February. You have not reviewed the framework. You have not audited the account. What am I supposed to do? Then someone asked, what will I do differently to make the party win? I said it while I was starting. I said the first thing we need to do as a political party is that we need to rewrite the ideological underpinnings of that party. You cannot just be shouting PDP power to the people, PDP power. What exactly is the minimum promise? What differentiates PDP from APC and APC from Labour and PDP from Labour? Once we are able to, which I have some ideas on that, but it's not the right time to talk about it. Once we are able to bring an ideological differentiation for PDP, you will be able to move PDP to become a tribe. And then it will reduce the amount of people that are jumping here and jumping there, because I don't think that people get up in the morning and say they are no longer being Catholic, they are going to be Anglican and jumping up and down the place. I said the second thing that needs to happen is that we need to go back and register the members in a manner that the registrar has integrity. If you can do that, you will be able to know how many people are your member, where they are, what do they do, and all of that. I also said you cannot run a political party in this modern time unless members are paying their annual dues. And that even these annual dues, no matter how it is, it's enough to run the party. So it's not enough to run their waste and their indulgency. Peter will be going somewhere, he will just be managing himself. You people that cannot even win any election, you'll be going everywhere. It's only to do private jets. Peter will get up from his house and go to where condolence needs to be done. You people will carry jet to go and be greeting your fellow governors. Does that look like that? So there are a lot of reform agendas that needs to be on the table. A political party must run according to its own rules. Nobody forced you to make those rules. You made it for yourself. Therefore, you should be able to run on your rules. And then I said, you must be able to be a political party that is equitable. You cannot be an equitable political party if you insist that what is blazing naked before us, which is that, are we going to be a country that will be passing baton between the northwest and the southwest and expect that this country will be stable? How long can we do this before others get angry? And when I said Peter did well in the south, in the north central, I was not referring to Kogi, Niger, and Kwara. I was referring to Nasarawa, Plateau, and Benue, and a lot of southern Kaduna and some of those areas where you have big Christian votes. Please, I'm not somebody who, plays to the gallery or deceives himself. I'm too frank for that. I am not saying Peter did well because I was with Peter. No. I am saying Peter did well, whether I was with him or I was not with him. The result is that Peter did well. If you look at the number of places where they were beating people, bullying people, especially some locations in Lagos and some locations, if you remove those things away from the place, you will know that Peter's numbers will increase. Now, Peter won everywhere in the north, in the south, and he got to Rivers. You saw the way they were bullying, shouting. If you remove that little brigandage that happened in Rivers and you added Peter's numbers back, it will go past the number of PDP, definitely. Now, somebody will ask me, did Bola Tinubu win that election? Of course he did. Bola won the southwestern vote. Bola won the northwest vote. And Bola won the north central vote marginally. Once you are able to pull off 3 geopolitical zones, you are almost home and dry. But the biggest evidence that Bola won that election is with the number of senators and the number of House of Rep he won, because those elections take place the same day. The challenge was Peter was the only one that was running on Labour. All the others were just hanging on Peter's tail. For you to win a presidential election very well, you will need to have a battery of very good senators or senatorial candidates who want to win, and a battery of House of Rep candidates who want to win. You cannot come to the field and think that while people are voting for Senate and Rep and President on the same day, the electorate, especially the rural area, have the temerity or the intellect to be able to separate it. So they gave Peter a vote, no doubt, but they did not give him enough vote to be able to bring in enough senators and enough. If Peter had even won the presidency, he would have been impeached, because he does not even have the numbers to form a simple majority. And when you are not the majority tribe in the country, you have to know that it includes many other things apart from just the result of election day. There's a lot of work to be done. We are willing to work. We are willing to help him, but nobody should expect me to get up tomorrow morning. If Peter wake up tomorrow morning and says he's going to go and decamp to Abga, then you will now expect somebody like me that has spent 25 years still nursing PDP. I will now leave PDP. I will now head in the direction of APCO, where coming from Ogun State, a Yoruba state, is much easier for me to win my election there. I will now not stay in my PDP. I will now say, oh, I'm following Peter to Abga. What will be the business of that? Even the Labour Party that Peter used for that election, can't you see how jaga the place has become? Practically every day they are taking him to court and fighting themselves, fighting Aburi, fighting Ajuri, Arabambi and all that. If it was easy to manage the political party and also manage presidential election, okay, why is Peter not able to manage them? After all, their party members cannot be up to the larger majority in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, if there are any other questions, 1 or 2 more, I will still take them. But the truth
Yes,
of the matter is
if
that this
one
is
man
what
will
I
permit
wanted
me.
to add.
Yes, I permit you, but let me just make sure that but people that have not asked a question, let Akin ask a question, and then you ask a second question, and then we'll see if Otumba is still up to it.
One man, can I also put my question through, please?
Thank you,
yes.
one man.
So sorry, then that makes this 3. So, but try and get very quickly to the question. So, Akin, Progressive, then Baba. Akin.
All right. Thanks, woman. Mr. Showunmi, thanks for coming. And of course, I listened to you. You gave a very interesting submission with regards to Peter Obi and of course Nyesom Wike. But what I'm going to ask is that you are running, right? You have the aspiration to run for the chairmanship of PDP. So what would you be doing differently from what is going on right now with PDP? How would you revamp the PDP, okay, to its past glory? And of course, if you win, eventually you win, which I pray you win, hopefully, do you have it in mind, or do you have it? Do you have a soft spot for Nyesom Wike to bring him back to the PDP so that you guys can work together?
Okay.
That's the first question.
Now, on the reformation one, I've answered that in the opening, and I've also answered a little bit of the roadmap. It's fairly more detailed, and one thing I can guarantee for you is that the PDP has enough cells all over the country. All that needs to happen is for it to be tweaked, and people must feel that that party can even reform itself from the inside. You can't have a political party that does not audit its accounts, especially when he already has a history of being corrupt or corrupt practices. Why do you want to leave that? So there are small things. It is where you stand and how you stand and what you stand for as a leader that gives the directive principles of how your party will be. Only one Peter, look at what he has been able to do for the country. How much more Segun Showunmi that will now be directing the principles of the PDP. It will be far better, far more scientific, and far much more youth-friendly. In terms of, do I have a soft spot for you, son Wike? You know, I always tell people, Wike has a very difficult situation. He has put himself in an extremely difficult situation. He may not even see it yet. The difficulty of Wike's situation is that is Wike going to be in APC and at the same time in PDP at the same time? So how long can Wike do this? Is Wike going to be serving as Minister of FCT and expect that he will not be helping to do the directive principle of APC? If he's doing that, then how will he then say he's a member of PDP? You know, it's complicated. But, you know, people are not as decent as you want them to be. Ideally, what I expect Wike to do is to excuse himself for the meantime, almost as a professor who is on sabbatical, so that for the meantime, until he's done, he will just say that we are frozen his membership till any time he wants to come in the future, in case that opportunity will still arise. That's one. Number two, nature harbors not, nature does not allow a vacuum. It is even disgraceful that we have reduced the suffrage, that means the choosing right of the people in a state, to the sole prerogative of a governor in second term. Why the hell did we get ourselves in a situation where a governor in second term will single-handedly pick candidates and be insisting that he wants to teleguide the candidate? That's what you are seeing playing out in Rivers. So I think that Wike would do himself a lot of good to think very well and determine which one he wants to be. He cannot be both at the same time. And if I'm the national chairman of the party, he will not even see it in my eyes that that type of unnecessary confusion will be tolerated in the party, because I don't expect him to be invited to party meetings and I don't expect him to be consulted in party meetings. I expect to come up with a strategy that will minimize the damage they can do. And the simplest way that I can think of for now in my mind is Peter Obi. If we had Peter there, Peter would have minimized the effect of Wike. The dashboard of election that you monitor, that means when you call consultants all over the world, Peter was far ahead of everybody in terms of engagement. And so I know what I'm saying. I do not know whether if we don't apply a bit of more wisdom, it will work. But I know that you cannot tell me to choose one out of Wike and Peter Obi. For purpose of the election, I'm not talking about money or Yindiba. You know that definitely we are going to have to choose Peter, because Peter's numbers are not numbers you can argue. Peter too has a lot of work to do. In the former time, the Southeast was a little bit better homogeneous in terms of all of them following PDP. But as of today, Peter has one state, which is the one that is Alex Oti. PDP has one state, or is it two? No, one. The one that is Enugu. Ironically, it is even the APC that now has two, Ebonyi and Imo. And Abga has Anambra. And if you look at that Anambra, you will notice that they have taken Ifeanyi Uba and Uche Kunife to help them strengthen the hand of APC there. One man riot squad no dey easy like that for election purposes. So we can be sentimental about it, but the reality is that boots on ground, we dey here and we know what is possible. And if you see me running around going to beg leaders, let us consider it. It's because I know that when it became difficult for the Yorubas after June 12, it was still the same leaders that conspired to help them get Obasanjo in charge. And so I feel that going to have those conversations is to prick their mind and prick their conscience that for the love of country and for the love of equity, peace, and justice, let us consider it. But if the entitlement mentality of Peter's friends is too high, then we'll dump him and let him continue to waste the votes. It will not amount to much for anybody. We can do mutually assured destruction, or we can collaborate, reduce our holier than thou tendencies, and let other people come in and help out so that we can figure out how to make it happen. That's the question. Is there any other one that I know?
All right. Akim, you're up next. Akim.
Thank you. Thank you very much, one man. Thank you, Otumba, for coming to join us. Sorry that we have to pull you back, pull you out of your
No,
bed
I'm enjoying
again.
myself. I like the conversation. That's why I came back.
Yeah. So it's always like that on this platform. Sometimes you don't know how you get sucked in. So, but here we are. So thank you very much for coming in, and we really appreciate you. This is I'm joining from Ireland. My question was that based on the peculiarity of Nigeria, the way the country is, we had a president from the northern Fulani, especially for the Fulani tribe, for 8 years, right? So I know that you are a party man, but sometimes does your loyalty to party surpass your
loyalty to country?
Your loyalty to country, because I thought at that time the tension in the country, there was no way that the country was going to accept another northern president, especially southerners were not going to accept another northern president. So was it right that you still find it in you to be able to support another candidate in that election?
Okay, very good. God will keep you well for this good question. We had in 1999, in 2015 when we lost, we have what you call the Ikere-Madu report. The Ikere-Madu report in 2015 said, going forward, PDP must keep its zoning for 8 years. And the argument was that we spend too much energy fighting for tickets when we know that the person in charge is entitled to a second term. You get? Since we have agreed that the Constitution give them a second term, let us keep the zoning for 8 years. So on that basis, the zoning was 2019 article, and the North will still be entitled for 2023. By the time we did not win in 2019, which was when we didn't win, they set up the Bala Mohammed committee to review the Ikere-Madu report. Are you listening? The Bala Mohammed committee came back and said, under the peculiar circumstances that we have found ourselves, we have to leave it open. So when the Bala Mohammed committee of 2019 said we leave it open, it then meant that all persons can vie. Ironically, the conversation was going on. APCO that is talking anyhow now, between 2003, that they have been producing candidates after 1999 that Yoruba man won. They've been producing somebody from the north all through. If they are not producing Buhari, sometimes they are producing Nuru Ribadu. They produce Atiku. They never remembered that there's equity in Nigeria at that time. It was only when they succeeded in using Buhari to defeat Jonathan that they now suddenly remember that when they were in opposition, they did not even consider any other zone. Even though PDP will go Obasanjo, from Obasanjo, Yaradua, who died, and Jonathan took over. From Yaradua, Jonathan. So invariably, by when we say PDP has been in power for 16 years, as at that time, out of that 16 years, PDP in southern Nigeria, which is south, and southwest, had been in charge for either 13 point something years or 14 years, rounding it up. So we saw that the northern part of the country had only been in charge for 2 years of Yaradua. So that was where the leadership was able to justify throwing it open. When they threw it open, did I do well by saying Peter should buy the form? Yes. Did I do well by encouraging him to go around and so that people will see him? Yes. Did Peter tell me he was not going to go to primaries? No. Why would Peter say they bullied him out? The person that was bullying everybody, why didn't he bully Atiku? Why didn't he bully, what's this man's name? Apayos Ayim. Why didn't he bully the others? Peter went on his own device and allowed Olusegun Aremu Obasanjo, the former president, to convince him on an idea of his romanticism with a third force, which now took him to go to Labour. When he went to the third force, all effort was turned into Christianizing the religion, which then forced our rivals to go on Muslim ticket. Are you following? And the result was that you who we agreed and begged and even cajoled and supported to buy from, so that let us go to primary, so that they will see that you are very popular. If you get to the primary and you win, all well and good. If Atiku wins and you don't win, we'll force him to make you vice presidential candidate so we can go back and first of all get Villa first. If Oshibaju, that was not a politician, can be in the Villa as vice president and will be resembling president, can you just imagine if Peter was in the Villa managing the economy, how much of a president he would look like? That was the plan. When Peter changed it, I did not get angry with him. I still continue to maintain cordial relationship and be encouraging him and all that until the die was cast. And after the die is cast again, if I did not believe in Peter, if I did not believe in the Southeastern matter, why will I be wasting my saliva and my time and my energy? This Peter, we know they give shishi, and money they give me. They give me money. So these are the ways we have done this thing for the purposes of the country. I was not comfortable with the fact that we were going to be saying PDP, Muslim, no. But I was aware of the fact that we have an Ikiremadu report that says we are keeping our zoning for 8 years. And I was aware of the fact that we have a Bala report that says we should throw it open. I was aware of the fact that we have an Autumn committee again, which was allowed. When they PDP, their leaders are just funny. We took them to Ugwan committee in the east to go and do zoning. Are you getting? And Ibomano, when they got there, Ugwan said they were going to zone chairman to the north. So are you? Instead of him to zone chairman to the north and in the same breath zone presidency to the east, they said they will leave the presidency till another day. By the time they got to Autumn report, who is going to go and do the presidency, what did Autumn do? They left the presidency open. When they left the presidency open, Atiku will buy from everybody, bought from Bukola Saraki, bought from Tambuwa, bought from, they all bought from. I am Atiku's spokesman. Please tell me, what was I supposed to do? Especially when Peter has even left the party. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Otumba, there were a couple of super chat questions that came in, but I didn't get a chance to ask them before you left.
Oh, yeah, ask now.
Yeah, so this is from Ola. It says, Otumba, why is it difficult to arm the regional security institutions in Nigeria to flush the criminals causing insecurity out of our forest? Why? So it's back to where we started from. These are just insecurity that is holding that country to hostage.
Okay, let me say it this way. It first started out as a fundamental pseudo-religious protest in the form of Boko Haram. And unfortunately for us, because of the destabilization by those who destabilized Libya, small arm from the Sahel moved very quickly through the zone into Nigeria. Why Nigeria? Because we have a large Muslim population, so they can quickly, they can quickly blend in. Long story short, Boko Haram started doing all sorts of damage there. Now, if they are doing ideological religious protests around the fact that they don't want their children to go to school, and they start to kill people and all of that, running guns and so, we got to a point where we fought them to a standstill and collected every state from them. And like anybody who has stayed along in England, when you remember the Sinn Féin, and you remember Spain when the Basque separatists, insurgency is very difficult to quell, because are you going to say go to the north and kill everybody there so that you will not, no insurgent to survive? The person that is a kidnapper, the person that is an insurgent, the person that is a Maruda, and all of these people, they are your brothers, they are my brothers, they are your sisters, they are my sisters. So it's difficult to separate them. We are under policed, and I've been screaming forever that we need to figure out the policing of the country. We are a nation that is very corrupt. It is not difficult for people to be arrested in the morning. Somebody will pay money, they will get it done in the afternoon. Let us be careful not to think that angels are going to come and run Nigeria for us. It's still the same as our Nigerian brothers and sisters. And now that the thing has gotten to a point that is now beginning to irritate everybody, I have a feeling maybe they are not going to be too wicked. They will restructure the policing infrastructure so that other parts of the state that can afford it and the zones will have their police structure that will be able to man their area. mankind is replete with the story of migration. Even the people that are calling themselves Yoruba people now, or Igbo people, they will tell you stories of how they migrated to that place. So the fact that you are watching another set of migration and land displacement take place in your lifetime does not mean it has not taken place like that before. The only thing that I think we can do and add is we can get the government to scale up a whole lot more on the security if God will give them the grace and the energy so that we can make the place a little bit safer. But it is not something that is very easy to quell because you cannot identify the terrorists even from a distance. It will look like your brother. I know that now that we have gotten national identity card number and all that, that will give them more opportunity. But I have suggested in public space that we need to have the citizens and the visitors of Nigeria identified to a verifiable address so that at least we're able to better trace them, better track them, better eliminate those that are troublemaker. So that's how that is. Thank you.
All right. And then DJ, thank you for that. DJ Dodoiye, he's asking, hello, sir. Can you tell us why Peter Obi left the party? Would you agree that Labour Party grabbed PDP votes in the last presidential election? So I think you somewhat covered that in the rounds. All right. Did you want to, or should I go to the next question?
I would just say that the thing is that those strongholds like South and Southeast have always been PDP stronghold. But I told PDP in 2019 that the Indigbos are the ones carrying us. How they did not listen, or maybe they did not believe, is our business, and the consequences we are suffering. Now that they have seen and they believed it, you can say I'm shouting on top of my voice again, saying that we should figure out how to cure that debt. I don't have the power to give him all alone, but at least now I'm here. If I become the national chairman of the party, obviously, the person that is going to beat him will work very hard.
All right, thank you for that. XYZ asks, he says, is it true that Boala is secretly working for Tinubu? I'm not sure that that's so much a secret, but is it true that Boala is working for Tinubu?
No, he was loyal here when he was here. Boala has always been a Tinubu man and an APC man. He tried his best. He took the arguments there when he was here. But he has gone to be there now, so there's no point flogging that. The things that they call loyalty is like a two-way journey, you know? And you don't have to insist that just because somebody spoke for a candidate yesterday, that means that candidate owes him. It's not like that. You can speak for the fact that you participated and used your best skills to market a candidate does not mean that it has taken away your own right as an individual to plot your political journey according to how best to see it. So I think we are making a mountain out of a molehill. Boala is a bit of a turncoat now, and when he's gone to APC, he will shout himself husk just to make sure that the APC people will like him. At best, they will give him some money here and there and patronize him, but I don't think that it's easy to take your reputation back under the circumstances and how he has done it. So don't let us overflog the Boala issue. Political people go in today and come back. Is Akpabio not a former PDP man? Is he not the Senate president today?
I did actually send him a message if he wanted to come and join you, but I didn't get a response to you came on. But Kulata wants to know if you are related to Bode Showunmi.
Bode Showunmi is my junior brother.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So that's your answer, Kulata. Dr. Damages, he's asking, he says, when you said that the Igbo people you met in the Southeast told you that they did not want the presidency, what did they say they wanted? So
very good. This man, God will keep you. No. They were saying that what is priority for them is any government that will allow businesses to thrive. They said they were of the view that what is priority for them is any government that will make priority to thrive. They even went as far as telling me that if the government will give them the permission, they have the ability to build the roads that would join all the southeastern states by their own self-help or raising their own money and all of that. Do you understand? But I was just telling them that you people are saying this now, but when it gets to the time of 2023, it was as if I was a seer. I said, your children will not talk like this again. They were saying that it seemed as if the presidency was the last thing on their mind. Maybe because they felt they can't get it, or maybe they just feel that, oh, they are just interested in doing their business. But I was telling them, if Emeka Anyaoku was younger, we could have easily presented him and Nigeria will not have any qualms with him. But it's true, it's gone past the shelf life for that. Let us begin to build other Igbo people that are pan-Nigerians. Other Igbo people that people will have a lot of confidence in and a lot of, they won't be afraid of. And it was in that manner that I tried to push Peter. And thank goodness God, we take credit for what we take and we take the blame for what we take. What needs to be blamed. But the truth of the matter is that if you told me to let us do it again, I will still do it the same way, because whatever the case may be, Peter has created bigger understanding across the tribe. There is no state in Nigeria today that Peter will go to and go to the central market and all that, and they will not say, this is Peter Obi. And now, if you go on the internet, his people are there. If he goes anywhere, he's known. It's something. The people that wanted to make black people become president in America, the Martin Luther Kings and co of this world, it took them a couple of years, if not decades, but eventually Obama got it. So if the Igbos, if our brothers in the Southeast do not make it easy for us to beg people, then maybe we'll just say that it's a small step for Neil Armstrong, but a giant leap for mankind. You know that phrase when he got onto the moon? We may say, this was a very, very giant leap for us to shatter the glass ceiling. That's what I can say on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. XYZ Super Chats to say thank you for bringing Segun Showunmi on the platform. So thank you for that. It says, and then Crown wants to know, is it through Obaseki? Is it true? I think he meant to say Obaseki met with Wike today. So I think that'll be covered in the news. Do you want to take a question from Baba, and then we'll see if you're still in the mood to carry on, Baba?
Yeah, it's just a question for you. Actually, I just want to bounce this off you as a Yoruba person. What do you think about the structure of Afenifere as propagated by the new executives? I think about 7 days ago.
You know, my brother, I think that if I'll be fair, the Afenifere has lost its ability to direct the principle of the politics of the Southwest. The Afenifere must understand that when they were founded as a support group and a pressure group, Yoruba people had not been lucky in the presidency. But Obasanjo has been lucky in the presidency. Bola Tinubu has been lucky in the presidency. Okay, so what will the pressure group called Afenifere now be doing? Is it going to be shouting and screaming against the run of play, or is it going to become a platform that supports their son, or what exactly? So I understand them gathering and I wish them well with their gathering, but their ability to influence anything is getting really, 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 really small, because they have been the Yorubas have been integrated into national politics. It was a different kettle of fish when they were still in opposition, unable to get to the national. So we'll see how it goes. They are fighting today, fighting tomorrow. Today they will say they remove Abraham Adebanjo. Tomorrow they will say they reinstate him. Next tomorrow they will say it's the man in Ondo. What's the man's name now?
Fasorochi.
They will say Baba Fasorochi is their leader. So it's okay. I think that eventually they are going to learn, and they're going to find out that once your part of the country is participating in the federal government, the ability for you to direct the principle of the politics from a pressure group reduces significantly. But if it is for the purpose of them engaging their Arewa brothers and engaging Ohanese and engaging Middle Belt Forum and all that, okay, not bad. But you cannot be in the presidency and be expecting that a pressure group for the same agitation for presidency is going to have a lot of vibrancy. Otherwise, they will just become a platform that is supporting their son even when their son is making mistake. The things that have been going on in the country that requires them to speak frontally and forcefully to Ashadu, I've been the only one saying it now. So what are you telling me?
Otumba, just still within that space, what is your position on the Nnamdi Kanu conundrum? Should he face the judicial process, or do you think it will have to be politicked out of prison?
I wrote a letter to Nigeria on the 54th anniversary of the end of the Civil War, which also happens to double with the 2024 Armed Forces Day. And in that letter, which I wrote to Nigeria, I said, and I'm quoting myself, that it has become untenable to keep Nnamdi Kanu in prison when Sunday Igboho has been released. And I premise it on the fact that Sunday Igboho and Nnamdi Kanu were basically agitating for the peace and the safety of their people, using the tactics that they know how to use.
We've lost you.
Are you there? Can you hear me though?
Yeah, we can hear him.
I can hear him.
You're back now. You're back now. You dipped for a moment. Carry on.
Woman is you. Woman is from you.
Was it me? All right.
Yeah.
All right. Carry on. Sorry.
So I said, you cannot have a scenario where two young men, one from the southeast, one from the southwest, found themselves on the wrong side of the establishment. One kept in prison in Nigeria, one kept in prison in Cotonou. And for somehow magical, judicial, or whatever explanation, Sunday Igboho is released, he's gone back to meet his family. I then said it is no longer tenable to keep Nnamdi Kanu in prison, and that I joined my voice to say that he just must be released. And I then went on to say, if Nnamdi Kanu was around, you wouldn't have the kind of thing that is going on from the guy in Sweden, who joined, or is it Finland, Evra, what is that, who have now considered himself a prime minister of a cause that Nnamdi Kanu was the one that was leading. And I said the federal government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria must understand that not only must we do equity, not only must we do justice, we must also do fairness. And that if Sunday is released, then they have to find a way among themselves to release Nnamdi. That's my position, and it was well published.
Otumba, what's your position on corruption? For all of the reputation that the Nigerian state has for corruption, that we know and is our global reputation as well, how come there's never really been a significant prosecution of a high-profile person for corruption, for all of the money that we know is being looted from that country?
First and foremost, can the corrupt be evaluating the corrupt? I think we are a country that there are no consequences. Anti-corruption has become a tool of political persecution to some extent. Any country where you see that the president of Nigeria will be thanked for people getting justice in court has to know that it does not have a criminal administration or a justice system. Nobody needs to thank the president for a judgment in court. You would have noticed that as of 2023, this 2024, when the Supreme Court is finishing cases, it was not unusual for opposition element that win their case to be thanking the president. It is symptomatic of the fact that we have not created a judiciary that can, on its own, adjudicate and do the right thing for us. So what you have is that anti-corruption, EFCC picks and chooses which one it will go after. I would have preferred a situation where it's like a revolving door. You finish from state governor, you find yourself in EFCC. Instead of wasting too much time to be trying them for corruption, which is difficult to prove and very lengthy, I would have recommended I would be trying them for abuse of office. It's much easier to prove, and the penalty from the Administration of Criminal Justice Act is 10 years. So we are not serious about fighting corruption because we like the narrative of every day they'll say they've arrested this, they've arrested that. The figures they even call are so humongous that you want to kind of like get the impression that it's not even true. But I'm not saying that because I want to diminish the whole process. I'm saying that because I don't understand how a country can have people steal that kind of money from it, and those people will still be roaming up and down the streets. I don't understand. But I know that eventually we're going to metamorphose into a nation of corruption and consequence, beg your pardon. And once we become a nation of consequence, I have a feeling that we'll be able to stop the corruption. When I was on in the main body, I was talking about a need for major, improved, and well-driven with consequence reorientation program. It is to try and see whether we can still cure some just by preaching, while we will cure the majority by punishments.
Otumba, what do you make of the Aisha Achimugu's opulent 50th birthday celebration spanning several continents, countless millions of dollars set against the backdrop of the grueling poverty in Nigeria?
Well, the truth of the matter is that if somebody has money, you cannot tell them how to spend it. If the government is not accusing her of stealing their money, and nobody has come forward to say that the money she's spending is not her own, it is not unusual for people who have money to behave in a maverick manner. If the government is willing and interested in figuring out what's going on here, they can always ask her to come and show her tax papers. You know that in all of the films we watch in America, when even the mafiosos that are dealing in drugs, when they get so big until they become uncontrollable, the government used to pick them up with tax-related issues. So I think Aisha Achimugu, if she's the owner of her money, is entitled to spend it as she wants to spend it. But it is the duty of the Nigerian nation to ensure that she is able to justify how much taxes she's paying based on the humongous amount of money she is spending. And you know, if you are willing to be disciplined, you will have the ability to discipline people.
Otumba, sir, it's a pleasure to listen to you. You have a gift of explaining your thought and opinion in a clear format, and you are very easily understood. I hope the PDP will recognize that you're such a strong asset. My question is, you've clarified your ambition to us, not just today. You've gone around the country and you've told Nigerians what your aspirations are. But if you don't get it, what next? And then,
go
ahead.
Well, I've asked myself this question. You see, it was this kind of question that they asked me when I then, in a sarcastic manner, said, if I don't get it, I will see who they give it to see whether the person is open for reform and we can reform. If I find out that the person is not a serious person, they want to be doing same of same, I then predicted that they would lose the election in 2027. I then said if they lose in 2027, the thing would drag on to 2031. I then said by 2031, the power from the APC, the rival, will flip to the north. Then I then said, Voila, wait for me. That was how I said it then, in sarcasm. But because of the fact that people can misconstrue things, I think that I should just cut out all the sarcasm and the play and put it to them this way. One, I am not trying to be national chairman of the party because I want to wear the garment or I believe in those unnecessary mumbo-jumbo names people call themselves. I am very popular in this country and across the diaspora just because I'm a PDP man. I speak for the party, and anywhere I go, I see that people really warm up to me. But if the party is not going to reform, the party is not going to be able to do the right thing, then I will have to move myself from the mindset of somebody who is doing civil society advocacy in politics and then become a politician. And by the time I decide to make that paradigm shift, I will look at my space and then I will take the right type of political decision that I can live with. I must not insist that parents cannot die. However, I loved my mother, she died, and I buried her. So I believe that if the PDP insists that it wants to die, then I must be pragmatic enough because I'm still young to look at it and say 25 years, thank you very much, adios amigo, and figure out what next we can do. But to tell you that I'm going to sit down with them and be doing rubbish, I mean, how can you know that these people are not reforming? How are they going to win an election if they don't reform? Are they going to just come in front of Nigeria and tell the Nigerians that, oh, we are here? As who? On what? To say what? I've been telling PDP on the inside, even the process by which you do campaigning is so wrong. You just be packing yourself in one stadium, screaming PDP power to the people non-stop. And you'll be saying that you have campaigned. The biggest stadium in the country can only take about 50,000 people. How much is 50,000 within the numbers that you have in the state? We never try to do penetrative election. The ones that are running governors will be thinking that the first election is not their problem. By the time they destroy the first election, they will now start running up and down with the second election. So I know that we need to clean the place up really. And my interest is to make sure that we can even give the world an African or a Nigerian institution that is built to last. We can be a political institution that is built to last. We were registered in 1998. We've been around. We have been the only one that has been around. The next person that is close to us is ABGA. All the others have been changing their names.
Are you older than SDP?
SDP, listen now, SDP as it was then was deregistered. They registered the new one just recently. The fact that they brought out the name, they brought back the name of Obafemi Awolowo and Abiola's party does not mean that they were not proscribed. They were proscribed during the military regime that ended democracy. And they were not one of the legacy party that was registered in 1999. In 1998-99, we had only 3 parties. We had APC, APP, beg your pardon. We had PDP, we had AD. By 2003, they added ABGA, making 4. It was later down the line when they started registering 18 parties that they now brought SDP. And even some people brought UPN. And some people brought PPN. And everybody brought all sorts of names. One of the old parties, even Liberal Democratic Party of Nigeria, that had a chairman in Felix Madugolo, blessed memory, they have fizzled out. But PDP has been around since it was registered. It has never changed its name. It has not changed its logo. It has not changed its color. It is the oldest. It's not subject to argument. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So my follow-up question is.
I want to ask.
Hold on. Let Emeka go first, and then Akim, and then Ekene. Otumba is in a relaxed position. When it's hard enough, he's not shy of telling us when it's hard enough.
My follow-up question is, I don't know if you remember your statement on channel. Was it on channels or with Shewu's YouTube platform, where you say you are a bridge between the old generation and the young? Yeah, and I think you've clearly exemplified this here tonight. You are very relatable to the young. Now, the question is, if the PDP, which I am presuming, I might be wrong, but I'm presuming, based on the history of the PDP, do not want to relate with your strategic ideas and the plans that you have that can really, pull young Nigerians to them. Are you willing to move to another political party, probably Labour Party or APC? Okay.
No, I've asked Peter. I asked Peter one question because you have asked it. Let me just answer. I asked Peter that, look, Peter, this Labour Party that you are doing, that they are today is suspension, tomorrow is expulsion. What's going to happen? And I know that we spent time talking about it, and it occurred to him that party, the Labour Party, may not even be an ideal platform for him in the future. And if that platform is not ideal for him in the future, I then asked him that in case we started another one, how would we even prevent it from running into the same crisis of labor? You know what I mean? So I think that I know that the Nigerian nation is able to accommodate an ideological party now that can beat APC, beat everybody. But for us to be able to do it, we must first of all build the platform before we decide who's going to drive the vehicle. Because if we say we are building it for Mr. A or Mr. B, that will then make it mutually exclusive, meaning that other people who are supposed to participate because of their own ambition will stay away. And because Peter has been able to run Labour Party by himself, a lot of people who have some resources too will be thinking that they can pick any party that they like and run with it. And that will only pollute and muddle up the water. So in that regard, what I will say is that what is the line of best fit? What is the line of least resistance? If you want to run politics in Anambra and you want to be governor, you may give your mind the opportunity to consider ABGA because you will know that ABGA is popular in your area. if you want to run in the north, like Kano, you may consider what's that his party now, NNPP or Kwakwasi,
yeah.
because we know that it's popular there. So this was why I answered it in another way by saying that if it becomes clear that the PDP is not going to reform, then I will move myself away from being a civil society comrade in politics who is asking for idealism, and then I will become more pragmatic and become a politician. Now, what does a politician do that I don't do? A politician does not do the analysis, see where things are tilting, and then begin to fight or play against the run of play. Every time we have done elections since I've been in PDP, the ones we are going to lose, I used to tell us on the inside that we are losing this election and these people are winning. If I was playing politics and not being idealist, I would always have been going to the ruling party. But my argument has always been a political party must plan and normalize winning and also normalize losing. And that a political party must be efficient enough to do well in opposition when it loses and to do well in governance because it has a manifesto built on an ideology when it wins. So that the personality may change, but the vision is not going to change per se. We have not gotten to that, and some of us are the ones pushing us to say, let us go there, especially when we know that if we go it that way, it is going to be favorable. But I will not be happy to keep losing an election after 25 years.
All right, brilliant. Let's do it this way. Let Bishop go next because I think Bishop still had a series of questions, but we had to rush him through. Bishop.
Yes, thank you very much for coming back, Otuba. Really appreciate it. I have just one question. I'll split them into two. Let me start by saying, in the best interest of the state, use the cash phrase that that was popularized a couple of years ago, or some decades ago. If, for any reason, as a follow-up to the last question that somebody asked, that what happens next in case you did not get what you are calling for? You have the opportunity to start the stage with all that you have under a different party. Would you consider it irrespective? Because I said, moving away from politics and election, let's get into governance. You have a lot to offer. If, for example, you are offered a platform that, okay, come and test the skill here, come and contribute whatever you can do here, would you consider it?
You mean with APC?
Well, outside your party, whether APC or any party.
Oh, yes.
Whether it's APC, say, okay, young man, look, this area, can you put a blueprint and you can contribute positively? Will you consider it?
Look. No. Like I said, oh God. Why not if not? In fact, let me even tell you how I even see this politics we are doing. I actually used to tell people that after an election, that means after we have done the court and it's over, I usually like to give the ruling party 1 year. And the way I play the opposition for that 1 year is that I will be surfacing issues and be offering solutions. I'll be surfacing issues and be offering solutions. That is my own way of contributing even to the development of the country. I only become a proper take no prisoner opposition after they would have done almost 2 years. Because I believe that we in Nigeria cannot be in a state of perpetual campaigning. It's too divisive. We cannot be in a state of perpetual agonization of politics. It does not allow us to concentrate our energy and our best brain to solve our problem. The challenges that we are facing as a nation, we have seen now that there's no Messiah anywhere. Because if there was a Messiah anywhere, Ashwad Bola Ahmed Tinubu would have just done his magic wand and he would have produced Lagos out of Abuja. But we are seeing that they are struggling. And even by the former president Buhari, who we even thought if he cannot do anything, will do anti-corruption perfectly, we have seen that he was even not able to do it as much as we thought. So I'm beginning to think that we need to be thinking more about what can we collaborate to get this country to work. We are no longer small children. The things we thought was going to happen for this country if we get into democracy. We have been 25 years in that democracy. Has it happened? We're dealing with multidimensional poverty. We're dealing with insecurity at a level that is unprecedented. We're dealing with mutual distrust of the tribes. If this is what we came to do in democracy, then the question will be, is it even worth it? But mankind has not created a better system of selection of government better than democracy. So we must be pragmatic and we must be willing to say, let our country make progress. Because even if it makes a little progress, it is only reducing the job for us when we eventually come in charge. So surely, my mind is very much with Peter anyway. My mind is with Peter. I will only, Peter is somebody. Peter is a funny guy. He's my man. He does not consult. Let me share one experience with you. After Oseluka's election, Peter, the guy didn't win. So the next election, Moulder PDP, he gave it to my friend Valentine Ozigbo. So I noticed that after Valentine won that primaries, all the big leaders, PDP leaders, they were just acting lukewarm. So I went to meet some of them. I went to spare them their names to ask them, you guys, why are you leaving everything? You know what they told me? They said, I don't know Peter. I said, what's the problem? They said, Peter would not consult. He would just want to go it alone. I said, okay, that's okay. They will make it easy for me, so I will let. They will say they will go and sit down and have a meeting. Let them peer the ticket. You know what I mean? That since Peter has produced Valentine Ozigbo, let them produce the vice, ordinary vice. So they came back and told me that the meeting they were supposed to have when they will have the vice, Peter is not even allowed the meeting to show up. So he ended up picking the governor himself and picking the vice himself. And all the other players who could have helped him to win that election in Anambra, they just left him to go and lose. So I like the energy. I like some people that are following him. I'm committed to that agenda. But if Peter will not consult, you cannot lead people like me by the nose.
Thank you very much. So the second part of my question is this, and very quickly, if you were to have a 3-hour, what do you call it now, encounter, you not talk in a room with President Tinubu, what would you come out?
With who? With who?
3 hours. With
President Tinubu.
I shall do my man. First of all, I will tell him, now that you have said you are going to do performance evaluation for your people, use that opportunity to balance out the cabinet in a way that every part of the country, especially the 3 major tribes, outside Yoruba, will feel that they got equal, that will be good. And I'll explain to you that the reason why you have to do that is because it helps you to get national harmony. So that when you take decisions, people are going to think that that decision is based on some favoritism of your own tribe. Nothing is going to be gained if you do it like that. First point. Second point, I'm going to tell him, Mr. Man, you are the commander-in-chief of this country. You have every powers available under the law to ensure that there's nobody that is going to be called highly placed persons that will be stimulating and managing what they call it, insecurity in the issue, and you will not be able to take him on. Look the devil in the face and jail the devil if you need to jail the devil. Number 2. Number 3, I'm going to tell him, Mr. Man, you cannot run a large economy like ours on only neoliberal policies of PPP, which is trying to make sure that private sector will bring their money, private sector will build hospital, private sector will build school, private sector will do everything, and you people will just be collecting money from the private sector people for license. And you'll be expecting that private sector people will give the right kind of fees for the people. No. Government business is not such that government will not have any responsibility it's doing in terms of social intervention. And I don't mean palliative in social intervention. You still have to do mass housing. You still have to do education at a certain level. And you still have to do health for the people. And you still have to make sure that the efficiency of the things that government is producing is equally competitive even to that of private sector. And you need to understand that your budgeting system must move away from budgeting from the rich and start to budget for the poor. Because when you budget for the poor, you will cover more people. Number 4, I'm going to tell you, Mr. Man, this country is in need of very massive reorientation so that we can move from being a nation of anyhowness and become a nation of consequence. The number of people who just do anything, anyhow, the way they like in this country is just becoming too much. So you need to do a massive re-imaging and reorientating of our people so that they can understand the concept of patriotism. But it is better and easier done if you are able to make sure that they themselves can see what their government give, what they stand to benefit from their government. Nigerian government has done it for too long, where the people are the ones sacrificing. It is time now for the people to now ask the government what is in it for us. Once you can show the people a little bit of what is in it for them, then you can reorientate them. Number 5, our foreign policy must move. We have a large diaspora community now. Some of these external rivals that you are just keeping all over the place. Get our boys in diaspora now to begin to have banks so that they can begin to support themselves to become bigger players in those countries. That's what China did. That's what Israel did. That's what all countries did. We have the manpower there now, but nobody is going to give them the strategic capital to be able to do the strategic intervention in certain areas to expand our hold in the world. You need to use our foreign policy for that. Just go to United Nations to be talking rubbish without getting anything there. It's not going to cut it. No nation is going to give you handout to get you to become a great nation. China collaborated with itself to be great. The same thing with Japan. The same thing with Germany after the Second War, and certainly the same thing with Israel. It's time for you to let us put better use to our diaspora audience. They must have the ability to be able to begin to play actively in certain sectors of those countries where they are. Don't worry about it. Once they make the money, you know they will still give some hope. And even at that, it will increase our ability to influence policy direction and programs in other countries. Number 6, Mr. President, you cannot be having the image of covetousness over the years and not be very strict on the people that are around you. Do not allow anybody under the guise of being close to you to mess up your name and your government, because your case is the case of somebody that people think steals money. Why would you be allowing your chief of staff and all of those people to be doing all those things that they are saying? You will only destroy your reputation. In that kind of order is what I will talk to him.
Let me ask you this.
One man, can I come in?
Yeah, hold on. Let me ask this. The removal of the removal of the fuel subsidy and arbitrage from the foreign exchange space. Do you think that was a good move by the government? And if it was a good move, do you think it was handled properly?
Okay, now the thing is that it's semantics if you're asking whether it was handled properly. It's either a good move or it's not a good move. In our own case, by the time Bola Tinubu came into power, there was actually nothing else you could do because you didn't even have the money, and you have used up all the headroom you have for borrowing. So it was basically a decision that was due. The only thing that I quarreled with him for in that case is that you cannot remove subsidy on day one, and it will take you 8 months to give people minimum wage that is good. What exactly were you thinking? Even if you remove the subsidy, after about 2 or 3 months, you should have the consequence of not having subsidy should give you a bigger headroom. And that bigger headroom should have given you a better ability to predict what is available and what is coming in. And you should have known that you cannot let your workers be going home on 30,000 naira. And you yourself know the removal of subsidy has made a mess of it. So I would have expected them to have done that quickly. I don't believe that you can fund or you can inspire or you can motivate or you can develop or you can build a big economy with a large population on palliative. Even if you have to do palliative, does it make sense to you that you are complaining that you don't have forex and your palliative is still rice that you are importing? So who are you fooling? So I think that instead of wasting your energy on those kinds of things, it would have been best for you to make sure you rack up production by making sure people have enough money to participate in the commerce. Even if it's just buying their own food stuff, it will give us a bit of an headroom to be able to stimulate agricultural production so that they can, continue to support it. In terms of the arbitrage, you see, I've never known why government thinks that for its own irresponsibility, the people must suffer. The exchange rate in the central bank is as you set it. The exchange rate in the black market is as the people need it. Why would you be the one that will be giving money to people and then not being able to supervise them for other things, including money laundering? They will not take the money they got for you, which is specifically allocated for certain purposes, take it to the black market. And because of your own carelessness and your inability to police your own your activity that leaves a trail, a paper trail, you will now come and now devalue our currency to such a point that our currency is now the joke of all the currencies in Africa. I think the arbitrage you were trying to run from, you have still created it. The exchange rate in the bank is still different from the exchange rate in the parallel market. So what have you really done? Instead of calling it all this kind of fancy name, you better say we increase the price of fuel because you are still paying some form of subsidy based on the exchange rate of the dollar. And instead of saying you remove arbitrage, you better say you devalue the currency so that we will not be looking for a miracle where none does not exist. So my opinion, to wrap it up, is that you have to make up your mind what you are doing. If you want to run a free market economy, you have to buy the bullet and run free market. But you cannot run free market economy and still leave the people on pittance as their wages. The private sector draws the skew from the government. If the government gives the people a reasonable wage, the private sector will give them a reasonable wage. The money that is available for the governors to be packing to the bureau de change will reduce. And that's how to run an economy.
Sorry, can I come in, please?
Okay, can I come in? Can I come in?
Yeah, this is my turn.
Sorry, Akim first. Sorry, Akim is ahead of you, Prestige. Akim.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's me again, Otumba. My question is going to take you back to the PDP. Your party, the PDP, is I think they have the second largest number in terms of the Senate and the House of Rep members in the National Assembly.
Yeah.
As an opposition party, what I don't really understand is that why are the party not using their influence to sponsor bill through their legislators in the House as an opposition party? Because it's almost like a one-way streak. We don't really see anything coming out from your side of the.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You see, this thing that you have said, I've written on it on the inside, I've shouted on it on television and radio. But at the heart of it is that political parties are not run on a manifesto. You see, when you run on a manifesto, the person that is going to the Senate already understands what our agenda is. What we are doing right now is that we are running political parties on the person that has the largest amount of cash. So when you say that, when you do it like that, the guy is going to get the ticket of Senate, he will run the Senate, he will bribe people, he will do it with that, he will eventually win. When he gets to the Senate, you yourself don't even have a manifesto you are holding on to. So what exactly is going to be his official position? So when he gets to the Senate, he will begin to make friends and they will begin to do deals because we are the only nation in the world that expects senators and reps to have what you call constituency projects. I don't know whether their job is to make laws or their job is to build roads. Everything is wrong with that system. And when our system is the way our system is, the people, since they have a full majority, you understand, they said the opposition members are just going there to go on one bench. And it is most unfortunate. I've criticized it, I've written about it, I've quarreled about it. But I think that at the heart of it is that the parties do not have a central manifesto they are running on. And even if they wrote something on the piece of paper, I can guarantee you most of their senators and reps have never read it.
So what's the way forward? How do we kind of navigate this kind of system that we're currently in at the moment? Because for me, I think when you have the opposition team in the House, in national, they should be able to still be pushing certain agenda within that opposition rank, so that to force the position of government on certain policies, because it's almost like the government push it and everybody just goes in that direction. There's never an opposition's position in when it comes to policies matters.
Moderator.
No, I'm here. You dropped and then you're back.
Hello, studio.
We can hear you.
Okay, so now it's Africa. Don't be angry. The thing will just be bouncing anyhow.
Yes.
So I think that if they will run, these are some of the things that we can fix if we have a chairman of my own orientation. You will not get our ticket before getting our manifesto. You will get our manifesto, you go and study our manifesto, you will come back and tell us whether after studying our manifesto, you still want to get our ticket. But you can't just come and buy tickets and just be telling me you want to go and be Senate when you don't even know the manifesto of the party. It is the same reason why the party is not even able to control their governors. Because everybody is running on his own agenda. Yes, I'm not saying you should not be creative, but you must have some broad agenda of what you are running on. In America, you know what the Democrats will do, almost to some extent, and you know what the Republican will do. Donald Trump is already screaming on top of his head that he's going to be anti-immigration, but we already know that that's what the Republican will do. The Democrats already know that they will open up the street. We already know they will do. On the big envelope issues, we should be able to say this is what the party stands for. Unfortunately, you cannot differentiate between the political ideology of the PDP and the APC right now. Even not, you can't even differentiate against that of the Labour. So we have created a political parties that are like identity cults, the cult of human personality, and that's not good. A party should resemble a party. It doesn't have to resemble the candidate. So I think that's why you see that is happening in the legislature, where you are not able to hear vibrant voices screaming and shouting and saying the eyes are. I mean, one of the areas where they disappointed me was that I thought that when they were talking about buying them cars of 160, they would have just taken the mood of the nation. They would have excused themselves from such nonsense, and the country would have been happy with them. But not even the ones in the Labour could even do that. Everybody was only interested in taking what he can take. So when you see it like that, what can you do? Thank you.
Prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm the first person that spoke. So
It's the best thing there so that we can start calling the deal. I've been here for about.
Okay, let me just go ahead and ask my question.
I've been here for 4 hours.
Thank you,
yes, take two more. Take Prestige and Ekene, and then see if
you want to be chairman.
I don't mind. But you go to say at 3 a.m. I did here now.
One man, can I also put a question across? If you don't mind.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll see what Otumba dictates because, like he said, he's really put in a shift. So and he's had a long day prior. In fact,
and I also have a very busy day ahead of me.
Yeah, so we'll play it out however.
But I'm enjoying it though. We don't have to. We can't exhaust it in one day. I don't expect to come here only once. I like this company. I prefer it to Twitter space. These are very matured, responsible people. You people are the kind of people you need in this country to come and help us fix this country. Not all those children of hate that will just be shouting, the thing they know and the one they don't know, they'll be talking about it.
Twitter space is notoriously like that. If you go to platforms like YouTube, the conversation is a bit more balanced. Prestige.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tuba, and I have to commend you for being very an eloquent speaker. He's probably one of the best listeners that have ever come out of Nigeria. In every platform that has been, you have been able to answer all questions without sentiment. So I thank you for that. So my question, I'm gonna just go straight to my question. It's just going to be centered on the same point, which is the central bank, but it's a two-phase to my question. So the first question is about the parallel market. When this present government, APC, came into power, and about 9 months ago, 10 months, I don't know how long it's been right now, the exchange rate in the black market at that particular time, I believe it was about 760 something naira to $1. And the rare foreign exchange probably about 500 or 400. But right now, as of today, because I just sent money, it's about 1,500. So do you think there was a mistake, or the way it wasn't the way they originated the whole thing wasn't good? Immediately the present government and the central bank, they came in, the way they kind of decentralized the parallel market. Do you think that was a mistake? Is there any other way they could have done it? Then my second question in conjunction to this is about MFLA. Being that he's like the scapegoat right now, do you think he did everything by himself, or there's something like Buhari asked him to do and everything? Because at that particular time, Buhari was the president, so it seems like if whatever he's doing might be under Buhari order, So what do you think about Emefiele being the whole?
Okay, all right. Let me run into that. First of all, you see, the biggest problem of those who want to manage the Nigerian space is to be assuming that they know more than everybody. the Bola Tinubu team from Lagos, Wale Edu and Kadoso, not coming to the place with some elephantine idea of knowing more than everybody, they would not have cleaned out the central bank in such a way that almost all the directors will be fresh hands who have no understanding of how things work on the inside. And they will not be bringing only the ideas of their friends from France and the World Bank, which will be demanding the regulation all the time, as if their own countries are not, their currencies are not being managed better than they are managing ours. So that was a huge mistake. There's no other name to call it. They are in trouble now. They are good. The naira is falling. It has not even reached rock bottom yet. They will go and borrow money and use it, put it into the system.
Sorry, what do you anticipate that rock bottom to be?
Well, I think that when I say they've not gotten to rock bottom, is that, you see, it was one of the biggest mistakes they made, which they may not accept, is that they should have allowed that withdrawal of the currencies from circulation. They should have allowed that policy to stay. By lifting the ban, all those monies that were not in the banking sector, money that was hoarded, now came out and started chasing dollar. So if you throw $1 billion into the market today, once they hear there's dollar, they will just pull out all of those dirty notes that they are carrying over the place, and they'll take it to Burumalam and go and buy. And they still have a lot of that money. The monies that was there with the old currency and the monies that was printed with the new currency, both of them are in circulation. What exactly is the total size of the Nigerian economy that you need that quantity of money? And then when you remove subsidy, you are going to have more money, obviously, and you are going to be sharing more money to governor and local government. I must tell you with every sense of sadness that the Nigerian local government system is moribund because governors are the ones running it. So when you put all of this aggregate money together in the hands of a governor, he has enough money to put in a trailer and carry it to black market and be looking for who will help him to change it to dollar. One is easier to keep, two is less, is more, is more, what they call it, compact, and it's an international currency. That's what is giving us problem now. Because you have to ask, what is Nigeria buying that it was not buying before that has suddenly made our quest for dollars so high until we are willing to chase our own naira? We were willing to give 1.5 million of our money for just a blooming $1,000. So it is clear to us that people who have access to the money are the ones that are putting unnecessary pressure on the central bank and on the dollar, on the naira. And you will expect that the best way to handle that would have been the economic intelligence units of the DSS and NIA and all the security agencies who will be able to go around and figure out. Then you will expect that whoever is in the central bank to let the banks, the retail banks, understand that you are not in the mood for that type of nonsense that they are doing. And then you will not allow yourself to say that some people are so big that they are untouchable. Because I think what we need to do is ensure that we first of all know that our country's economy must be built for internal resilience before we are looking for applauses from other countries. So that's that I feel.
All right, Otumba Jafar, he's super chatting you a question.
He didn't answer my about Emefiele.
On the Emefiele one, sorry.
Yeah, please.
On the Emefiele one, the thing is that there are responsibilities that come with office. Emefiele, as CBN governor, knows that the CBN Act puts enormous powers in his hand. And unfortunately for him, he did not even allow the board to sit or even have any role. So he cannot run under the immunity of a president when the truth of the matter is that the level of things that they are saying is doing, there's no way, I repeat, there's no way he would have told Buhari about it or gotten approval for such. He would have just converted himself to the bag man at best, giving them money anytime they want. He knows what the rules are on ways and means. He overshot it. And more importantly, he found a clever way to be giving himself licenses for banks. So he was thinking about, I think, at last time, 6 or 7 banks, all in his name. That's a bit excessive. So they are still, I wish they were not scapegoating him. Like maybe there were a lot more that they were arresting. Because I have not seen them arrest any of his director or any of his deputy governors, which would have been ideal. But in terms of them, profiling him, trying to get him charged and all that, I think is the right thing to do. If you eat like an elephant, you will shit like an elephant.
All right, brilliant. As I was saying, Otumba, Jafar super chats you a question. It says, is there any difference between the PDP and APC, knowing well that both have failed the Nigerian people? Why should we vote you back into Aso Rock? That's what Jafar wants to know.
Well, the thing is that there's no such thing as both have failed. Has Britain not failed? Has America not even failed? The money that people are using for living standards abroad now has become very, very high. So what I'm saying in essence is that the world economy is actually going through what you call tanking. It's not growing the way it's supposed to grow, and we're not able to transfer wealth the way we should transfer wealth. And the essentials that all of us need, the private sector are in charge of it, and they are charging the type of money that can make them, sustain themselves and make some profit. So it is the fact that the Nigerian economy is also having problems is not a good enough reason to say you can't differentiate. You should be able to differentiate, because in 1999, when PDP came into power, they got a nation that was a pariah. You couldn't even write a letter of exchange. Nobody will honor it. 419 and drug was the order of the day all over the world. Nobody respected us. We were not allowed to do so many things. And the economy was deflated. We reflated it. We rewrote the housing policy until we now have a lot of people being able to either buy a house directly or by mortgage. We did the universal basic education system that guaranteed every child in Nigeria the first 9 years of education. We did the primary health intervention program that has put a primary health center in almost every ward. We were able to give the teachers a living wage until all of them could now start buying tobacco cars. We did a lot until we left. Of course, democracy does not assume that others will not be able to come in charge. Those that have come in charge have only made things worse. Why? Because they were assuming that the work was easy. And they assumed that by just squeezing their face and not allowing anything to come near them, they didn't know that they were going to create a custom office around their so-called cabal, who will now be exercising power on their behalf and taking everything for themselves. And they borrowed so much until it is even as if we were using as much as 19% of our monies to service debt. That's a very difficult situation. On top of that, they were doing ways and means until they were just taking money anyhow. So that's where we have found ourselves. I believe that if we all work very hard together, we'll be able to surmount those pressures. And I think that the Nigerian nation we are lucky, because the indicators of the world suggest that the places where growth will take place is in Africa. Nigeria needs to only manage itself properly so that we can have peace among ourselves and stop fighting and quarreling and killing ourselves, and then we can then collectively begin to increase our outputs. That's what I think in that regard. So the difference between PDP and APC, and why you should vote us back into power, is that at least you have tasted the APC and you have seen that they will never be fair. In the first time, they said some people are 5%ers, they didn't do right. And even the one from Lagos that we expect to do right has given more to his own people than he has done balance. So we are more balanced than that. We are a party of life abundance. We ran a budget of 4.7 trillion, even with all the amount that was Jonathan is wasteful. And there was a lot of, liquid in the system. Everybody was able to do what they wanted to do. Now we are running a budget of 47.8 trillion, and yet there's so much tightness. You should know that what is happening is that as the money is landing in their hands, they are finding clever ways to take it to themselves. I mean, when did better just become a minister? Are you not amazed at the kinds of things they are saying she has already appropriated in such a short time? That's what I want to say on that. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Can I get your question in quickly whilst we still have Otumba here? So just be getting your question. When Otumba has had enough, he will tell us. But Ekene.
Okay, one man. Mr. Okudele,
yes,
thank you for
my
your
brother.
You're not going to let that one go now,
Yeah, that's what I'll be calling him from now, Mr.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your time and your patriotism. You are one of the finest Nigerian I've ever seen. So, but what I want you to speak to, you spoke so much about the Igbos today, and that there is a narrative going out there, which I heard from a lot of people, that when they see a Southeasterner coming out to contest or say, I want to be a president, that person become an IPOB or a Biafran person. And that narrative have been going on, that it's almost a barrier. And whenever an Igbo man says he wants to be a president, especially in the north, and even our southwest brothers has taken that into an agenda. That any Igbo man, he can easily divide this nation if power is given to him. In fact, a lot of people said it, and I hear it, that Igbo man cannot be president of Nigeria. How do we tackle that narrative?
Okay, God will bless you. I have said it very clearly that it is the wishful thinking of those who are saying that. There is something called the danger of the single argument. The danger of the single argument is to profile and pigeonhole all Igbos into one thing. Are the Yorubas one? Are they one thing? Are all of them area boys? Are the Hausas, are all of them Boko Haram? So you cannot treat the Igbos like that. I don't believe that. What I would just say is that, imagine the days of Obafemi Awolowo, as wise and as respected as he was. He tried, could not even be president. Even Abiola, who was a bit more flamboyant, he tried, he couldn't be president. In the end, it was a collaboration of all the other stakeholders in the country that came together to make it happen. That's why you see me putting so much effort in some other areas to try and let them understand that there is nothing we are going to gain in not solving that problem. If we solve it tomorrow, then we have solved it. If we don't solve it in 10 years' time, it's still going to be a problem on the table. And I have been getting some understanding, and I've been getting some encouragement, and I've been getting some solutions. Assuming that I wasn't feeling that, why will I be doing this so much, and this people will just be, fighting, I would have been sharing the result of some of the suggestions with them. But I think it's too early. For instance, when I saw General Buhari, he gave me a pointer as to how to crack the nut for the Igbos if I wanted it cracked. Can you believe that? And this is a man that he was always saying 5%. But when I sat him down, I got him into serious engagement. He breathed down. I said, And then he said, okay, next time, look in this direction. Do you understand? Even to go to that place is very dangerous. I did that because I wanted to be sure that it will not be meeting hostility. It is only dialogue. We are a people in Nigeria that have created only bad names for ourselves. Igbos we call Yoruba Ofe Man. Yorubas we call Igbo Yamiri. Hausa we call Yoruba Berebe. I don't understand how African men African brothers, African ancestry will look at ourselves. We'll be calling white men nice names and be calling ourselves, among ourselves, bad names for what? When we are the same people. So I think that this IPOB thing is just unnecessarily overrated. It is the propaganda that the people are afraid of. I don't think that anybody who is sensible will not understand. I mean, even on this year's Armed Forces Memorial, the 54th one, I said it's time for us to apologize for the civil war in a practical manner. And I said the reason why we must apologize are in twofold. One, we must be able to apologize for the fact that we used anti-human strategy of starvation and hunger in war against our brothers. We can apologize. I said the second reason why we must apologize is that we cannot expect people to be going to states in Port Harcourt and in some location. They'll be passing in front of their father and grandfather's houses. We will not give it back to them, we will not pay compensation, we will not say sorry. And I said I was premising it on the fact that if we can be doing things to make people that suffered during June 12th, like the Abiola family, feel more involved in Nigeria, it will not cost us anything to apologize and pay some compensation where we can determine it for the things that happened then. All of these things I keep saying and I keep pushing is just to bring us to be closer, to make us more our own brothers, and to make us one Nigeria. And I think that if we, I mean, do I expect that we would have succeeded in making maybe people to be the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and then people will be fighting in the iPod for what? Whatever they want to build, whatever they want to design, would they not be able to see it happen? Let's be fair to ourselves. The country has not been fair to the Southeast. The amount of infrastructure of the federal government that we have in all the other zones, what do we have in the Southeast? Everywhere has 666 minimum. They have 5. Even if we say they don't have land, what about the senators that everybody will have 3 per zone, making 18 minimum, and they have only 15? You have to, I mean, be realistic and say, how do you expect them to feel happy under this kind of circumstance? If you were from their tribe, will you be happy? So I think that we will have to continue to work hard. I think that the Indigbos too must begin to build more bridges with their brothers on an individual level until more and more people will catch on to the advice. And then that's what I say. Nobody, if it was an easy problem, it would have been solved easily. It's not easy. But I think that we have demonstrated that we can crack it. I mean, come on, man. Peter won Lagos. That's a big thing.
Otumba, let me take you back to the APC primary, that fateful night. So now that fateful, the build-up, just the atmosphere was fever pitch. You could cut the atmosphere with a knife. Everybody anxious, but on that fateful night, one by one, they were stepping up to the microphone. Yemi, Fayemi, all of them, stepping up to the microphone, saying, I stepped down and I put my back in behind Ashwaju. But then it came to the turn of Yemi Oshibanjo, and he stood firm. Imagine from that scenario, he then got the appellation Yemi Iscariot Oshibanjo. Is that appellation fair? Was there somewhat naivety on the side of the vice president not to read the tea leaves and play a longer term politics?
No, I think that, thank you very much for that question. One of the reasons why you just pitied that party called APC is the fact that I don't understand how so many people will buy from. They will not step down before the day. And in the front of the entire world watching us live, that's when they will go and be disgracing themselves and their ancestors by standing up to say they are stepping down, they are stepping down, they are stepping down. If you knew you were going to step down, why did you buy from? If you bought from and you knew you were going to step down, why did you wait until the last? It's disgraceful now. I think Yemi Osinbajo did not Iscariot anybody. I think the major problem with that Osinbajo agenda was the president himself. Because if the president did not want his vice president to run, he should have told him in clear terms. But I'm sure the president, being who he is, he will not tell them not to run. He will tell all of them to go and try their luck. And because the narrative energy of the Bola Tinubu campaign was so much stronger, instead of them to see that by people contesting against Bola Tinubu, they were giving integrity to the process, they interpreted it to mean people who contested against him were betrayers. I don't know where they got that from. I think it comes from the same entitlement mentality of Emiloko, which unfortunately has a very subtle meaning with us, but became a thing that became such a cry that made it seem as if he was asking for it in an entitled manner. He was mostly misunderstood. He was speaking to his Yoruba brothers and saying to them that I backed all of you Yoruba land since. And now that they've told us to go and bring somebody, you all know that I have served all of you now. You people serve me. That was what he was saying technically. It was not meant to be something that will affect the entire nation or it will become a battle cry for the whole country. But what can we do? If people get up and say they are stepping down, we cannot prevent them. But I think Oshibajo has not done anything wrong by contesting. I even think that just that power is something that people don't usually give. They don't even share with their own children. If also, Oshibajo would have been a better man for Bola to back since he was younger, more agile and all that. But, it is what it is. It is what it is.
In terms of vice presidents that we have had in the history of that country, a lot of people are of the thought that Kashim Shettima, in terms of mental acuity, sharpness, readiness for the position, oratory, and presentation, he seems to be in a prime position to be the best vice president.
In terms of vice president in the country that you've ever had, you've never
Yes.
had in the vice president you've ever had, you've never had a vice president that comes with anything close to what Atiku comes with. Most of the things you call the public economic policies of that administration was driven by Atiku, because he will find the consultant, he will put the teams together, they will come up with the paper before they take it to the president. And since Atiku has been vice president and he has left, you have never had any vice president that had that kind of clout the way he had. But I must concede that even I am a fan of Kashim Shettima. I think I'm more mesmerized by the fact that he's a northerner who seems to like reading so much, and he has a bit of ability to articulate his position. But if the economy does not work, then what will be his contribution, since the vice president is in charge of the economy? Do you understand what I mean? So I think it's just, it is what it is. We cannot undo what has been done. And I think that Bola Tinubu is a very, very smart politician. He relies a lot on research and on data, and he does not deceive himself. When the science tells him go right, he will go right. So that's why he was able to get the type of quality vice president that he wanted in Shettima. I pray that they have peace among themselves up till the end.
What do you think the ideal age of a Nigerian president should be, especially from the first term? What do you think the ideal age of the Nigerian president should be?
I think we have gotten to a point where we don't need to be wasting our time on age. The young ones that we have given responsibility, they've not acted in any way that is so superlative. There are lots of states that come to mind. There are lots of senators that come to mind. You understand what I'm saying? So I think I think what we are going to say is that we are a people that needs to strengthen our bureaucratic institution infrastructure. If we can strengthen the civil service and the bureaucratic infrastructure, then there will be minimum disruption that political office holders can do. Do you get? But the strange thing in our country is that the political office holder used to come into office thinking that they are so much better than the civil servant. I beg to disagree, but that is the mindset with which we do everything. That's why you see us running from pillar to post.
What you just mentioned there, do you not think that is actually the biggest problem that we are contending with within the Nigerian space? The lack of strong independent institutions. A lot of people feel that that is really what is holding us back. No institutions that checks or balances anything.
The only answer I will say to that is that you are correct.
All right. Baba.
Gentlemen, I thank you so much for 4.5 hours of my time and your time. I beg now to get some rest so that I can be ready for my responsibility tomorrow. It's 3:30 here already. God bless you all.
You've
God
done
keep
well,
you.
sir.
We can't finish
And I
everything.
have. Did you finish from Obafemi USC?
Otumba, do you want to answer this last question?
Yeah, what's the last question?
You had the window now. You know, I knew if there was a pause, I knew Otumba would leave. That's why I was rushing the questions. But then,
what's the last question?
Real quick though, yeah.
Hold on. When he just asked the question, did you finish from OAU? You went to Unilag. You went to Unilag, did you not? Otumba?
That's right. Up school.
All right. Yes. Who wanted to follow Wenny?
Yeah, this Kinzo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Otumba, thank you so much. You've been very wonderful. Now, my question is: I have noticed you spoke very well, very eloquently, especially with regards to the current president, Tinubu. You've said a lot of great things, a lot of nice things about him. Now, if and when you become the party's chairman, right? Who will you be supporting as your party's presidential candidate? And
my first love will be Peter Obi if he comes. My second would be let them go, and I will tell them anyway, ab initio, that I feel that I've been screaming it. We have a debt PDPO that we owe the Southeast. Alex Ekweme ran primaries with Obasanjo in 1999. You cannot tell me that more than 25 years after, you have, and these people have been giving us votes every time. You cannot tell me more than 25 years after, you are not able to see, especially since they've not even been president for such a long time, that you can even return the favor of their loyalty. I am sold on that. But because it is politics, I will only say, let them all now go to the field. By the grace of God Almighty, they will have a process for their primaries that will not resemble the rubbish they are doing now. The man that is going to win will have the ability to win the general election because of the way we will take them through. They will be allowed to do heavy campaigning. Can't you see the way the Americans are going? Trump is campaigning. You are seeing the campaign. You are watching the sound bite and the tidbit. Biden is doing whatever he can. You know what I mean? By the time they get to the primaries, you already know that the person that is going to win is their best hand forward. That's how to go about these things. God will help us.
So you wouldn't be supporting them, Atiku, should he run?
No. You see, it's not a question of I will be supporting Atiku. I've backed Atiku twice and I'm still his man. But what I'm saying here is that, okay, should we now tell the world that we're going to do Atiku Abubakar 3 times back to back? And if we said it, who will believe us, who will buy us? Then we'll ask another question. If headsmen are killing people in the southern belt and people are complaining very much and they are profiling his race, where do I expect people to come and give us the numbers when it is like that? Then if the noise of it is southern time is so large, how would we get the numbers from the north? Then if the last time he ran, he could do so well in the northeast, how are we going to win that way? The only thing that makes an Atiku presidency attractive is if we're able to beg Peter Obi and his people to back him up as vice presidential candidate. Period.
All right, excellent. Gentlemen, let's let Otumba go get some rest. He will join us again.
Otumba, God bless you. God bless you, Mr. Okudu. God continue to guide you and give you wisdom. In fact, from today, I'll begin to speak to my fellow. I'll just be following you up to know how you follow the politics of the Southeast. So I will be clearly and be watching you closely.
God will bless you guys. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for your time too. Bye.
All right. Good night. Good night to
we will only hope that the obedient will not do him showing car thing when he starts speaking.
That is the problem. No, forget about even doing me showing car. The problem is that when you have, imagine when Chief Nwanyang said they were the ones that built Lagos. Imagine if I had gone and I said I got so angry and I started abusing him. Some people say, okay, maybe he deserved it. Do I know how many people will be angry? The number of people that will be angry will be too much compared to the one human being. So sometimes you go just waka pass. You just allow
Otumba, there is one thing I want you to understand about the obedience. There are cool ones like us. If you know, like I told you, a lot of us on the ground that you don't see on the internet, a lot of us.
I know now.
You understand? So if you if you use what is happening on the internet to judge what is on ground, the dream will not come to pass.
That's
you understand?
So
I know what is on ground. I know what is on ground. So forget what is on the internet.
No,
so you understand?
No, you can't.
I know.
The internet propelled Obi to where he is. You can't disregard
whether it propel him or not.
If you remove the internet, Obi will only win Anambra State. If you remove the internet,
I tell you, Otumba, let me tell you this.
Yes.
The people that voted Obi honestly never voted
it's before. It's not only Igbo now, everybody voted him.
So it's not that. But when I say it here, the reason why I don't say it in this platform is that let it not be as if I'm too arrogant or what, but I just keep it to myself. But anybody that understands what is on ground about Obi will not argue his power. And it's true.
No. If
Anybody that wants to
Peter
overlook him,
enters any market in Nigeria today, we shut that market down.
You know, he went to Plateau now. They didn't see it now. He went to Enugu State.
Let's let Otumba go get some sleep.
No, I want Otumba to give Obi ticket. I would like it. That's it.
God will help us. God will help us. We'll continue to improve him. We'll continue to improve him. God will give us grace.
If Obi goes back to PDP.
Otumba, good night.
Good night.
So there are no other candidates. There are no other person in Nigeria now who can contest. It has to be
Hold on. Everybody. Sorry, when I say everybody, I mean everybody. Oh, he's gone. I wanted Enigmatic to be able to get in with a quick question, but Enigmatic Ogwende has.
Enigmatic asked the question. I answered the question on his behalf. Okay, that's all right.
All right. Enigmatic, ask the question.
Meanwhile, sorry, one man. Okay, go ahead. I'll say what I'll say after.
All right. Enigmatic, ask the question anyway. I'm sure Otumba is still listening. He may not come back to answer though, because I think he just needs his sleep now. But Enigmatic, Hondi.
Babani,
Don't say I don't do nice things for you. Or look at what I brought to come and interact with you guys.
Yeah, in fact, I stumbled on it when you saw my comments. I think I just was very lucky to listen to him. I mean, Otumba is an eloquent man. He's the type of that politician you would like to listen to almost every time. And I wish him well in his PDP's chairmanship ambition. But like I think somebody said it, PDP is not just your regular political party. The best I can say is to say I wish him well, and I understand the kind of politics he's trying to play to get to that level. He's trying to appeal to the Southeast people through the obedience and through Peter Obi. But Peter Obi, unfortunately, is done politically. That's just a fact. But like I said, he's quite eloquent. I wish he could be the next PDP chairman. He's very young, able to connect, with the young and the old. And then I can see he's the type of guy that they need at this moment, this auspicious moment, with his reformative mindset. I don't really have any question for him, but all I will say is that he's doing the right thing. He's connecting the dots. He's playing to, speaking and playing to the strength of his target audience. I mean, the Southeast folks, if they are able to work with him and not turn against him, because like he said, and we all know, it's just a little slip of a comment before they turn against him, especially those what did Baba Soyinka call them recently? He has called them fascists. Now they are barbarians, right?
The vuvuzelas.
Now they are barbarians. So
I think Otumba is quite an exceptional man. I listened to him attentively. At this point in time, I should have been sleeping, but I listened to every statement he said. This is not the first time anyway. But what I can say is he has this great situational awareness ability, right? His situational awareness is really, really on point, A level. So he knows how to pick his words. His answers are straight, easy to relate with, and understandable, very clear. So he can really connect. In my view, I know the PDP would not serve him well, and it would be a great miss for the PDP. But I think Nigeria still needs him in the sense of his ability to really express. He's very expressive, and not just being expressive. He knows how to break down concepts to a market woman's level that you can relate with and understand, and it becomes so open and clear. His criticism for Obi, we have dissected it on this platform multiple times, but his ability to still convey that information and it appears new is as
respectful.
Yeah, respectful, true.
Yeah.
Emeka, am I still talking?
Oh, you can go ahead. Sorry, I thought maybe it's done.
No, sorry about that, and I don't mean to be rude to you, anyways, because I won't really stay long. But what I was saying is a politician that knows how to read the room. One man is that kind of politician. He's very young. He's been with top politicians within the land for a very long time. He started.
I think it's only about 42 thereabout, isn't it? But carry on.
No. It's old. It's it's older than that. It's just very. Yeah, he started with Benga Daniels. He knows his route, and he knows his way within the political terrain. But I don't, I don't see him being the next PDP chairman. As it is now, as constituted, PDP is still within the is still within the grasp of the hyenas and the top hawks of it. It's not there with them. It does not have that political gravitas, to stay on the same corridor with people who are holding forth in PDP for now. But like I said, if wishes were horses, I wish he could be the next PDP chairman, and then he could probably be able to turn things around because of his useful experience and being able to bridge the gap between the old and the young. He's been going around the country, and I even know somebody who is very close working with some people that I know with him. But the fact remains that we all know the way politics is played in Nigeria. So if you are not, like a wicked statement, if he didn't dare, he didn't dare. If you are not there as one of those big boys, you can't have the power. So let's see how it goes. But I like the way he's playing. Like I said, he's playing to a certain audience. He wants them, and he's trying to see how best or how far he can go with them. And then he's always coming with this.
Is he wanting to cut a slice of that bit of big space?
Absolutely. That's you just have to play that kind of card if you see yourself as a greenhorn. So it's a greenhorn. Does Saraki needs to play that? He doesn't. All Saraki needs to do is play to the game of the big boys on the top, and then that's what Saraki is doing, and the other top dogs.
But that's where the political decisions are made now. The big boys. It's not about any of this. Yeah. They just meet in a room and decide what happens, isn't it?
Yeah, but the problem.
Hold on, please. When you can play the politics of the big boys, you have to find a way to do that. We have to find a route for yourself, and the easiest route you think it can actually, appeal to is
the Peter Obi route, Abi.
Yes, which is a dead end. So
it's not a dead end now. If you look at Peter Obi's numbers,
really,
it is, one man.
Okay.
As it is, like we will be very, very. I've not really been speaking for a lot, but 2027 politics is already almost, if not concluded, right? I would say almost conclusive as it is. So things are shaping up already. And then, unfortunately, people will not like to hear it. People will not like to see it. People will say, oh, this dude is back again, probably, which is bad news to them. But Obi is done politically. Where does he want to go? If he goes to PDP now, who is he going to shake off? I want you to answer that question. Then
I did put that to Otumba Showunmi, but he didn't want to. I didn't agree. I said the OP space was a one shot.
Atiku is coming back in 2027, and then there was a conversation.
If he comes back in 2027, it'll be a repeat of 2023, wouldn't it?
It's absolutely. It's even if he does or doesn't, or what happened in 2023 is going to be like a part 2 in 2027, because Obi would like to run again in 2027. And when he does, you know what that means again. Hold on a second, please. You know what that means again to APC and Ashiraju's camp. Obi's running in 2027 is a plus for them. One. Then there's no way Atiku will be alive. And Atiku will still be in PDP. And Atiku will not wrestle power or ticket from anyone. So now, there was a talk of an alliance between Labour Party, PDP, and NMPC, right? So you people who can read politics very well, they know that you cannot make any deal with Kwankwaso for now. People should know where Kwankwaso is going. So now we have Kwankwaso out there, right? Purportedly, we have article out there, certainly that he will be running again in 2027. Then Obi has shot himself to become one of them now. So he will definitely run again in 2027. So I want you to tell me where's the way out for these three men.
So you see, there are only two scenarios that I see in 20. I cannot say outside of two scenarios, enigmatic. It's either the country returns to Tinubu so that it bags his 8 years and power goes to the north, or they find a strong northerner to push him out of that seat. They cannot. If a southerner defeats Tinubu in 2027, then that's presses reset. And that southerner then gets another 8-year complement. The north is too politically savvy and too politically. They won't allow
they can still give the southerner the Jonathan treatment after 4 years.
One man. No,
when the guy has power.
That is Jonathan. Everybody is not Jonathan, first of all.
But is it not based on what you're saying now? You're saying that this man will sit down there and then allow another southerner to win him. It's the same thing now.
Hold on, let me conclude. One man, the northern folks will not open their eyes to see their 4 years, right? Go like that. What will happen is that if you don't know now, right? Do you know the South? They're already propping themselves and prepping themselves, calculating for 2031 to be the vice president. If you don't know, you should know now. So 2027 election is already on that way, right? And South is getting ready to be the vice president, to produce the vice president, as it is now. And then the game will be to play for the next 4 years, to play the next 4 years, and then it goes back to the north. And that's why you are seeing all the judgments that came back from Supreme Court lately. Can't you read meanings to that? Ogbeni is here, right? I think he's still here. So when you look at certain things, one man this does not just happen coincidentally, right? When you have somebody as an outsider and against all odds, he was able to weather the storm, the murky waters of the campaign of calumny, right? Against even the oligarchs of his own party, internal democracy and everything. And then you have him on power now, having the whole levers of everything that he wants. And then you're already seeing foot soldiers around. Can't you see El-Rufai already out? El-Rufai is not out for 2027. El-Rufai is out for 2031. People will start to position themselves because they know Shetima has the right of first refusal for that northern ticket. And then there will be Atiku then. I mean, there will be El-Rufai already coming around, right? And there will be Kwankwaso then there too. So when you look at this, I want people to always forget about the politics of the PDP. It is the politics of the opposition that people should be focused on now. How those opposition parties, what are they doing? What are they actually doing? Because APC, as you see them already, they are set. You will see a lot of PDP. Can't you see PDP governors? Today they are hailing an opposition president, right, for winning their cases in Supreme Court. Look at the cases. So now focus on the opposition parties. What is happening in Labour Party, for instance? Do we still have a Papa faction and we still have a Bure faction? Where is Peter Obi's? Where does he belong? Is he moving to PDP or is going back to AGA, or is going to be in Labour Party? Right? If he goes to PDP, how is he going to navigate his way to get a ticket in PDP as currently structured? So what is Kwankwaso's game?
Enigmatic, are you saying Peter Obi has shot the Igbos on the foot?
No, Igbo can do anything they want to like with themselves and Peter Obi. I don't even want to talk about those people. That's why I'm basically talking the larger picture now about the opposition generally. Because as it is, the South, they're already getting, where they know the ticket will come, right, in 2031 back to the South. They're getting ready between themselves and Southwest to have a shot at the vice presidency then. Because I can bet you for a fact, if Peter Obi comes again in the next 4 years, the same scenario will play itself. And there will be lesser numbers that he will get. One, right? And the whole numbers again in the southeast will go for Peter Obi, then he will get lesser numbers from the south because they will be getting ready for one of their sons to be the vice president to any other candidate in 2021. So they wouldn't want to play a blind politics. So now the game should be, what are the oppositions doing in 2027, 2021? What are they trying to do? If Segun Showunmi is speaking like this, or the Otumba is speaking like this, right? Of course, he could probably, somebody like that could radicalize or probably revolutionize the fortunes of PDP, but they won't give it to him. It's a fact. And he knows. But I appreciate his audacious, confidence. And I'll leave it at that for now. And people can speak if they want to speak.
One man, can I quickly say something?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, thank you very much. So there was a comment, there was a statement he made during his submission that I don't think people paid attention into. Otuba Kali said something. This Messiah picture that they are painting Obi to be like. I've always said that it's a typical politician like every other Nigerian politician. So he made a statement that Obi was using his influence to install his own favorable candidate in the Anambra governorship election. Not only did they do that, it would not even allow the state structure to produce the deputy governorship candidate. So he was doing exactly the same thing your typical politician does in Nigeria. So using his influence.
That's not news now. Obi did not even conduct local government chairman.
But progressive, that's not news now. People, he has produced 3 candidates now, and they've all lost.
Why? How is it different from these other politicians that they are calling
They know that it's not different. It's just that it was a convenient guy to be packaged.
Yeah, a convenient choice.
Because
among the political class, right? Obi, they know him. They know he's not any different. But among those like the obedient set, right? They think he's, they packaged him. Like I said, they packaged him to be
listen to when you listen to Otumba, always listen to, in between of whatever statement he makes. He said, he was speaking about if the possibility of the South is producing a candidate that will be acceptable, that will be widely acceptable, right? He doesn't want to say the clannishness or probably part of that guy, right? He's just speaking he's trying to be moderate with what he says. But for a fact, a couple of us have not been here for a long time, but whenever we come over here, it's like we always strike some nerves, and we always see people crying on, non-stop because of certain things that we say, right? But we know for a fact, we are talking about Nigeria politics. This is not American politics now, because Trump and Biden, we know what will probably happen later in the year. We can say this and that. But when it comes to Nigeria politics, you don't even need a soothsayer. You don't need a juju man, right, to tell you this is the thing that what they are doing or probably what's going to happen. But people can believe what they want to believe because of their deluded mindset, right? When people are so full in the mindset of their phantasmagoria, they don't understand reality from fiction, and they keep having that agenda almost every time. It is very clear as day that the question that I pose to everybody now, in the opposition camp, we have Labour Party, we have PDP, and we have Kwankwansiya movement. What are they doing? Who if they want to make let's assume there will be an alliance of PDP, of Labour Party, of NNPP, right? Who is going to be the presidential flag bearer? Do you think an Atiku will step down for a certain Agulu man, or do you think Kwakwanso will step down for him, or do you think Atiku will step down for Kwakwanso or whatever? Do you think about all those things? at least for you to even say you want to wrestle power from the incumbent party, right? There should be a semblance of organization, a semblance of seriousness from the major opposition parties. Now look at it. Look at the PDP. PDP is in disarray as it is now. Labour Party is nowhere to be found. The Labour Party legacy people, they do not recognize the hype obedience as their party members, right? The Akwa movement, they are in bed either 50-50 with APC. So what is the way forward? How are they trying to do it? But when you speak, they always think, oh, you are speaking against Peter Obi as if Peter Obi is their father, or Peter Obi has anything to do with their lives. None of these politicians is our father or probably a family member, right? They are just normal politicians.
You are hitting the.
So when you speak, you have a clear departure from your reservations and from your emotional mindset. You speak the fact. What are the opposition? Tell me, is it possible for an Atiku to step down for any of these people when Atiku is alive? So listen to that first.
Omar, can I say something?
Let Bishop go first and then come after him. Can I, Bishop?
Thank you. Yeah, actually, my question is, I'm not sure I heard correctly, but correct me if I am right. Did I catch a glimpse of some excitement, fantasizing, romanticizing, and what again do you have? What you added the boy in the tone of Ekene about Peter Obi getting the ticket in PDP, the PDP structure of criminality. Did I get some excitement in your voice when you were asking if Segun Showunmi is going to give him the ticket? I want to be sure because we all know that structure of criminality. I mean, I don't think you are excited about that. Are you?
See, politicians say things. Is it not wicked that talked about cancer? Is it not serving a cancer government? Forget those things. When the time comes, they will make the decision.
Let's allow Ekene to answer the question. Ekene, please answer question.
Let me
answer question, please.
Let me say what I want to say. I appreciate. Let me come in now. I appreciate the guy that came in tonight. He baffled me. He wowed me.
What's his Igbo name? What did they?
No, you know, what I found out is that a lot of people were disappointed in his especially the Abadorians are disappointed with his submission about to do tonight.
That's not true. You know, the man.
Ekene, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I want an Igbo name too. Give me an Igbo name as you carry on. I want an Igbo name, but not.
No, it's only Mr. Tumba that have Igbo name. Mr.
I'll give you.
You don't have Igbo name. What you have Igbo name? I will tell you.
I'll give you Chinwe.
Is that not a girl's name?
That's female now. Emeka, you are very wicked.
What are you suggesting? Okay, carry on. Is it my funny voice? I think that might well be it. Carry on.
I don't think you are.
So let me. You people are not allowing me to speak now.
The man, like we said, you know, all of us.
Emeka, allow me to talk now.
No, you will speak now because you want to pass something that I feel is not happening.
Emeka, beg, hold on a second. One man, please. Is it possible that I don't know if you're able to reach out to Mike? I will need his contact if you don't mind. Maybe we can reach out later.
All right, I'll do that.
Yeah, and I'll be leaving now. Just thanks for the opportunity.
All right, thanks for stopping by. Enigmatic.
Yeah. Enigmatic, hi.
Baba, happy New Year! Happy New Year to everyone.
Happy New Year,
Look at that.
Èmi àti bàbá Gomez sọ̀rọ̀ so ẹ kàn ti ṣàlàyé fún yín bó ṣe ń lọ.
Má pẹ́ o, kó tó dé o, kó tó tún yọjú o.
Lágbára Ọlọ́run.
Okay.
Ẹ̀rọ sà.
Ọlọ́run wà pẹ̀lú ẹ̀.
Àmín.
Àti ilé ẹ̀ ọ̀tọ̀ náà ẹ̀.
Àmín inshallah. Allahumma àmín. Ẹ ṣé gan.
Okay, Mega, can I come in now?
Yeah, carry on.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the most important thing is that the guy has spoken his mind and what he wants. He wants Obi. And who am I to stop Obi if Obi wants him? So And the guy is not it's not like all these. I've never seen him like all these rubbish politicians we see in our space. He's a very decent politician. So if he have any collaboration with Obi, I will not be against it. I love it. I love decent politicians. So so if Obi wants him, it's all right. If he wants Obi, it's all right. I'm in support of that. So if anybody wants to argue that, they can continue to argue that. But what I expect other people to argue about is about their own government. You cannot be talking about the next election without talking about the performance of your government. You see, you left the performance of your government. You're talking about who will win the 2027 election, this and that, who will get the presidency, who will now have the opportunity to be the next president, who will not be the president. And that's what this is the issue we are facing in this nation. You understand? You are here, the guy has made a very, very good remark, both in economy, both in his security. You couldn't pick those things out and discuss it, especially when it comes to your government, you that is in government. What you're talking about, who will be the strategy that they will use to make the next president in 2027 and the 2031, and who will have the opportunity. I'm very disappointed.
Sorry, my apology to interject you, but anyway, you see what he said, right? He has said that the APC is still in a strong ground to win the 2027 election. That all that matters now is what they can do. Enigmatic has actually said it again in his own way, paraphrasing what Otumba said. So it's not about what you definitely we dissect governance issue here. We criticize those who are irresponsible and not doing what is the right thing to do. But in terms of politics, let's be very honest and clear. The APC is more organized. At this point in time, they are even much more stronger. The opposition parties are not living up to expectation. P2B seems to be, going around the country and passing condolences left, right, and center, right? And then the Labour Party chairman who says he's a soulmate, that P2B is his soulmate, is not even seen with him. It appears that the dancing queen of the Labour obedient movement, Asha Yusufu, is more of a soulmate. She's more like a Mary Magdalene to a Jesus than the Labour Party. And even the Labour Party chairman does not even understand what is really going on with Obi's future ambition.
Emeka, that one doesn't concern. I don't expect you to expatiate much on the argument the guy has made about Obi. I don't expect you to do that. I expect you to discuss the economy he talked about. You understand? You can't be using. We are not singing Mary Magdalene here. We talk real things that is happening in the country.
What has he said?
Don't be telling me Obi Mary Magdalene, this person, Joseph the Carpenter, and all that. That's not the issue.
Be honest and truthful. What has Otumba said here that we have not dissected on this platform in the past?
No, Otumba is a very straightforward human being.
Of course.
He said things that even you, as an Igbo man, cannot say for your people. He said it. And you are not ashamed of yourself. He said things that
and we're back to where we always were.
Calm down. What do you mean?
Calm down.
What do you mean? That
calm down.
What he has said, he's an eloquent, bright man, brilliant, nice speaker, understands the situation, understands the plight. He's looking at the way to
and
win.
A politician too.
And a brilliant politician. He is looking at the pathway to win. And he's saying this is the pathway to win. And me putting myself in his own shoes and context, I understand what he's trying to say.
If Obi is his pathway to win, and he find him,
hold on now, let me just land. Is it feasible? First and foremost, we are clear. We know that he's not going to be the PDP chairman, even though we wish him the very best and the best of luck. We know it's not going to happen. Number two, he has said,
can I say something?
Yeah, proceed.
Can I comment?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't think Segun is really relying on P2B or saying whatever he said for P2B to win. In fact, that alone can even work against his chairmanship in PDP. If we're to be frank, I just think he's being a sincere person. at least everybody has agreed that this man is a straightforward man. I think the closest that PDP had to being organized was actually 2019 election. You see how they came together and everything in 2019 election. So if they sincerely want, because I know that in the last chairmanship election, Wike and his gang shut out Yoruba from becoming the chairman, because saying that there's no, PDP didn't win states and all those kind of stuff. I think this is an opportunity for PDP to bring Yoruba people into the fold, because see someone like Benga Daniel that left, a lot of things can play like, okay, this party is not, okay, even Segun even mentioned it today, that will he go and leave to ABGA or to Labour Party when he will have more chance of getting position as if it's in APC, he will have more chance of maybe becoming a governor or something. So the thing is, I think that PDP want to get it right. This is an opportunity for them to make a Yoruba man the national chairman. I think that will give them also a sense of belonging, and also bring the Yoruba fold within the PDP. At least PDP has a delegate, and so.
Can I say something?
You see, for Ekene is a bit exciting that.
Obina, can I say something?
I'm not excited.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead. Go
ahead. Let me say something. It's just a question I want to ask to probably test the sincerity of Otumba. First and foremost, okay. I'm not sure. First of all, I'm not sure. I think perhaps it's the first time Ekene is hearing Segun Showunmi really. Segun Showunmi is not that new to whoever understand the Nigerian political space very well. He has been saying all this. There is nothing new he has said tonight that has not been seen. And I said it. I traced it back to 6 or 7 years ago, and he even really reconfirmed.
No, he's not new to me, Obenio. I mean, even his last interview, I watched him.
If he's not new to you, you won't think that we are surprised, okay, about what he has come to say. So he has just come to reiterate the same thing because he's campaigning as the chairman of PDP, which is is within his legitimate ambition. So that's by the way. The question I want to ask, which Obina raised on the EU here, which I'm trying, that agitates my mind now, is that, okay, so if Otumba Segun wants to be the chairman of PDP now, and he wants Obi to return to PDP, and he wants Obi to be your presidential candidate, would that be the same issue PDP ran into in 2023, where they had a northerner as the chairman and northerner as the presidential candidate? So where is the sincerity here? Because invariably,
yes. So yes, I like that question.
The chairman of the party, and then you want a southerner also to be the presidential candidate.
Yeah. So look at the situation. Look at it from this. Can I answer the question? So look at it from this angle, right? So let's say the whole idea of Segun being the national chairman doesn't have anything to do with the presidential candidate, to be frank. It doesn't matter who the presidential candidate will be. I don't think it would be right to walk the filling up of the position of national chairman based on who you think should be the presidential candidate. Most likely might end up being Atiku again. Remember, he also mentioned something that maybe they can have an arrangement where maybe Atiku goes, Obi will be his vice. Maybe they do one term and then Obi takes over. He gave us a lot of scenarios.
I think that option is what may likely happen, possibly.
Exactly. That is even a more realistic option, to be frank with you. And if they can do that and bring everybody together, then they can be able to face, they'll be able to face APC. There's something Oshomole mentioned, which I laughed.
Did you listen to him? He said he's not supporting Atiku. I mean, I don't know if you were listening to it.
No, he didn't say that.
No, he said that.
He didn't say that. What
he
said is that Atiku. No, he didn't say. He said he's a spokesman for Atiku, right? But what you say that Atiku, if he's going to run,
he's still an Atiku man.
No. I asked him that question.
Yeah, no,
He said that
I understand
Atiku
what
has
you're
not
saying.
told him whether
No.
he's running or not.
Exactly.
Yes.
He said,
Yes, and remember, he said that it is Atiku's decision to make. He's not going to sit down here and start disqualifying Atiku from running or not. He even did a lot of permutation.
Exactly. So what
the whole thing is, I think PDP needs somebody.
Go ahead. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that point.
Yes. So he needs. He needs.
Obina,
I think someone like him will be great to reorganize party. Yes.
Obina, realistically, as you sit where you are right now, do you think the obedience will allow Peter Obi to be VP to Atiku in 2027?
Really, is it up to the obedience? What can the obedience do? Look at how
Obi
it turned out. What were they able to do
without the obedience? That is the problem.
Absolutely.
But he's at the end of the day, he's the leader.
The fact is this, Baba. The fact is this. I know that a lot of obedience will be against that arrangement for Obi to be a vice. In fact, I've already seen them make that statement. Even Kenneth Okonkwo said that if such thing happens, he will back out.
Yeah, I remember.
And they should back out now.
About 9 days ago.
They should back out. That's not how you do. That's not how you do politics, though. You have to talk. You have to convince people. You have to link up with.
The only thing they have to do. The only thing
you can't make yourself.
Let me say this. The only thing they have to do is continue to talk. Then maybe they can talk senses into them. Then that arrangement will be made. Clear arrangement. I think if they continue to talk, they can get the arrangement done. Me, I'm not against it.
They can get the arrangement because look at both of them.
The only thing is that Mr. Otumbana coming here now just to say this. Then he knows that he have to help Obi to do that work. So it's not. You have to help.
Both of them still respect each other.
Obi will never be vice
cannot do it
president of
alone.
any party that he's affiliated to. He already been a vice president. So the ultimate Obi goal is to be a president in Nigeria. So I don't know why you're permutating this number.
Yeah, but he can't make himself. He can't make himself now. He has to work with.
But he's not going to ever be a vice president, a president or none. That's it.
Yeah,
no, it doesn't work like that, brother.
He's none. I know it doesn't work like that, but that's the only way.
Man of prestige. An Atiku and Obi ticket is a winning possibility, but it's a fighting chance.
But Obi is not going to be the vice president of that.
Atiku cannot be a vice. He's already been a 2-term vice president. So what else? Why would they, any ticket that
tell me
Atiku
why
is on
will be a vice president?
The best, just like what I told you.
He has never had a seat in the presidential.
Obi will never be a vice president.
The best thing is for Atiku. The best thing is for Atiku to
just hold on. Yes. Obi was a vice president to Atiku just the last cycle, 2015. So that was his ambition. Was it 2019? 2019, yes.
Yeah.
Was
2019, yeah.
Yeah. Was it Peter Odili 2015? Was that not his ambition then? So what do you mean Obi would never be?
That was then. We have passed that ambition. I mean, there's a space to every goal you set up yourself for.
I agree with you. Obi has tasted blood.
That will never happen. So I don't know why you're coming out with all this.
If you ask me, I think Obi is preparing to be vice president candidate, VP
that's
candidate.
What you want, Emeka, but that's not where we're heading.
It's not even about what I want. It's about the winning possibility, the fighting chance, right?
It's not about what you want, exactly.
Being a vice president.
What Atiku can sell is that I will do one term, and I will give the Igbos the chance. And it's a fighting.
When he's going to be 90 years old, what are you talking about?
Well,
the issue is that I don't even trust that when he said that he will do that one term. I don't even trust him. That one term.
That
was what Buhari said when he was hustling for a ticket. I would do one.
That is true, Wama. Yeah. That is true. So he wins and he changes his mind, but it's a fighting chance.
But if you compare that, okay, you don't trust him, then. But what other option do you have? You just have to take your chances.
Well, let me tell you. What does vice
will
president?
lose.
I mean, vice president has no influence in Nigeria. So you're talking like
No,
asking a
it
vice
does.
president
It
something
does.
important.
Did you see Osibanjo?
Yes,
No, it
or
does.
even Atiku.
Even Atiku himself, as a vice president, was very powerful. Yeah.
Man of prestige. Obi alone against an Asiwaju, he will lose. Atiku alone against an Asiwaju will also lose. One of them is a fighting chance.
But
They're both a fighting chance. They will still lose, but it's still a fighting chance. And why is it a fighting chance? Is that the 4 years, the remaining tenure of Asiwaju will now be the determining factor that maybe the economic situation may be so painful that people will say, no more, we don't want this anymore. APC, we are done with you. But that...
and Emeka, you think that is not happening now?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I say it is a fighting chance, right? It is a conviction that may happen in 2027. It's not a winning possibility. That the reality, the harsh reality of life may make people to say, I think we are done with APC. Let's just go with these people and vote for them. It's a fighting chance. It's not a winning possibility. But then again, 2027 is still forward looking, right? A lot of things can change, a lot of permutation can go on. But at the moment, currently, both of them together currently now cannot defeat an Asiwaju. So if they are now separated, it's even a ridiculous defeat that will be coming through. Obi can go around the country and wish everybody condolence visits and go around to spread his face in every part of the country, nook and corner. If he does not sit down and agree on the possibility where he needs a strong candidate to pair up with, a strong northern candidate to pair up with, not the one he went to go and pick a dirty. If he doesn't get a strong northern candidate to pair up with, either as a vice or the strong northern candidate is a VP, is going nowhere. Is going nowhere.
Yes, and for somebody like Obi, maybe he would have used someone like Shikarao.
Do you think, but the one thing that Obi takes out of this cycle is that he can shop in better supermarkets now for vice president. Just how dismissively they cast him aside and he ended up with that Mauritanian. So he can now he can shop at the top at a higher shelves. You know,
Yeah, I
in the north
he has
now.
shown
Yeah.
his political value. Initially, he
Yes.
had no political value. Now, everybody can estimate his political
I
value.
thought they talked to Shekira. He didn't want to be vice president. I thought that was
Yeah,
the
because
first
Obi
option.
was the nonsense at that
Was
time
it
now.
at that time? But now they can look at him and say, okay, we know your political value. We see some value in you with the youth, with the obedience movement, and also with the Obi idiots. We can relate with that. Let's see how we
Watch your
can.
mouth. Don't be calling us a
Emeka, you like trouble.
When you say youth,
I don't know who likes trouble more, Emeka or Joel of
No,
Nashville.
no, I
Nemeka is number one now.
I have
Go see about Dr.
categorized.
Damage.
No, I have categorized
When he
that
come
movement.
there, he won't fight everybody.
There's a
I
youth
say,
movement. There's a youth
Emeka,
movement, the sensible
Emeka, when you
youth
say
movement.
youth,
There's the
you should be
obedient.
qualifying it as southern youth.
No, you are right, Ogbeni. There's the youth movement, sensible individuals who can relate, understand, and want to discuss with you. There's the obedient who are still angry but can still calm down a bit. You now
Emeka,
have
remember, a lot of them are very young. Come on now, they're just getting into politics. They don't know much about politics. So you need to give them that slack.
No, you see old men too. Come on, man of prestige. Man of prestige, you are in the obedient movement. You are not the obedient. You are the obedient. Yes. So the obedient are the ones on Twitter shouting left, right, and center and disturbing everybody. So that youth, I have profiled them into that 3 buckets. You understand that? I didn't say it's not like I'm trying to look for trouble.
Maybe they will grow. They will grow before the next election. Okay.
No, I don't
but
think so.
Emeka, one thing people are not looking at by the letters of our constitution, the party is supreme. That party, the obedience and Obi are using right now, is tearing at the seam, at the seam. They've not gotten a grip of that party.
Honestly
Obi
speaking.
cannot tell me that in his Rolodex or in his contact on his phone, he has the chairman of Labour Party he can call in, let's say, Adamawa State or Zamfara State. Without the control of a party, either LP or another one, it will be difficult.
No, Baba, you just made a very relevant statement. That is correct. I agree with you.
Yeah, that's why I say I think Obi is now selling himself independently, and that's why I threw it out there that the possibility of him working with Atiku is very much looking like it. You see him going around, and the last time, I think when the Labour chairman was on Dr. Damage's platform, he called Obi his soulmate. And when you call someone your soulmate politically, you should be moving, forging ahead. But he could not even really say what Obi political future was going to look like. He's not abreast with the future conversation that is going on in the background. He's not going around with Obi to the events and the condolences visits. Obi is going around across the country. Even the most recent one in Abuja, he's not there. But each time you see Obi, you see the dancing queen. So now you know who is advising Obi the most and who is Obi's soulmate. So I think Obi is taking himself out of that Labour Party. That's the way I'm perceiving Obi now, and that he wants to sell himself.
Emeka, when the chairman came, remember you asked him that question. I wasn't on the platform that day. They asked him about the speculative merger going on. He said, "I will get back with you." I mean, how are you going to be a chairman? You don't even know what's going on in your party.
No, he doesn't know what is going on. So I looked at him and I said, "When we hit this man, Obi is selling himself and the obedient movement. And when the time comes, Obi will go into another party." Because I think, and I should be fair to Obi, I think that's the right thing to do. Because the Labour Party, with their Papa faction fighting tooth and nail, and trying to drag that party to the mud.
Apologies, Emeka. Do you think it's going into another party, or do you think they are forming? Because my theory is that they have to form a totally brand new party, and that should be before the second quarter of this year.
The possibility for it is there. You see, also you can tell that PDP too is not organized.
I doubt as in INEC has presently constituted, we even registered the party.
They will not register Peter, but no, they don't want them well. Of course they will. Of course they will.
So why they will not register? How long do you have to form a party before
they
you
will burn their INEC down? When they
the
register, they will register Obi.
No, the chances there. You see, you just watch Obi and the way he's operating. You see the way he's operating, the way he's moving single-handedly. He's not like, and if you read his criticism of the government, you will see that the man is trying to sell himself independently of a political party.
Exactly.
He's never.
Doesn't matter where he goes.
Party,
yeah.
But you will see the conjunction of him saying the obedient movement, the obedience. But he's never trying to say in this criticism, my political party will do this or do that. He's selling himself independently of the Labour Party, and he's selling himself in conjunction and in connection with the obedient movement. So that is what he's going to use to come into a political alliance in the future. Let's watch the space. I think that's what he probably will abandon the Labour Party. I think he will do that.
And quickly he should as well, and quickly, because it doesn't have the place is too toxic. Just leave Arabambi and Abure to be cannibalizing each other.
Yeah, I think you may be correct, because I watched Abure press conference today, where at the end of the breakbat, he was soliciting for funds. And I know for sure that Obi and the obedience, they have real bags, loads of campaign funds, and they are getting more. So why are they starving the party?
Agreed.
And they have a
all
lot
Obi
of
need to do,
legislators, they shouldn't be
exactly, they are not
lacking
funding the
in funds.
party. All Obi has
Yeah.
to do is to tell Obidian movement, let's raise some fund for the political party. I guess even the Kene who is here would, as a card carrying member, would not mind throwing some
Labour
of his
Party is
millions.
poor,
Emeka,
but the
are you going to
obedience and
donate some
Obi
of
I
are
that
think the
rich.
big
Labour
camp when
Party
you
was just
run?
used as a vehicle, to be frank. There's no ideology. They just used it as a vehicle to ride into office. For those some
Agreed.
wrote on the popularity of Obi. Obi himself also just used it because that was what was available for him to move into. I don't think
It's
so.
going to be interesting,
That's like you
Obi, now,
mentioned. I
because
don't see him. Yeah.
Showunmi said something very poignant. He said PDP will never yield that name because they are the oldest party.
Yes, that's the truth too.
And that's going to be
That's the
fundamental
truth.
in a merger.
Because it's deep, especially in the north. It's deep. It's a name brand. It's
Yeah,
it's
This is the
PDP.
brand,
yes.
the political brand.
No,
So
I
Yes.
completely agree with you. I mean, the name
yeah,
brand, they cannot use that name, Baba. You are right.
Yeah.
any political party they form is still a fighting chance. But then again, if they are not in the PDP and there is another political party they are going to form, then you still have the PDP. All of them will lose. They will lose to the APC woefully. So their best option is they were all PDP men. Go back to the PDP, get your house organized, do your housekeeping, or get your structure in place, consolidate, discuss, negotiate, come up with a consensus candidate, and then see how you can go for it
It's
to
sweet
fight
when you
against the
talk am
APC.
like this, Emeka. There is an animal called Wike, a disruptor waiting in the wings.
You see, that's the reason why you need this, like what Otumba has said. You understand? He brilliantly, he has been thinking about this, and I know if they give him that opportunity to sell himself, he will speak eloquently. But will they give it to him? I doubt it. The Saraki that is fighting was the Saraki that was Wike was cooking for in his kitchen. The Saraki that is trying to become the chairman. Wike was inviting him to cooking.
Yeah,
I
no,
don't know if it's
Saraki is a good politician, but I think
no
that
fantastic politician. What I mean, just to
but
elaborate Baba's point, that Wike is fighting animal. He's already fraternizing with the Saraki himself. So Wike is not letting letting PDP go. So he's still holding PDP, holding APC all the corner. Wike is a very selfish person.
but a Segun can speak to both sides. Segun is not biased towards one side, because I've seen in his, that statement that he made of, you can't come to a table and one person goes home with nothing. He was indirectly talking to Atiku, and this Atiku has been his man. He's not, so he was just telling him the truth. So someone who has beef with Atiku will feel comfortable him judging their matter. Do you understand?
I think Atiku's last chance in this election, this 2023 election, Atiku should have bowed out. I don't know why he's still trying to edge on. He should have just bowed out to the younger generation. Bow out to P2B or the next guys coming up. He's old. This is the third time you're running.
Do
You'll be running
do you think we have sufficient enough talent within the Nigerian politics? We're still talking about Wike, Atiku, Peter Obi, because I'm looking for that Eastern name that is devoid of all of the baggages of Peter Obi and Soludo, but is strong enough.
Let's be honest, right? A lot of people will come and say they will bash me again. They will say, "Look, I will still keep speaking the truth. The Igbos we are not organized politically. We are not. We are not. Let's be honest."
Yeah. Let me give you two things, please. Sorry. That would be, what are your chances as a presidential candidate in 2027? I will say nothing. Zero. It is the living ticket. There's nothing for him. If he is the presidential candidate from the middle belt, some of the middle belt states, about 3, which obviously is going to get less. It will remain a hard sell in the north. And the reason is very simple. Rather than building bridges, we're actually burning them and building fences. And I've been, said it before. And it's going to repeat itself again in 2027. 2027 is just around the corner. So, like you said, the only fighting chance for Peter is to accept to run on Atiku's ticket as the running mate.
Bishop, let's be very realistic, right? It's a fighting chance, and again, the obedient movement, the toxic side of it, that is not making.
That's what I'm saying. I was asking the question
that can be neutralized by the economic realities currently going on.
Well,
you see, people may not like how toxic that movement is, but again, the real sense of it, the practicality of it is that the economy is suffering, and people don't mind.
That's still a shot in the dark. Then let's wait. Then what I'm saying is this: for now, if we are in the palpitations that Peter Obi emerges, if it is against Tinubu, it's going to be a walkover, and it's not going to be the Muslim ticket that became the whatever mantra then. So it's not going to be as important or as relevant as it was in the last election. And APC actually went into that election very battered with a lot of internal challenges and crises and yet they came out. And somebody said earlier on, Tinubu now, in the help of the affairs as the commander-in-chief and incumbent president, we don't think he's going to allow all those things that troubled him then to trouble him now. Secondly, we attribute a lot to Mr. Saraki. Quite honestly, I don't. I mean, people call him all manner of men, political without political thing. And Saraki took opportunity. Saraki inherited a dynasty from his father. He took a dynasty over from his father on a very large good way. I mean, mess this up. The way Amana Saraki was roasted in 2019 in Kwara, before Saraki's father used to sit in his house, and determine who is going to be the governor of both Kwara and Kogi. He had both states in his pocket, effectively so. But for them to be able to organize and execute Otoge without Saraki even being able to shift a finger, and still see attribute to it that is a master strategy that Saraki has effectively and successfully executed.
All right.
I think we lost him.
Can I say something?
Of course.
One of Prestige.
I think we are talking about whether there's going to be. Let me speak on the Southeasterners. Okay, the way I see it, I don't really see anybody apart from Obi right now. I'm just talking about from the Southeastern, perspective. That's going to come. I mean, is it going to be Hope or the Makalo and everything? I mean, the Southeasterners are not going to vote for him, and I don't see anybody there except Soludo. Maybe if he decide to, at least achieve something, maybe that's the only person that I can think of. I don't think about any other person.
No. I don't think the Southeasterners will vote for Soludo.
I'm talking about how many more years does he have? Few more years, right?
You see, there are only two popular names, as far as I can see, in the Southeast: Peter Obi and Nnamdi Kanu.
Yes.
Come on now.
That is universally No. Which other name is?
Nnamdi Kanu has no space in Nigerian politics.
I'm not. No, that wasn't what I was saying. I know it's not. But I'm saying that I want to see a crop. Not just me. We all want to see a crop.
Okonjo.
Yes. Not gonna be there. There's no crop there. The Igbos are just want to make
if she ran, she
business.
would win. By the way, even because I think if she ran, she would win.
If she ran,
Yes, let's even examine that. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala versus Tinubu 2027.
She's a bureaucrat. She can't.
Under what party? Under what party? Under what party?
Forget the party now. It's just an academic exercise.
I don't think she will do well, though. I don't think so.
Think so?
I think it depends on. Well, I think it depends on the economy.
She's popular.
Tinubu still have 3 more years to do something to improve. So it depends. We can't really forecast.
She's well liked. That's true.
And universally, the whole country likes her.
Yeah, but she's not someone
more
that
than
will want to.
The whole country likes
her.
Yeah,
she's not going to compromise like a politician.
Look, one man, you don't understand politics.
Yeah,
you know when politics shocked me to my marrow? When he came back and joined MPN, contesting for senatorial position. We thought it was a given. Yep. The man lost his deposit. That is the shocker, the highest form of shock I've ever received in my life. If you saw the retinue, how he was welcomed back, even how Shagaria, look, it's unbelievable. Even a campaign, the crowd, he lost in his senatorial district.
Yeah.
So politics is not 1+1.
It's not.
Carry on, please.
What I was saying, the South is we just need to organize the new crop of politicians. You know, the eloquent speakers. You know, charismatic leaders.
We don't have it. I don't know if anybody.
We don't have it. Kingsley Moghalu looks like one, but he's really still not set for it. We don't have them yet. We need to begin to identify them. We need to pull them out from.
Are they interested in politics?
That's what I'm not saying. We need to, bring them out. Wherever they are in the world, tell them to come back home and come and contest. One man of prestige, you are there. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with you.
It's crazy. Me for Nigerian politics. Something wrong with you.
What do you
mean? I think the Southeast should start looking for a 31-year-old now to groom for 16 years.
That's what I'm saying. The next crop of leaders to groom that appeal, right, to other part of the country.
Because it's Tinubu 8 years, it's a North 8 years, so. Yeah. By the time it comes to that guy, he'll be around about 52, there about 53. Yeah.
Exactly. Someone who, very well spoken, intelligent, at the zenith of his career, not tainted, not within the political class, but gradually going into politics and understanding, the scheme of things, influential, has built a great network, and then begin to position, himself. When it comes out, I think the Southwest would look at him and say, "Yeah, this guy he can sell himself."
Nigerian politics is a very tough terrain, man. I don't know.
No, at that time, right? There will be that after the 2031. The North is done. There will be a strong appeal. I think a lot of Nigerians will say, "Come on." But the candidate is there. You understand? The candidate needs to be there to sell himself, so that now when somebody is now from the South, like, "Come on, this is out of it. Come on, let's give these guys a chance." I think at this point in time,
so look for a 40-year-old now. So you can
that you can groom. But again,
how old is Soludo?
Soludo is 60 probably he's going to be so old at that point in time. Though might still be available to
by 1 year.
Might still be available to run. Who knows? Obi might still want to run at that point.
All of this generation of politicians, they are out for when the power next comes back to the South.
You can't tell. You can't tell, right? That's about.
He's gonna be what are you talking about?
That's about. That's 16 years from now. I think Obi might still be in the running too politically.
Obi will be in his late 70s then.
Yeah.
And the president is how old? The president now is the end of that generation, the Buhari generation, the Atiku generation. He's the last one now. Once he's done, that generation is done. Now we now have the El Rufai generation who will be fighting at that point in time. So after the El Rufai generation, which P2B belongs to,
in 16 years' time, Obi will be about 78.
exactly. And that would be, and he's part of the El Rufai generation, right?
So he's out.
So
Yes.
No, he may run again. He may.
At the age of
Yes, he may run again. He may run again. Yeah, he may. And at that point, right? At that age, I think he will be very ripe. He would have built his networks. You know, a lot of things would have passed under the water. We're a country that know how to destroy things.
You are not America. You know, we are the structures. You know,
as long as he's alive at that age, right? I think he would still want to run, and let's be honest, from the Southeast, he would still remain the leader. So
his last throw of the dice will be 2027, I think.
Well, let's see how it goes. At 2027, if he does very woefully, who knows? You can never tell. The way he's running, the way he's packaging himself, he's packaging himself as an independent that can merge into any party.
Even if he does better than he did in 2023, if he doesn't win the presidency in 2027, I don't think he's going to run against the North in 2031, is he?
No. He can't win against them. No, he can't win. That's why I say after the North, right? He has been running. He would have built enough experience. He would have built enough network. What we can tell, what Nigeria will say is that, okay, I think the rest of the country is yet to really want to work with him. But at that time, if he's still strong enough to want to run, I would think maybe he will be in a strong position, except you now have
I'm probably going to ask Baba this. When did they start this nonsense of regional presidency? I mean, Baba is probably in more better knowledge than anybody here. I don't know.
Ask the question again, please.
I said, when did they start this nonsense regional presidency? You know, I mean, what made them start it?
It's something that crept on us. I think it was a northern device because it's not constitutional. It just happened on us. I think the northerners, these people are very steep in politics. They just throw it. I know it was a queer man who really brought up the issue of 6 regions. And he was leading somewhere with that 6 regions until death took him away from us. God rest his soul. But what he wanted to do after the acceptance of that, I do not really know. But he not just wake up one day, and I think I'm correct. Anybody can dispute it though. And this North-South thing. And they have the culture of silence there, of not minding whether it goes to East or West. Because everything since in the Fourth Republic has come from the Northwest. The presidents we've had so far, Katsina and I think the 2 of them are from Katsina, and Buhari is from Katsina, Yar'Adua is from Katsina. But when it comes to South, they forgot that it's a different ball game entirely, and they know we will fight like jackass. When they
Baba, you are definitely right. Thinking about it, because they never bother to think of whether it's from Northwest, North Central. They just want
they don't care.
From the North. Wow. Yeah.
So somebody is saying on the comment section that everybody is afraid of Obi. Nobody is afraid of Obi, but I think the political class are concerned about the obedience movement, because for the very first time in Nigerian politics, young people screamed. And if you look at the president's cabinet, you now have the Ministry of Youth. You now have young people coming into governance. You see, because young people screamed. Nobody's really. I think politicians are just amused with Obi, but they are really watching that obedient movement, and you can tell from Otumba, right, speaking to that movement and trying to appeal to that movement too, because it's a growing movement. in the next 4 years, you would have from the people who are 19 they will be 21 or 22. You still have new crop of four generations, 18, 19, 20, 21. You understand? Who are still being pulled, that affinity, that obedient movement will be pulling them and sucking them in. So it's a growing concern. But that are they afraid of Obi? No. They know Obi is still not there yet. But that movement is a growing concern that needs to be addressed. And you can tell that they are trying as much as possible to look at the unemployment numbers and see what they can do. Every politician needs to look at it and say, no, this is a concern that we must look into it. But again, the obedience movement, they are not helping themselves. No, the radical ones are not helping matters. They are making a mockery out of it, insulting a lot of people, being tribalistic, being highly opinionated and don't want to open their mind. Yet, acting childish, especially the matured ones, the millennials and the Gen Zs. It's they need to help themselves, their cause, if you ask me, because it's an attractive movement. We all want the same thing for Nigeria. We want the country to move forward. But again, if you're going about it the wrong way, trying to, don't want to listen, want to insult everyone. Some people who are more reasonable, even man of prestige now is now running away from that movement. We'll say, no, you guys, hold on one place. Let me
be fair,
man
of prestige was never an extremist. Rational mind is probably even more extreme than man of prestige.
Even rational mind too is afraid of. Rational mind is afraid of.
I may have supported them, but I was never not even close.
Rational mind is even afraid of the obedience. You understand? He doesn't even want to identify with them. I know rational mind is listening at the background. He may rush in now to come and attack me. He's afraid of them.
Emeka, you're not right. Okay?
You know the obedience, as you put them, Emeka. I think they're like the far right wing of the obedient movement. They're just in it for the blood sport.
Yes, they are. No, they are the militant group.
Hold on. In any political party, and I'm gonna use America as an example, we have the far right here, we have the far left. Which they call progressive. All this what's his name? This lady from originally from I think from Somalia, and some of them from
yeah, you're right.
Some of them
from
Palestine.
You're right, man of prestige.
I mean, look at what's going on in America. I didn't mean to deviate right now. There's a lady, everybody know Taylor Swift, right? Go and listen to the right wing. I mean, they are bashing her. They say that she's using the Super Bowl. You don't follow Super Bowl.
No, but again, not because the right wing are bashing her. She's been propped up by the Democratic Party, right?
Oh,
and
no,
also,
there you go. You're buying that one. Okay, we're not going to go there.
There's even a CIA intelligence report on it. So I am not quoting. I am not.
Go there with all this.
I'm not so.
Okay?
You see, I do not want to insert myself into United States politics. One, because I don't live there. Number two, it's not Nigeria. I'm not
the Canadian. One Canadian came and said what Trump did on January 6th was a matter of conspiracy theory, that Trump wasn't even there. It was the Democrats.
No. We cannot absorb Trump from that. But I saw the report, so I will try to be neutral with the U.S. politics. I will try to be neutral.
Why you dive into U.S. politics? I don't even know anything about Canadian politics. All I know is their president.
No one can ignore United States politics. Let's be very realistic. You can't ignore it. It's all in your face. You can't. There's no way you can. You can't turn your back. Sure, if you turn your back, they will stone you with the politics.
Are you talking about you? Not me. I mean, I participate in the local election here, so I'm very vast in American politics.
No, for you live there, right? So of course you'll be very interested in it. I'm taking myself for example. I don't live there, right? But what happens in the United States affects a lot of people around the world. So you cannot ignore it, right? Regardless of what's going here, you just can't ignore it. You turn up your newsletters, or you look at your TV screen. It's everywhere in your face. So you must know what's going on, whether you like it or not. Yeah, but if you are searching for it, there are lots of information for you to go search there. But what I'm saying, just to bring it back to local, because I don't want us to go into that.
Yeah, go ahead.
International.
Turn back
Bring
to
it back.
local.
That the obedience movement is a worrying concern in politics. As long as this show goes on, we'll begin to see that growing concern with them. In 2027, they are going nowhere. That movement is going to expand. They are going nowhere at exciting times. Let's be very realistic. Though they are going to be the defeat is expected. So more handkerchief for them, more buckets
Okay.
for them to cry.
Well, hold on. Let me stop you there because I think it's good for democracy. If you're
Oh,
gonna call the hold on. Let me
it's
land. Let me
good. I'm
make my
not saying
point.
it's. That's why I said exciting
It's good
times.
for
It's good.
democracy. It's good
It's
for
good.
democracy. The ones we call obedient, idiot, or whatever you call them, which I consider to be extreme on that side. I mean, it's good for politics. Even in British, one man. Don't you have white nationalists? I mean,
No, but the problem is the obedience are not. They don't want to learn. You see, they are rigid with their
they are
point.
learning.
They are not learning. They are not learning.
Yeah.
They don't want
Just
to
how
move.
many? Hold on. How many years they've been incentive? How many years they've been?
You have obedience in all age group, from
No, but I'm
18
just saying
and
they just said so they may grow. I mean, in 4 years,
no.
5 years,
You can. What are you going to teach an obedient who is 50 years old?
you don't know. They might be problematic at that particular time. You don't
Okay,
know. I mean,
let's see. I can let me agree with you on that matter. Let's see what's going to happen.
I think
Let's
it's
see.
good for democracy. That's how I see it.
I'm not ruling it out. It's exciting because 2023, for those people who have never been in politics, for us who have been monitoring the political space, being a little bit involved in it, all of a sudden it took a different dimension and you're wondering what is happening here. And you are like, what's going on? It was exciting. You're trying to talk to people about how politics in Nigeria looks like, and they are throwing insult at you left, right, and center. I wonder, what did I say? What did I say wrong? And people are questioning your ethnicity. People are questioning your tribe. People are questioning your state of origin. And you're like, Jesus, what is going on
But
here?
Emeka,
So it made it so
the way you
exciting
come
and
across.
sweet.
People gonna question you. Let's be realistic, okay? Come on now.
Emeka,
Yeah.
fact is this. People may not like it. Hate
Yeah, I said no.
and anger formed the bedrock of that movement. And it was one of their greatest undoing.
Yes,
Because
I
some
agree,
people
Bishop.
are naturally sympathetic originally. I mean, okay, maybe something different, something refreshing can come out of this. But people are beginning to re-examine how did we get to where we are. And I can quote several statements that I had from supposedly intelligent, elderly people, the kind of narrative they were building. And I can only say it's going to end in disaster. So for me, yeah, maybe the initial excitement was okay. But some people capitalized on it to use emotion, blackmail, anger, hatred what's this word they are using now that's common? To gaslight other people and blackmail them into their movement. And some people have been giving, how did I get to that place? How did I get to that level? How could I have used such, And if we don't take a step back and play proper and decent politics, at least to some extent, it's still going to be the same thing. In the end, it's trillion years. Just like you said.
But Bishop,
Baba,
right? Like what you have
how
said,
long
right,
it been
Bishop?
incentive? About 2 years. It's a process. It may be in about
No,
8 years.
man of prestige is not
Yeah.
going anywhere.
Okay.
That stuff is not going anywhere. It's
But
only
what
going
make
to
you
get
say so? You
worse.
can't predict the future
I'm
now.
telling you, man of prestige,
Okay.
it's going to get. You know what? If you go on Twitter, Jesus, it's just going to get worse. It's not
I
going
don't even get on that
anywhere.
Twitter with that. I don't
That's
even.
that goal is now. Initially, it was about a movement and a cause, and you could tell, like what Bishop has said. Initially, we were all sympathetic to that movement because we wanted one thing, one particular goal, to get Nigeria working and get Nigeria moving to the right direction, regardless of who we had supported, right? And initially I was saying, yeah, I keep saying it, I love the president. I might not look at APC and say, I might, APC, you could, you move, but I love the president. But regardless of that, no, with the insult, I'm like, hey, no, okay, I have to wear this man properly because I really, really like the man. Now, with what is going on now, it has now moved from a movement to a tribal situation now. It is not Igbos versus Yorubas at this point in time. And
I
it is not...
don't know. I don't really get from that angle. I think that has to do with politics.
Though, is it
that has to do with election.
Emeka, I'm sorry, Emeka, as man of prestige. Let me just give a very classical example. Can you imagine? I'm sorry, somebody might not like what I want to say. How offensive the narrative of what's this Nollywood guy? What's his name?
Kenneth Okonkwo.
No, not Kenneth Okonkwo. The one I used to pay ritually.
Kanayo or something.
Kanayo. Can you imagine how offensive his narrative and permutations were? That there are 36 million people scattered among the states. That if only people can give Twitter will be their votes. That there are 6 million votes in the northwest. There are 9 million Igbos in the southwest. And that only them. So you are saying only Igbos votes can make that is people enough to make other people get angry. So you are saying only Igbos votes.
Hold on. Why would that make you angry? I mean, it's all politics. He's just coming out with his own permutation.
Man of prestige.
I think Prestige may be right. That's his political permutation now.
What man of prestige is missing out? One man of prestige. You are not man of prestige. Let me be very open here. Each day I see people who were once obedient leaving that movement and saying, and those are people from the southwest, and say, hell no, I'm done with these guys. And you can now tell that. And even for the very first time, you see the North being very quiet. They don't get involved in this tribal sentiment. They don't get involved in poking,
Wait a minute. Did you say they don't get in tribal sentiment?
They don't really do it. Man of prestige, they don't really do it like say it, right? They may say it with their feet or their vote. But on Twitter now, you are now seeing Northerners going after the Igbos. That is the very first. I've not seen it before. It's a first. The Yorubas now, many Yorubas on Twitter, I don't know if you're monitoring, are going after the Igbos. The Hausas too are going after the Igbos, and the Igbos too are not relenting. They are going back. So
it's a clap back.
I don't go into that, because
that's why if you go, you will see what I'm saying.
I don't go.
They are not. You see, the Igbos are not relenting. The Yorubas are not. So the Northerners, a few of them are picking it up and they are going. So, but that's why I say it's not changing any soon. It's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. And as a matter of fact, 2027, if Obi runs independently, he may get less votes.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Come in.
So Obi himself caused all this nonsense, right? He actually would have chastised the so-called obedient, who were, described most times as angry mob and stuff. But he deliberately, looked the other way, right? So
I think you are being disingenuous. Whomever is speaking, you are very, very disingenuous.
Hold on. Let me land. He looked at that. Look, listen to me. I'm not obedient, but I supported Obi.
It doesn't matter.
You understand? I'm not. Hold on. Let me land my point. I'm not obedient, but I supported Obi. Where I gave up, where I started having a pushback against Obi, was when he would, not chastise, come up and be transparent about the so-called obedience who were just so rude, you couldn't come up and chastise them and say, hey, you need to stop it. He doesn't know when to draw the line. Okay, so that pushed me that put me off. I stopped supporting him, and I gave my support to whoever. You understand? So the problem is, if Obi wants to win, if he really wants to win election in Nigeria, come 2027, he should come out of this obedience thing and just run, as everybody has suggested, under PDP as VP to whoever wants to be the presidential candidate. But I don't see him going this trajectory, not chastising his obedient movement, and still have that vision of becoming president 2027. I mean, I don't see that happening. I'm sorry. Okay.
I think, that is what he can control. He can't control what people do on Twitter because he has done it some few times. They have the opinion. This what politics is all about.
They have
Freedom
the
of
opinion.
expression.
They
You
have
may
the
call it
opinion.
barbarian, you may call it idiot or whatever you want, but
They have
Obi cannot
the opinion.
Obi cannot control that.
They have their opinion, but it's just like you have your children.
Obi has expressed
Hold on a sec.
disenchant about some of the comment. I don't know if he followed during the election what happened, but he can do that every day. That won't
He
be
didn't
his
do it at all.
ultimate goal. He has done
Mention
it.
one time that he did that. He didn't do it at all. One man of prestige. Obi is afraid of obedient movement. He didn't do it at all. At all. He's afraid of that movement.
Okay, during the there's one example I can definitely give you. I know about several examples. Is during Fela, I think something that happened between him and Fela's son. Happened with obedience and Fela's son. He called him out. Then he went and visited him. So what are you talking about?
He did not. No, he went to Shehu. He did not call them out.
Yes, he did.
He did
I
not call
know,
them.
Bishop. You're not going to say that.
Well,
But
it's
anyway,
okay. There's no point
that's not even my issue. Whether he did it or he's not do it. But I have my own opinion. Everybody has an opinion.
Man of
I
prestige.
respect the opinions.
Man of prestige. What I would say is, you can continue supporting Obio, but just take yourself out of that movement. You are immoderate.
You can stop. You need to stop there. I'm going to support who I'm going to support. Like I'm in America. Biden may be 80 years, 90 years old, and then the Democrat is going to win. So I'm going to support who. That's what my
No,
affiliation is.
what I say is, you can continue supporting Obi, but take yourself out of that movement. Right? Continue with your support for him. You understand what I mean?
Tell me to take myself out of that movement. I'm not even in the movement per se. I may come here and joke with you, but even at all I'm in the movement, I'm not going to take myself out of it. Hold on. I supported Obi when he come here. So I'm not going to go in detail what I do concuss with them and all. That's not relevant, but if I'm on obedience, I'm going to support them anywhere I feel, even if that's what I believe. I will do that. It's not a matter of
let me ask
opinion
a question.
here.
Let me ask you a question. At what point did you think this obedient movement was hijacked from Obi himself and they turned into a regional thing?
It turned into original.
Yeah.
What makes you think it's mainly regional? You can say most people in the Southeast are supporting, but obedience is hold on. Obedience is not only from the Southeast.
Exactly my point.
Go to the South and see how many obedience.
Did you hear me when I spoke earlier? I said I was obedient. I wasn't obedient anyway. I was supporting Obi, right? But when the obedient, his supporters, from the Southeast especially, when they were becoming very unruly, okay?
That's your opinion. They are unruly. I'm not even obedient. So let me be very realistic. Let me come here and say
you can't defend that. You cannot defend that they are not unruly. They are not only unruly, they are very toxic. Extremely very toxic.
That's your opinion. I don't see it that way. I see it
Man of prestige, they are toxic.
What are you talking about?
Man of prestige, they are toxic.
No.
This one is not opinion. This one is fact. They are very toxic.
Fact depends on your
you
own
don't even
perspective.
know, Emeka, do you know even what's raining now? Let anybody from any outsider in non-Nigeria say something very extremely negative about Nigeria and go and see the number of the people that will be celebrating and even doubling from what that person has said. 90%
Yeah,
of them, if
there's
not
this
99% of them.
Cameroon,
Don't go
there's
there.
this
This is
Southern
Nigeria.
Cameroon
That is
lady, right?
Nigerian phenomenon. It has nothing
There's
to
this
do with
Southern
obedience.
Cameroon lady that was talking about the president and Nigeria, and they were all happy and excited. Cameroon that has only had 2 presidents in their entire history.
I'm telling you, after Amada Ijo, this man has been there since how many years? So most people that have, they've only experienced one president in their lifetime. Anybody that is 40 years and below, they've only experienced one president and they had it.
So, man of prestige, why I say they are toxic, bad news. These obedient people, they love bad news about Nigeria. The what they disseminate is bad news. If there is good news,
Exactly.
lie, they will not say anything.
Are there not a lot of bad news? Is
Eh?
bad don't we have more bad news in Nigeria than good news? Tell me what is good and compare to bad news.
Oh, they are good news sometimes. Come on, man of
Tell me
prestige.
what is good and bad news. Is your naira being 1,500 today? Tell me what is good in Nigeria.
Is it true that they kidnapped a school bus of children in Owerri today?
I don't know. I've not read it. It may be true. What I've not read that. I don't know where you got that from, but
I read it online when I had the YouTube space.
Okay, I don't know. I've not read that. You know, I need to call my dad. So I've not read that.
I'm just asking if anybody came across that news today. I read something like that.
No, what I came across was the one in Ekiti. The Ekiti,
they are everywhere.
yeah.
So I mean, whether they kidnap or not, they are everywhere. So it doesn't really matter. It's all over Nigeria. It's a Nigerian problem. So
Yeah, it is a Nigerian problem, but the way the news is being segmented, you are not on Twitter. So one
no,
man
I
of
don't
prestige,
want to go there because it's very toxic.
you won't really get
in my own liking.
you won't get the view, right? And I can see
No,
you.
Mecca,
That's why you are. That's
I
why
don't
you are
want to raise
arguing
my
this way.
blood pressure. I don't want to go there. I'm not good.
Exactly. It's
And there's
better. It's better
nothing gonna
that way.
make me go there. I'm very busy. I mean, I may come here on one man platform and chat with people. I'm never gonna go there.
It's better, man. If you see what's going on, man, you
Well,
like.
I've never been there, and I'm not planning to go there. So you know, it's not interesting to me. So.
It's not getting any better. I think 2027 is going to be very hot and exciting. It's good. The bass bulls will be times 10.
Okay,
You short.
y'all enjoy it.
Man of prestige.
No,
Man of
you
prestige.
see?
Man of prestige. Should Obi move to PDP? Would you follow him?
Should Obi move to PDP if he's going to be the presidential candidate, not the vice president?
So why don't you believe in his vice presidential candidacy?
Because vice president is not that relevant in Nigerian politics.
But that would be an inroad for him to.
No, he has been there. He has been a vice presidential aspirant. You know, I mean, they never win. But no, Obi is not a vice presidential candidate material.
So who do you see in the southeast that could, you know?
That is a good question to ask because as of right now, the southeasterners and you know, a lot of them don't have any kind of political aspiration. Like the man, you know, our guest that came here, you know, and said today what he just stated was accurately 100% right. So right now, I don't really see anybody because the present governors and everybody, politicians, you know, they will not get any vote from the southeast. When I say this on this platform, people say, no, bring Hope Uzodinma. My people gonna if he has the chance of winning, they're gonna vote for him. No, that's not the way Igbos vote. Is that a good thing? It may not be a good thing, but honestly, this is how they behave. I mean, you can't change people what they are. You know, you can't put a lipstick on a pig. You know, he's not gonna change. This is who they are.
Only his local government will vote
No,
for him.
I just mentioned Hope Uzodinma. He's not the worst. I mean, you know, even the former one.
Do you have sentiment against Hope Uzodinma because in APC? Is that why you're saying this, or it's just a general?
Hope Uzodinma is my governor. I know Hope Uzodinma well. My father is within. Is in that. You know, he's in Owerri. So him and Iwanyangu and everybody. You know, they are very. You know, they are very political into. You know, my father is not running. Don't have any kind of political post, but he's one of the Owerri. You know, chieftains and something like whatever they call them. You know, but anyway. That's a story for another day, you know. No, I don't like Hope Uzodinma. Is he doing okay? Yeah, Imo State have a little bit of money compared to other southeastern states, you know, because of their resources and some other things. But he has drawn Imo State backwards to where they were before. But But
all right, gentlemen, we've come up to 6 hours, so I think a good spot to start to round it off. So let me acknowledge and
hold on, one man.
Yeah.
You know, thank you very much. I appreciate you for having us today. You know why I have my camera on? Just out of respect for the guy, you know, throughout that time, you know. So I enjoy
yes,
it.
I did say that people should, but you know, because I've never really enforced it, so I cannot now enforce it. But I do encourage it, especially when we have a guest. It just makes better for the optics. Yeah.
I also had my camera on too, man.
Yes,
Yeah. I'm just talking about throughout, even when I'm not speaking, you know, just to keep him company, you know. Yeah.
One man, I don't know what magic you use today. I've been on the move ever since from the beginning. I've crossed like 4 states. I've never had this good a network. Never, not for one. So I don't know the magic that works today. I'm driven from Ohio to Kentucky. Now I'm in Tennessee, Ohio, Kentucky, Indianapolis. Now I'm in Tennessee. And my network has only dropped once. So I don't know what you did for keeping
Bishop,
up.
do you travel a lot?
I think I do a little.
Oh, okay.
Bishop is a trucker.
Right. I understand from the way he was saying. Okay, you all make a lot of money now.
So
yes.
So my network has not dipped. At least I don't know how it happened, but that's up to God.
All right, brilliant. And thank you for your company all the way through. Good to see you back with us, Obina. Hopefully, you don't just pop in when we have big guests, Obina.
Yeah, Obina, please come. Obina, please come around more often so that both of us we can be sharing the insults.
All right.
He's left.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. John of Nashville, Ola, etc. DJ. XYZ, XYZ, and then AB. So that's Obina back. So and then AB, Crown as well, Tima, Jack, and Jafar. So that's Jafar.
Yes, I'll come around. I'm sorry.
Yes.
My stuff got disconnected.
So our fight is officially over, Abi. Obina.
Yeah, I need someone that will be sharing the. You know, they will pull Obina's Zibo card soon, very soon.
What part of Texas are you? A DNA test from
Dallas. Dallas.
Oh, okay. I'm always coming to the Houston. You know, I have some business over there. I need to do something in Dallas.
So instead of them pulling my own Igbo card, they will pull his own too. So 2 of us will be sharing.
Yes, I don't know why you guys were fighting me that I was praising Segun Showunmi. He's a good guy. What's wrong with that?
But Obina is an obedience though, unless you moved over.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yeah, did I dip?
No, I'm not really. No, I don't believe I don't belong to the toxic group.